Stalker down, so Space Station don't have to worry about walking into an OC before Admiral has feet, but you do yet again have to walk into an established hazard.
All right, lethal on and off angle. Immediately checked. Has got Admiral by his side. Hawk once more trying to pressure point, but Jumbin's not having any of it. Just happy to take the 1v1 when he's got that spike guard up. A little bit better defensive tool there, doing damage while you're holding the block. Admiral does end up falling despite that rush coming out. Hawk trying to make his presence known in the backline, but only presence now is 10 feet under, shut down by Heesang. And the fight just about over, and maybe this map and series too.
Crazy Raccoon with overclock and downpour, you can't imagine that they'll play all that defensively, right? 25% left with how quickly Flashpoint burns out and a Sim TP. You're just looking to catch Space Station before they can set up lethal.
Got to get a big touch. Jumbin down, poor Hawk on another hero. He's back on the hazard this time around. Sound barrier is going to connect, but Crazy Raccoon happy to just back off. Downpour, not sure who it connected with, but it doesn't really matter. Jumbin's already inserted himself into the conversation. Taken to the sky, lethal, snipes out Stalker. Might just be what Space Station required to get this flip and at least hold for more than 20% or so. Crazy Raccoon, they're going to come back with the sound barrier.
Yeah, it comes at the cost of Space Station's whole ult bank, so right now they need picks and they need them now. Crazy Raccoon going low, but not low enough. No dash to dissuade Showwrong from just sending the team forward with one-sided beat.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like an inevitability here that Space Station are just going to get flattened. This beat is going to be too much. Everybody cowering right now for Space Station on this high ground. They're going to get a nice little wall there on Jumbin, but the beat connects with him. Green over health dissipating now as Hawk is on the pursuit, but Lethal's already dead. Hawk needs this kill desperately and he's going to get it. But meanwhile, his team are falling around him. Admiral down, Lethal to follow, like Crazy Raccoon is still in this. A stick on the back of Hawk, a downpour of his own is going to connect with the point, but who does it actually manage to secure? Jumbin back on the hog, maybe to be the big difference maker, but it's all Stalker. A snipe onto Sugar-Free, OT as Crazy Raccoon secure the point. Ultraviolet out of resources, out of time, as Space Station lose control of not only the map, but of the Series 2. A 3-0 on Atlas, and Crazy Raccoon come up with the dub. They need a clean fight. There's only 2 minutes to go, and a clean fight is not what they'll find.
Mac has been so brutal with these anti-nades. That Kiriko ban, no Suzu for both the pulse bomb, but the nade as well. And Weibo dispatch Falcons. Lengthy fight too. Falcons won the last one. This is the cruelty of Colosseo, right? When you start having that distance lead for these other sides, they're able to just set up for the next fight. You take so long pushing the objective through main that they just push it a little bit more through main, force you to have to take a fight on this one angle that Weibo can just flank around, pinch you with.
There's the teleport, the shatter in the hands of someone too. Leave, trying to look for another entrance here. However, these turrets are going to be a little bit annoying for him. Looking for Marco, he might. Oh, Lee takes down Shio of all people. Someone, does he end up using the shatter here? It looks unwise.
This is just Weibo fully in control. Like, Maka has been so efficient with these nades. Someone on the Rhine has not been able to block enough of them to stop Fielder from being forced into using Immortality Field in a reaction. And without that cooldown, the Baptiste and the rest of his team are just too vulnerable. This is last fight territory, Jack. Weibo 1 fight away for a Chinese team to continue in the upper bracket.
Can't go down. Does manage to dash to the Mega Health Pack. One more fight is all that Weibo need here. 25 seconds remain. Leave with a pulse. There's the wall to open things up. Someone already kind of dissuaded here by Gushue, who's lingering in the backline like a tracer right now.
Where's the Sim TP? Gushue waiting for that Sim TP. Knows once it's burned, that cage will find value.
No, the cage is going to come soon. You've got to imagine the nade's going to come in. A nice little slam there from someone, but the cage is going to come in regardless. Lee Soo-min looking for action, however, looking for somebody. Shy takes down Merritt with the artillery barrage. Lee Soo-min lifts him to safety, but Gushue and Mark are already dead.
One fight for Falcons to be able to try to find this lead.
It's only checkmate. It's only checkmate on the point. Gets annihilated by Shy, and now it is all onto someone. The tag team duo, Shy Lee Soo-min, finish off the fights. Shio, a last-ditch attempt, but it's just not to be. They've done it. Weibo break the curse. They take Falcons all the way to 3 and knock them down to the lower brackets.
I mean, that's why we've seen teams play like Reinhardt against Mizuki, right? Because all that damage still exists while within the Kenko sanctuary, so...
Play those in your face rush style comps. That's why the Mizuki is not the option for Slay. He switches off and realizes that the kit doesn't offer nearly enough outside of the chain. All right, here's a spree for as Easyhan rather than Slay's picked up, but they've lost Lige. Okay, finally Varel able to break back in. Alfari meets the wrong end of the pole spot. I know it's circular. Don't at me. I would 60% break back in.
Well, Liga has the downpour. I would not be surprised to see them try and play this Diva again, especially with Juno Freya on the other side. I think you're probably going to get used to this downpour and then potentially a swap. We have more Overwatch to play after that.
Okay, downpour to trap the backline, stop Cloud from dashing away. Probably the win condition for Liga. Annihilation, though, is a problem. AJL puts the point pressure down, a little overhead swing. KSG doesn't really look like he took any damage from that. Alfari's going to dodge away. Checks his rear to see if he's being pursued, but no. Bigger fish to fry, apparently. Lige low! Will even have the chance to make use of this downpour. Desperately trying to stay alive. The damage mitigation on Spike Guard working overtime, and eventually he falls. That's a big one. AJL get caught sleeping now, and Alfari's picked off by a bowler shot, apparently, that connected directly. Now Varel are on the home stretch after winning map number 2. AJL, it's do or die.
I do not like the way that AGAL just played that last fight. Now you're pretty much stuck on this hazard where you could have made some swaps if you took that fight earlier.
Nico staying clear of Easyhan if at all possible, but the Tracer now has to deal with Top Dragon on the point. It's an early recall forced out. Kitsune Rush active here for recall. Is going to pop it straight away for the Annihilation. It's a bit of a problem. It's a slight wrinkle in the plan. Downpour holds KSG in place so they can kite away from the Annihilation, and in that window, Nico is picked off. Soundberry now for Lengsa. Active. 4 players on the field for AGAL, but Top Dragon is a pulse bomb and he's not afraid to use it. Sees 2 very nimble backliners and has to be careful of those kunai. Varel are in control of the point still. Overtime is active and Top Dragon is pacing himself. Recall, flatten in the front line. Liga's going to eat that pulse bomb now and go low, but Spike Guard's going to help keep him hale and hearty for the time being. KSG, though, wants to push a bit further. Overhead swing coming in from Alfari, but Liga is down. Slay is fallen! And finally, outside of the land of the rising sun, Varel stabbed their authority. Staying alive here at OWC.
A post bomb for Kaneki, however, and there's the spree to just assault after assault after assault. Is unrelenting from JDG. 15-player kill streak as well for Pineapple.
Yeah, I mean, Bella's Ray is pile driving as the Wrecking Ball, and the rest of JD Gaming are pile driving on top of Team Secret. Kaneki finding the opportunities with the Pulse Bomb, Pineapple the follow-up with the Spree, and Secret yet again locked out of capping first point, having to walk into Hammond's Mines, having to walk into a fight before they even get to see point.
Oh, good kill on Kaneki though. Okay, now High Vision's getting in this. Winter down though to Monk, not a good start. Belisrea is going to have those mines and get back to the point as Mewtwo, yeah, he's in no man's land right now in enemy territory. He's super far away from the rest of the fight.
JD Gaming just stopped Secret from being able to find the flip as well. Belisrea is like, okay, well, we might be missing the Wu Yang, but we've still got point off of Hammond Mines. Secret have to find the flip here. They've got the ultimates to do it. But with JD Gaming 73% plus, if you commit all of your ults here, they just take a dry fight and win the next.
They weren't even pressuring that point the whole time. The mines faded away naturally. Died of natural causes. I'm not sure Team Secret are going to get the same honor, though, sadly. There's the rush from Monk, putting them on the point now. Everybody grouped up. Mewtwo in trouble. One clip from Soggy. A blink smack. Pulse bomb in his back pocket. Forces the Suzu. High Vision across the map, though, is going to do a lot to the front line. Pineapple down. OT. Team Secret's hopes and dreams relying on this point being capped.
Budget win, and that was required for Secret to be able to stay alive in this series. Great back flank from High Vision and Soggy, just flanking into that backline, putting the pressure on the supports. They have to do that, and then some, though. As JD Gaming, like, you've got the Tidal Blast to engage with your Tracer or your Xion. Secret, you've only got a rally to be able to sustain. We have to see something out of that DPS now.
Cub's got Primal Rage to handle with it, but Kaneki has got the Tidal Blast. Rally, oh, there's the boot, and Kothfire ends up going down with a Primal Rage. He was stunned, so couldn't use it. Bellish Ray's going to have mines too. It's all falling apart for Team Secret. A good stun bash from Parley, but is it actually going to be enough? Pineapple again separating the team with his spree and now hunting for more. Kaneki gets a couple. Winter trying to hold on to. Cover gets back with the Primal Rage, but it's all Pineapple here. JDG, they're crushing the hopes and dreams of Team Secret, and their key is not far behind.
Z flattened on a second consecutive flashpoint.
So one more chance here for 9Z. I mean, it's going to be, look, T1's going to have all 5 ultimates, right? I mean, they're going to be in prime position. Light back over to the Xion, tried some the spawns there as Tracer didn't really find the best results.
Reaper
now going to
guy.
go over to the Reaper. So look, I mean, you're trying to deal with this Maga and the aggression it brings. So nice knock of the Venture, of course, but it doesn't matter. I mean, Sound Barrier used, aggression pushed in.
Uh-oh. All right. Proud getting free ult charge they didn't need.
Dude, when Xion gets the major, where she gets all of the roll passives between them, it's a brutal scenario.
I think Clear just used self-destruct there to try and get back into mech.
Yes.
And it was a trade for T1, but definitely favors them that they got the baby Diva. Interesting self-destruct there. Oh, tectonic shock. I think the seismograph matters about to give a couple readings. Here's an early Suzu. Sound Barrier is going to be laid over the top of it here. 9Z, no, this is the time. They've got to hunker down. But Light's already been picked off, and Zest is now looking for that soft underbelly of their composition. We'll simply throw some pot shots over to Clear. It's going to be a Kitsune Rush now coming out from Wood, but the cage fight's a problem. Hydron hits the overclock to break it open, but the rest of T1 are still topped up and healthy. Hydron knows what's coming. Zest is the Spectre that hangs over him this round, and he has to back up even further. It won't matter. The backline is down. T1 is 63%. There's a back cap happening, but it's going to be a short-lived victory lap there as Light has to saunter away.
Yeah, I mean, what, Light back caps, you get 9%, but that is all T1. The way they're coordinating these Maga stomps, right? The burrow from Venture coming in. Just popping out of that, the damage, then plus the stomp, and then also Proud rolling on through in the bike. It's been too much for 9Z to deal with all series.
The last chance for 9Z here at the Midseason Championship, and LCS already has been staved off at the point. Overtime's been triggered, and in fact there was a flip, another back cap, but 9Z at North Point, how it's clear with the back cap. Okay, how do they group up around this? That is an early swift step there from Wed, and I think Donghack has realized it. Light's been picked up here, Clear now fighting for his life against Bliss of all people, and there's a Sound Barrier at the ready should it be required, but it might just be for a bit of a celebratory dance here. Turning up the beat for the victory lap now as T1 have done it. 9Z dispatched and their sights set squarely on evening a regional rivalry.
Chronic pretty healthy the entire time on through that, not taking any serious pressure or damage.
We're chilling?
They are not going to make it, and even worse, they've kind of moved up, used some cooldowns to try and make it. Now they're kind of stuck here.
Team Liquid, surely this isn't where it ends. Talons have really woken up in this map. After switching to Liquid's adopting the Ramatra.
Five ultimates, though, for Team Liquid to open up our final flashpoint. Tournament live on the line for TL.
Oh, it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. What a pulse bomb there. Yeah, Liquid are going to hit two, you better believe it. But how are you going to come back from this? First it was Chronic, then it was Sunjun. Individual DPS players taking these fights over, and Liquid are gagged.
Sanctuary, Sim Wall, and Kitsune Rush used there. Rush obviously used from CJ to match that rush on the other side. Pulse Bomb just, yeah, fine. It's good. Sunjun with 2. That just kind of ruins anything that Team Liquid was trying to do there with that bank of ultimates. Arrow now over to the Tracer here. Trying to mark Sunjun, maybe also put a little bit more pressure on the Luke, right? Kind of close the gap with that Wuyong.
The Annihilations, though, always add an element of volatility to these fights. Okay, Cloud Blast to start things off. Tree respects it. Sunjun dives in, and there goes Tree. Respect it as much as you like. It's going to come for you either way. Deer in the headlights was Tree, and he's brought down, and Sunjun, man, he's on a running riot. Straight after Zera he goes. Chronic with the KS.
Dude, and that's, I mean, you end up using your Annihilation there. Kibitz is going to have to jump off the side. This is so bad for Team Liquid at the moment. Vega going to go over to the Cat. probably just even try and get close to get a touch, right? I mean, oh, this is brutal here.
Oh, how do you dance this tree?
Tree has to be so careful.
Stay alive.
Some help from attack. Tree literally 1 HP, nobody on the chase.
Here comes Vega. Okay, Salvation comes on 4 paws, apparently. Tree was still able to find the kill on Sonjin, by the way. They'll end up eliminating each other, but we need a touch. Liquid have to go for it. Their last chance, and so far they've been frozen stiff. Vega picked off as he tried to come in and salvage the fight, and now Liquid are on their last dregs. Can they get in onto this point? Can they find elimination? Chronic is comfortable sitting back and not being pressured whatsoever by attack. He's been forced out of the affair. Zera now trying to stay alive, but Dallasville will keep the flame alive for North America. An unfortunate team kill, but also a reminder, this region belongs to us.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
Hello everybody, I'm Got Moxie and I'm joined here today by Checkmate, Chio and Merit from Team Falcons, who are going to be playing a little bit of a fun game with me today. We've got something called Who's That Hero, and I want you to see which one you think it is, so let's roll the first one.
Fraser?
See, he's a pro! I mean, you are an actual pro, but at this game too. Yeah, it's Tracer. Okay, let's go to the next one. Speedrun.
뭔데 이거? 정크렛? 정크렛이지.
정크인가?
다리 먹어.
그게 뭐?
정크렛. 아, 정크렛.
Yeah, that is Junkrat. Why did you think May?
He's stupid.
Okay, let's see the third one.
키리코.
메르시지. 메르시 저 우산이잖아, 마녀.
아, 메르시 맞네.
아, 메르시. 메르시.
You're really good at this. Yeah, it's Mercy. Okay, let's see if you can continue the streak.
로드호그.
로드옥. 야.
사람은 다른 거를 잘한다 했어.
Yeah. Roadhog. Okay, let's see the next one.
리퍼.
5 for 5. Okay, let's have a look at 6.
키리코?
알란이지.
알란. 스킨 진짜 키리코인데, 저 시간 스킨?
부채를 봐, 부채를.
시간 스킨이 키리코인데, 근데?
아, 부채가 두 개.
알란이 저런 스킨이 있어? 진짜?
응.
본 적이 없는데, 저거?
알란.
Oh, see, this one's
Kiriko.
tricky. Yeah, it's Kiriko. It's the victory
저거
pose.
있다니까, 나 쫓긴다니까.
아, 오케이.
진짜 힐러도 아닌 것들이 진짜.
저런 스킨이 있었어?
아니, 딜러놈들이 뭐, 어떻게 알아, 이걸?
오케이.
Okay, let's see if you can redeem yourselves with the last one.
뭔데 이거? 아, 모이라.
Think Halloween.
모이라네.
Moira?
뭐 안고 있는데?
아니, 저런 캐릭터가 있어? 이게 눈사람 아니야, 저거? 머리?
이제 오버워치 히어로?
Yeah, over here.
오케이.
We haven't tried to trick you guys.
다리를 잘 봐야 돼.
다리.
여자 캐릭터 같긴 한데 모이라 아니면 머리는 바티스트긴 한데
아, 그거?
너가 힐러 해주니까 판다 내려봐 한번.
제냐타?
아, 노. 모이라.
Moira. Oh. Okay, let's see the reveal. It was not Moira. It was Soldier 76. Unlucky, guys. Hopefully you'll be a little bit luckier in your matches. Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler won. You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy. That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down. You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good? Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Everyone is playing, you're not. yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
And we are back live from Paris. Welcome to the Esports World Cup 2026. It's the Midseason Championship. We are here for Overwatch, and I brought in some of the biggest brains in the game. We've got Jake alongside Jaws. I'm your host, Chris Puckett. Jake, we're in day 3. It's the final day of groups, and we're going to be sending some people packing.
It's time, right? We got to be eliminating some teams. I mean, there have been some really strong performances here at the Esports World Cup, but still, a lot of teams aren't going to be able to survive day 3. This is when the real competition begins.
Now, Jaws, you may be the hardest working man in Overwatch. Your call time wasn't till 3 hours from now, but you wanted to be in early. You beat me here to the studio. Yeah. Why are you so excited for group play?
Key crushing, is that okay answer?
Yes, great answer.
Yeah, a lot of them were crushed yesterday. I want some more.
So you like watching Dreams crush?
Yeah, why not? That's the fun part of it.
Let's take a look at our groups and tell me whose keys are going to get crushed today, because in Group B, we already have one team through. As we take a look at the decider matches down low, though, Jake, what do you expect to see as Team Secret is knocked out? It was JD Gaming moving on, as well as Veril, who will match up against Space Station.
Yeah, tough to see teams go home, but that's how it has to be. Veril, I think they showed up pretty impressively, but to see them take on Space Station Gaming, that's going to be potentially a spicy one. Maybe some pressure on Space Station to deliver a strong performance, you know, being such an effective competitor out of North America. But now you kind of wonder, can Veril have a chance at the upset?
Jaws, Space Station knew they were the underdogs against Crazy Raccoon. In fact, Crazy Raccoon was our first team to make it out of Group B. So let's revisit that match, because it only went 2 maps.
Okay, I've had some choice words about Domina over the last stage or so.
That she wasn't good?
I used a different word than that, but yes, that she wasn't good. But Chunbin looks so clean on the Domino right now. I think Crazy Raccoon are still the favorites to take it all, and this is just kind of almost cemented it in my mind right now. They are the ones to beat.
Crazy Raccoon looking clean in their victory. Was there a star performer, or was this a team effort, Jake?
I gotta say, watching Stalker has been an absolute treat in this tournament. I mean, he just lifted the trophy in Japan. He wants to do it again here in Paris, and they're certainly on the way to do it. I mean, this team looks so ready for modern Overwatch. They play just about everything, innovating their own new styles. They're pretty much the only team showing the domina, but that makes them so hard to prepare for and so effective at this level of global competition.
You tell me Stalker's looking for another EWC trophy, but with a different jersey this year?
I mean, he might be one of the few players to do it, and honestly, his form is elite right now. He is ready to tango with some of the top players in the world, which is, frankly, what's going to be required if they want to go the distance.
As we take a look here at Group A, Virtus.pro and Twisted Minds is the big match of the day, but the other semifinal is already done, and that decider match went to Weibo. Probably the decider that we were all surprised to see. In fact, everyone on my analyst desk was calling a 2-0. Jaws, this went to a Game 3, and it's Gushway's squad walking away with the W.
This one was so sick, man. There's an old adage in Overwatch. Sometimes Chinese Overwatch just shows up. That's about right.
It just shows up,
It just shows up. It's ridiculous. They went to 2 map 5s versus Falcons over the last year, and they finally come away with a win. I mean, the crowd was going crazy. There was so many Gushway and once again fans and Chinese Overwatch fans in the audience. It was just a blessing to see.
Jake, what is the peak we've seen for Chinese Overwatch in the past? Have they ever broken into the top 8 or even top 4 on the global scene?
I mean, there was a time when we looked at some of these players. I mean, Leave and Shy were players that were on the top of the world. It's just been a long time since they've been able to deliver results like that. But a win over Falcons really gets you to start to believe in this Weibo Gaming team. They might be able to make magic happen just one more time. Once again, Eve.
Huge plays once the Kiriko is banned out. The Ana comes in, and you can see that leads to Weibo's success in a Game 3 of Push. The Bastion Cat drop. Is it coming back into play today, or is it all Cassidy?
I think Cat Bastion is going to be very relevant. I mean, honestly, someone not going to the Diva on that Coliseum, I think it came back to bite them. Falcons, they're certainly going to be stung from that loss, but they're not out of the tournament just yet. And with the form Merit's been in, and the Cassidy in particular, you'd be kind of crazy, I think, to count them out this early. Anyone they go up against this time, it'll be T1 today. That could be spicy with a lot of expectations, a lot of drama, personal history between the players on those teams.
6 teams are making their way through today. Lock in for an excellent day of Overwatch action here at EWC. For now, though, let's check in with Fancy.
Ahead of the matchup today for Twisted Minds against VP, I'm joined with Abdelaziz Rashid from the organization itself, the co-owner. I need you to give me a little bit of an insight in terms of what the expectations are this year for CC, because it doesn't feel like you guys are doing too hot in comparison to last year.
I mean, compared to last year, we were at 5th place. Thank you, guys. Everyone is so hyped. I can't wait for the match to start. But before that, in terms of the club championship, generally speaking, yes, we might not be doing as well as we did last year, but we still have so many games to jump into. And once we jump into those games, I think we're going to rack up points really quickly. So
I'm assuming that Overwatch is going to be one of these games.
Definitely.
You guys have historically had a good performance here.
Right.
You're playing VP today, so I want to hear the expectations and the predictions from you, but also from them. But I'm going to start with you.
Well, for me, I mean, we had an interview yesterday with Quarz where he said that it's going to be a 2-0. I mean, yes, the meta changed a little bit and it might not be favoring Twisted Minds right now, but I think the guys' ability to adapt to whatever the meta is what made them the world champions last year. And I think that they're going to continue with their performance, and it should be an easy 2-0. Really, it's not a big deal. توافقون يا شباب, it's going to be a 2-0. I'm just saying.
The consensus seems to be on the line. But then in general, I want to have a conversation about the club championship points overall. When it comes to this year, what is the focus moving forward? Because of course, you had a lot of rosters that were looking to qualify that didn't happen. So what now?
I mean, yes, there are a few rosters that we were hoping that they're going to be able to get at least a few club championship points, such as EAFC, Street Fighter, and Rainbow Six Siege. Especially Rainbow Six Siege after the Salt Lake Major, we thought that they're definitely going to be here. But then, yeah, I mean, things got complicated a little bit, and the players weren't able to do well that well. But we couldn't qualify. I can barely hear myself at this point, so I don't know.
We're just going to get it out here. Back to you guys.
What's good, everyone? Zoe here, joined by Fernando, the head of Overwatch Esports. What did we just watch, Fernando?
Well, Zoe, you just got to see the official reveal of the Overwatch World Cup jerseys.
Well, and I see you wearing some of that. Let's talk about the design here.
Yeah. I'm wearing Team Korea right here. So, you know, the designs are very unique. Each one of the teams is going to get its own unique model and design. The other really cool thing about these jerseys is you can identify the regions by the colors. So each one of the regions is going to have a different color design, and it's going to be very easy to spot.
Okay, so it's based on the regions. So we have an EMEA color, a Korea color, etc.
Yeah, EMEA color and America's color and an Asia color.
I see so many details. We see the Overwatch logo in there. Also, 3 stars at the top of the Korean logo. Is that for how many times they won?
Yeah, so all of our previous champions will have a star to indicate how many championships they've won in the previous World Cups.
All right, Great Britain, it's your time to shine. Yeah, you got golden pants in the roster now, so you got to step it up. Fernando, when can people get it? Because I'm obviously just gonna run away with this. I'm just gonna steal it. I'm gonna be honest with you. But the general folks out there, when can they get their hands on these jerseys?
Yeah, so our fans will be able to get these jerseys very soon. So make sure to follow us on socials and stay tuned.
Okay. Soon TM was the most Blizzard answer you ever given me.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I see. Look, I'm in the unfortunate position that I'm from Switzerland, and our team didn't make it. And now, if I want to stay neutral, truly Swiss, and don't know who I want to support, like, what can I do?
Well, let me show you. We can have you support.
You talk. I hold.
A beautiful agnostic jersey. So we created a separate jersey that you can use if you don't know what team to support. You can just wear this beautiful agnostic jersey and just support the overall program.
This is incredible, and they're so soft. Like, I cannot stress how soft this is. It's gonna lull me to sleep. It feels like a warm hug from your family and friends, you know. Now, Fernando, when can the fans get them? You said soon TM.
Soon
okay, so we
TM.
sorted that out. Another thing that I saw very recently, I think it was yesterday.
Yeah.
Partner skins? Are we
Yeah.
for real? Is it happening? When can we get them? When can we see them? What's happening there?
So you saw it on socials. We're very excited to finally be able to reveal the team skins coming out very soon. The awesome thing about the skins this time around is that we are actually making 5 heroes per team.
5 heroes per team.
Yeah.
Is that random here? How is that decided? Is it their best heroes?
Yeah, so we did a random draft to select the heroes for each one of the partner teams. That way we didn't give an advantage to anyone in particular. But the really nice thing about that is because of that process, we decided, well, you know, we want to give everyone the opportunity to adopt their own jetpack hat. So on top of the 5 heroes, everyone is going to get their own jetpack hat.
This is the most fun service ever. Thank you so much to you and Blizzard. Now, of course, people want to know when they can cop them. When can we see them, first of all?
Well, roll the commercial.
Hello everybody, I'm Moxie and I'm joined here today by Checkmate Chio and Merit from Team Falcons, who are going to be playing a little bit of a fun game with me today. We've got something called Who's That Hero, and I want you to see which one you think it is, so let's roll the first one.
Fraser?
See, here's a pro! I mean, you are an actual pro, but at this game too. Yeah, it's Tracer. Okay, let's go to the next one. Speedrun.
뭔데 이거? 정크렛? 정크렛이지.
정크인가?
다리 봐봐.
그게 뭐? 아,
정크렛.
아, 정크렛.
Yeah, that is Junkrat. Why did you think May?
He's stupid.
Okay, let's see the third one.
킬코. 메르시지. 메르시 저 우선이잖아, 마녀.
아, 메르시 맞네. 아, 메르시.
메르시.
You're really good at this. Yeah, it's Mercy. Okay, let's see if you can continue the streak.
로드호그.
로드호그. 야.
사람은 다른 거를 잘한다 했어.
Yeah. Roadhog. Okay, let's see the next one.
리퍼.
5 for 5. Okay, let's have a look at 6.
키리코?
알란이지.
알란. 아, 스킨 진짜 키리코인데, 저 시간 스킨.
부채를 봐, 부채를.
시간 스킨이 키리코인데, 근데?
아, 부채가 두 개.
알란이 저런 스킨이 있어? 뭐. 진짜?
응.
본 적이 없는데, 저거?
알란.
Oh, see, this one's
Kiriko.
tricky. Yeah, it's Kiriko. This is the victory
저거
pose.
있다니까, 나 쫓긴다니까.
아, 오케이.
아, 진짜 힐러도 아닌 것들이 진짜.
저런 스킨이 있었어?
아니, 딜러놈들이 뭐, 어떻게 알아, 이걸?
오케이.
Okay, let's see if you can redeem yourselves with the last one.
뭔데 이거?
아, 모이라.
Pink Halloween.
모이라네.
Moira?
안고 있는데?
아니, 저런 캐릭터가 있어? 이게 눈사람 아니야, 저거? 머리?
이제 오버워치 히어로?
Yeah, over here.
오케이.
We haven't tried to trick you guys.
다리를 잘 봐야 돼. 다리.
여자 캐릭터 같긴 한데
모이라 아니면
머리는 바티스트긴 한데
아, 그거?
너가 힐러 해주니까 판다 내려봐 한번.
제냐타?
아, 노. 모이라.
Moira. Oh. Okay, let's see the reveal. It was not Moira. It was Soldier 76. Unlucky, guys. Hopefully you'll be a little bit luckier in your matches. Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you.
Some happy Falcons right there, and we have a very happy Falcon fan. She goes by the name of Gennaro, and she joins us live to talk about the club championship. Are you avoiding the allegations? Are you not a Falcons fan?
If I speak, I am in trouble. So,
Okay.
instead, what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the club championship, which is a very big topic of conversation when we're looking at EWC. We even have like a whole totem set up for that as well. So I'm going to throw you guys under the bus and ask, do you know what the prize?
No, wait, is this a quiz?
No, it's not a quiz. No. I'm just putting you on the spot. Don't worry. Pop quiz, surprise. No. But do you guys know what the prize pool is for the club championship?
$75 million. Easy.
What?
Easy.
You're so
Easy.
He read the assignment.
30.
Oh, I just guessed.
It sounded really confident.
I think maybe 75 is what the total for the whole event.
Yeah.
30 for the club championship, though. What does first place get?
$7 million.
$7 million.
It's just pocket money.
What would you buy with $7 million?
You.
Whoa.
Wow.
All right.
Okay.
An analyst in a pocket.
So, winner, first place, gets $7 million. So, of course, that is something that a lot of the organizations are looking to compete for and to get. Falcons, as you are a big fan of Puckett, they won it in 24 and 25. Do you think they can do it in 26?
They are off to a slow start, but I was watching Warzone after we finished Overwatch last night. Hisoka was frying, so they could get 1,000 points there. It's going to come down to chess potentially. Can they take down Magnus Carlsen at the end of it all? Or will they wait for Nico and CSGO to pull them through? They got a few options, but this is the most uncomfortable they've ever been in a club championship.
Absolutely correct. And it's not just Falcons that are struggling with this. It's also Team Liquid, which was the runner-up last year. Guys, they're finishing week 4 with 0 points. Like,
it's a womp-womp situation
It
for
is
Team
a
Liquid.
womp-womp.
It is not looking good.
No, I mean, did we have expectations for them in Overwatch to at least make it to top 8?
No.
I mean, honestly, it's been a rough year for them, for Team Liquid in Overwatch. I'm not super surprised to see them go out.
Yeah, but like they added a lot of new pieces in just the last stage. So I think the last few weeks for them was just like finding their footing, finding their identity. So going up against international competition like that, like it wasn't theirs to win, as I said yesterday.
No.
0 points for Team Liquid?
I know, which is a horrible position to be in. They have 10 titles that they're competing in, but Falcons got 20 teams competing. They have 1,400 points, but it's kind of going back to last year where Falcons actually was the only team that the only title that they're able to win was Overwatch. So coming here as a title defenders, you gotta expect them to win it again. Because if you don't win, you don't even get the chance to lift that trophy or get that $7 million, regardless of how many points you have.
Well, they had a rough year in Overwatch thus far, so they're only really just now turning it up. So maybe this is the, I don't know, Cinderella run here.
I mean, taking that loss to Weibo, though, it's not a great sign for Falcons, right? And to your point, getting that win is so crucial. Overwatch is a tough game to do it, though, because there's fierce competition right now. I mean, Crazy Raccoon, super threatening, Twisted Minds as well. There's a lot of heavy hitters coming for that first slot. For Falcons, a win would be an overperformance.
I want to talk about Twisted Minds as well, because they were 4th last year when it comes to Club Championship, on par with VP. So that's the first match that we have today. So either one of these teams, if you get top 8, it's an automatic 200 points. Do we want to throw like our predictions in the ring?
Courts. I ride with Courts anytime he's at an
We ride it on. Honestly, that's fair. I think it's going to be extremely competitive. It's been extremely competitive in the EMEA region, especially between those two teams. It was a change of like royalty. VP really stepped it up this year, went undefeated. And Twisted Minds, they kind of struggled for a few weeks trying to find their footing in this meta. But I think at the right time, they started turning it up. And their initial performances here have actually impressed me.
Struggling seems to be the name of the game, though, for a lot of the organizations that did well last year in Club Championship. Because again, like, when we're looking at Twisted Minds, they were 4th. But if we're bringing up the standings and look at where they are sitting right now, it's about 12th. They're really struggling to get some points under their belt, and it's just not looking good. Whereas Na'Vi is currently 1st, 2,250 points. They've already got 2 wins, which is incredible, because I don't think anyone was really counting on them to be able to show up. And I know that's not too relevant to Overwatch.
I mean, Na'Vi Overwatch roster when?
I mean, that's what
lots of great players, lots of great teams.
They should have had a team. They could have been racking up points here in Overwatch.
Well, Na'Vi is not here, but Virtus.pro is there in the number 2 spot. Jenny, thank you so much for joining us. We got to get to this first match, though. Do you think VP wins it?
I'm going to have to say no, because otherwise I will get schmurdered by Fancy.
Boom.
That's really fair.
No schmurdering happening on this show. Let's jump into the action as we remind you how Virtus.pro got to this position to play into the playoff bracket. Zoe, impressive plays all across the board. Landon joined us in the post show, and it was all smiles for the young star. What have you seen from the back line, and who have you enjoyed watching on the front line?
I mean, honestly, for this team, like I'm just enjoying everyone. Kevster is playing some of the best Overwatch he has in his entire career.
Okay.
This is crazy
Which is
since he's been around the block, yeah. But, Ice Gnome still just one of the players to watch out for here with the flexibility. We talked so much about his glow up that he had over the last couple of months, last year even. So for him to be like this younger player, this newer player, playing with those veteran players from the rest of the squad, it's just meshing really well.
Jake, this, of course, is our Sony story of the day. It's the clash of the EMEA powerhouses for anyone who doesn't watch Overwatch on a regular basis. Why is this such a big battle?
I mean, over the last couple of years, you would have said Twisted Minds are a heavy favorite squad. But Virtus.pro, this year, they've stepped it up in a huge way. This squad, right now, they're the top in EMEA. However, Twisted Minds, for me, they're a team that they don't really show their true form until it comes to a LAN. This is a team that takes qualification for granted and is really looking to get these meddling performances on LAN. And honestly, for VP, I'm hesitant to call them much of a favorite, given that history of Twisted Minds popping off when the pressure's the highest.
Zoe, I don't know if you hear it, but the drums are here for Twisted Minds. It is a sea of pink and blue making their way into the stands. TM, they travel well. They've got a strong fan base. If you're looking for a strength in their gameplay, what do you like?
Well, honestly, I like the changes that they made coming into here, right? Like, they made some changes in what they like to play. We talked about how they avoided the Cat Bastion throughout the last stage. Now they really picked it up in their first match already. It looked really, really good, really competent. Yubi is in the mix very much for them, of course, and he's doing such a phenomenal job, not just on the server, but it's the shot calling, it's the veterancy, it's the strategic depth that he brings to this team as well. So right now, they're looking really scary.
Can Twisted Minds win without a Symmetra in the game, Jake?
I mean, they've shown that they can, right? Especially in this 1-2 format. Typically, you'd look at that and say, hey, this should be a weakness. You know, a Simban is going to be one of 3 maps in the series. Like, that should hurt Twisted Minds. But Yubi has shown he's so much more than a Sim one-trick. I mean, it's definitely the most dangerous weapon in the Twisted Minds arsenal. But they've shown that they can get wins without it, and that makes them a very difficult opponent to prepare for.
TVNT, a much better player than he is drummer, but he got to celebrate with the fans at the end of their last match. Will he do it again? Well, if you're looking at the numbers, TM has had their edge in the Champions Clash. They also took them down in the EMEA Stage 1 Finals and the regular season. Zoe, recently, though, That match was a 3-0 to Virtus.pro.
Twisted Minds was struggling. Virtus.pro have been just basically unbeatable, untouchable up until the playoffs where they started to actually drop maps. Twisted Minds had to work for those, and Virtus.pro has still looked really, really strong.
Your eyes are so blue on this set today. So here's Jake. Let's start with you. Who's going to win this one? I'm just kidding. You got red eyes.
Blue eyes. I've got Twisted Minds. This is a team that turns up to another level on LAN. It's a bit of maybe a chaotic prediction, but I still think this is going to be their day.
Zoe and I are going the other way. It's time to send it to the stage to get our first match of the day started.
The best players in the world, the best teams in the world here on stage, because that's what EWC is all about.
Taken so long as the Sugar Freak doesn't getting catnapped here. He's put into line of sight of the rest of Crazy Raccoon. What a hit off. And Stalker follows that with a triple. I mean, headshots lethal straight up. Oh, this looks so good for SSG, but they're just going to falter at the final hurdle on this control point. Assault after assault after assault from JDG. 15-player kill streak as well for Pineapple.
Bonjour Paris! Yesterday we learned at the Overwatch Champion Series 2026 Midseason Championship at the Esports World Cup that winners are rewarded, of course they are, but losers, it's brutal, it's punishing, it's crushing, quite literally, Lou.
Yeah, it is quite brutal for the losers. Bonjour, tout le monde. Hello, Ian. Very
Bonjour.
glad to be with you for this last day of group stage, because yes, it is brutal for the losers. Effectivement, quand tu perds, ta clé se fait exploser. Il n'y a pas de loser bracket en playoff. But for the winner, you take a look at that trophy, you compete for a $1 million prize pool, and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger the further you go.
And two teams looking to get their hands on this trophy and a big piece of the pie, of course, two of EMEA's big dogs.
Les thunes, l'oseille, la monnaie. Yeah, you go for it.
Should we bring them out?
Let's go.
Please welcome onto the stage, Virtus.pro! They went undefeated through EMEA Stage 2 and survived a 7-map regional final to claim the #1 seed. On opening day here in Paris, they carried that same authority onto the international stage. Today, they face the reigning world champions, and a win here does more than reach the playoffs. They make it clear that EMEA's new #1 is ready to challenge for the world #1.
There's some booing here, but here they are, Twisted Minds! The crowd's favorites, the OWCS World Champions, crowned in Sweden last year. Some of their players are contestants to the title of the best players in the world. The pride of Saudi. Enfin, une équipe et des joueurs qui peuvent rivaliser avec l'hégémonie coréenne, en tout cas en 2025. Peuvent-ils être géniaux à nouveau? Ladies and gentlemen, the EMEA Derby is calling.
On one side, the team that conquered the region. On the other, the team that conquered the world. Today, only one of them secures the first playoffs place in Group A. Paris, make some noise!
Well, folks, you asked for a bit of a banger, and frankly, we're about to deliver it. It's championship experience versus championship form. Virtus.pro might have won the latest chapter that Twisted Minds are here to remind us who wrote the book, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, but VP has been unreal as of late. A lot of talk about like kind of Kevster coming back into form, and I believe that's true. I think really kind of what's elevated this team, though, is obviously adding Landon and Psycho. And then Ice Gnome is being the best tank in EMEA this year, I would say. Ziad obviously making a comeback, for that title and crown, with Geek, which we'll see a little bit later today. But TVNT on the other side had been really kind of the go-to, really kind of star player in terms of that role in EMEA, probably since Midseason Championship last year. But really, Ice Gnome has been unreal here the last few months.
At that time, Ice Gnome was being rotated in to play Symmetra on Virtus.pro. It was a weird time last year's Esports World Cup, but now he's found his home, and he has certainly risen to the occasion. And we'd be remiss if we didn't address the elephant in the room. Psycho was a huge opponent of Twisted Mind's success last year. Even if he spent a fair bit of time standing behind the team with that headset on, now he's in the server, ready for revenge.
He played a good amount for that team, like last year. Like maybe not exactly like World Finals towards the end, but like, he can play Tracer. I think, if you're kind of comparing him and Yubi head to head, I think like Psycho's hero pool is much deeper. I think, Sim, obviously, you probably would favor Yubi, maybe the best in the world at that hero, but every other one, you kind of give that advantage to Psycho. And Twisted Minds actually just kind of trades Psycho essentially for Jwoo, thinking, okay, well, Jwoo will just fit all that stuff. But that exactly has not worked out this season at all.
And I think we're here today to address whether or not there's a changing of the guard in EMEA. Virtus.pro, pretty impressive stuff in Stage 2. There were scrappy matches to get them, of course, to that championship. GK, though, were the one that pushed them. Not so much Twisted Minds. That's what we're here to see. And I think that is a question of whether peaking too early is an issue, right? Winning EMEA Stage 2, very important. But you have to consider it in the landscape of the rest of the year. It's a stepping stone. It's a qualification game to get you to events such as these where you can really, really throw down. And honestly, I mean, I'm very impressed with what we've seen from this latest iteration of Twisted Minds. They do want to lean into those Symmetra comps a little bit more frequently. Yeah. In the past, it's not exactly been a hallmark of Virtus.pro's game plan, the fact that they had to use a tank player to
but now with Psycho, it's a completely different world, right? Obviously, he's going to have a great read on kind of how Twisted Minds is going to want to set up some of these plays. It'll be Nepal, map number 1. I'm curious. Okay, so Farah and D.Va ban here. So D.Va gone, obviously that's like TVNT is going to go to, so take that out of the equation. Very good on Ramatra as well, right? But I think that's something that Ice Gnome probably feels pretty good taking that head-to-head.
Oh, man. Europe's old kings versus Europe's new kings. But there's only one throne to sit on here in Paris. And frankly, there's a large number of other teams that still stand in the way. So, of course, a win here books your ticket to playoffs. A loss here does not mean that your tournament is over, but that lower bracket is looking pretty brutal.
And you got to play another game today, right? That's like kind of the really rough sense of it. You have to play another game.
I see the resemblance. He might have a couple of inches on courts, but outside of that, I mean, it's a player we're going to be spotlighting pretty heavily in this series, because when Quartz dominates those sightlines, Twisted Minds tend to dominate those series. Still one of the most respected, feared hit-scan players in the entire world.
This would be an extra brutal loss, I feel like, for VP, in the sense that you were so good in EMEA, you kind of put your gap between yourselves and Twisted Minds in that region during that stage, and then you get that first seed from EMEA, you come to the event and you lose to TM anyway, then you have to play another game that day as well. It's a VP team. Look, I think either of these teams could be in the final of this event. That's how good they have been this year.
Virtus.pro and Twisted Minds dodged each other in the EMEA playoffs, but in the regular group, Twisted Minds got absolutely flattened. Is it a new era for the Bears? A changing of the guard in EMEA? We're about to find out, and we're about to delegate our first team into our Esports World Cup playoffs.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of teams playing some Domina here throughout this week. We've seen it on Nepal as well.
Why is Jack such a hater? I like it.
I mean, it kind of tries to, Domina as a hero, right? Like kind of wants to fit that poke style that like a Sig would. It's just Sig is like really good at everything. Potentially Domina, against the Reinhardt could be a favorable matchup, as it'll be Sim Bastion for both sides as well. Just a difference in terms of the tank.
All right, let's play some Overwatch, folks. Over to Shrine to start things off, and already Icenom is trying to poke down. TVNT on the Rhine, though, is going to be looking to close the gap whenever possible. Nice little TP there, gets them directly out of line of sight, but this Domina wall is still relevant in this position.
Yeah, you're able, with the Domino, right, to just kind of put consistent damage down on that Rhine shield, but Quartz finds Kevster there on a little bit of an off angle.
That's pretty massive. Also, Bastion with a high rate of fire can really chew through these Domina barriers quite quickly. Psycho's going to be the next to fall, and Quartz has already stamped his authority on the early part of this round.
I wonder if you're going to see some changes from VP as they back on out, but Isom actually catches Quartz there. Quartz and maybe pushed up a little bit too far. Didn't have a Sim TP to get out. That's a huge pickoff.
Yeah, he was looking for more, but TVNT can stave off the vast majority of this Domino damage. A quick about face there for Virtus.pro as they see the TP getting Twisted Minds in position for a Kitsune rush. TVNT needs to charge back. He needs some help, but his shield is cracked and he is about to fall. The damage just too much here for Virtus.pro. Snowballing off that early pick on Quartz, who didn't even have a chance to return to the fight.
And the scary thing when you're kind of watching a lot of these fights and something to just kind of keep an eye on, like we talk about this kind of tank head-to-head, Ice Gnome is like close to like 80-90% HP pretty much throughout these fights. Really not taking any significant threat damage there on the Domina.
Despite Reinhardt, experiencing reduced crowd control effects, Matt, you can still stun him if he's close enough to a wall for that Sonic Repulsor. Here's Icenom, Penup's gone up ready. It's going to be a Symmetra wall in play. This is going to reduce Icenom's effectiveness pretty drastically, and TVNT's trying to use his winner to close the gap with the sound barrier for Virtus.pro, but they lost Icenom. Not ideal at all. Fixer hoping to live up to his name perhaps in this fight, but it's too little and too late here for Virtus.pro.
Man, they had the advantage of having the Kitsune rush and potentially a better beat. The beat is just too late there from Fixa.
What
Maybe
is
a second or two from behind. They're just going to go up, try and poke. Maybe see if they can get somebody out of the spawn. Also, getting up there and taking some of that damage allows Simple to get closer towards a rush as well. So, don't mind that. You have an easy escape with the Sim TP.
Okay, TVNT has to dance these shields if at all possible. A TP to get himself back. You've been really setting TVNT up to just sort of fix some of the issues with Reinhardt's mobility innately.
Yeah, they want to farm this rush, right? They're okay now giving the point back to VP. They want to farm the rush, and you also have Shatter potentially here.
TVNT has no shield. He really just needs to walk up and try and find exactly a big Earth Shatter. Kitsune rush here from Simple. Penupscon was made use of by Icenom, but it's going to be Quartz as the first casualty in this fight! What an Earth Shatter from Icenom! That is ridiculous! TVNT flattens his opposing tank, and Icenom was found without a barrier.
Well, that's the downside, right? The Domino, the barrier is static as soon as you get on past it, even though TVNT's shield is being worked down that entire time. Doesn't matter. Huge Shatter connects with 3. Both supports caught up in the tank as well. The Fire Strike's just cleaving everybody. As TM, opportunity to close it out here. Beat versus Rush. Be really what you're looking at.
TVNT squeezing every point of value out of that barrier, Matt. Using it to get exactly where he's most effective. Kitsune rush here, using a good spot on the point, and now Kevster's trying to charge forward. TVNT sheepishly trying to back away, but there's not enough time. It's a late beat this time for Twisted Minds. They're going to try and fight with 4, and so far Quartz is even the ledger. Kevster's down. The lion's share of the damage here for Virtus.pro has gone missing. Icenom wants to surge forward here, but he's got to keep an eye on his HP. Fixer, this time it's a beat on time. Icenom makes effective use of it, staying alive, and eventually Quartz is brought down, but Icenom is going to be the trade for it. Kitsune rush coming down from Simple, and here is TVNT on the Doomfist of all things. A TP out for Virtus.pro, but they've got to try and contest this, and they're off the points.
TVNT comes back on the Doom. They have the rush there available over the point. Kevin Quartz doing a great job on the Bastions there early on, but this playstyle, Mitch, it's really comfy for Twisted Minds, right? We've seen them play the Reinhardt a lot. In EMEA, we've seen them do it already at this event. Hot start there for Ice and Co on the Domina. Sick Shatter.
Both supports.
Yeah.
Jeez, doesn't get much better than that. If you had told me a month or two ago that I'd be watching Domina versus Reinhardt on Shrine.
Yeah.
I would have
told me a month or two ago you were here, I would have been surprised. But hey, you know, Twisted Minds.
Listen, Matt, money talks.
As they push up here. Now they're going to be playing the SIG, right? So VP, I think, has a slight advantage in this comp, right? Playing that Ramatra into the SIG. With that Sojourn as well as kind of some poke damage here as TM wants to take control of the bridge.
Got a pretty safe angle to play from, but his sight lines are rather limited here. Still opportunities here. Oh, okay, DP in front of him. Juvi's going to get brought down. A little bit dangerous for Simone's front lines, especially against Ramatra. Even the Sigma not able to protect him. A pivot here in composition for Virtus.pro looks a bit more comfortable now for them. Quartz is still at large, but all of his architecture has been plucked out from under him.
The Ram matchup into Sigma, like, it's not, you know, like you wouldn't say it's like a hard counter or like you need to swap right away. It is a really great matchup, though, right? I mean,
I don't like it as Sigma.
Yeah, they move over. Like Ramatra pops Nemesis form, you know, that's actually a vortex that kind of captures Yubi there, and then a railgun shot. The Nemesis form, obviously all those punches from the Ramatra going past the shield of the Sigma through the kinetic grasp, it makes it almost impossible to live.
Yeah, it's just the speed burst, that little impulse that gets you past the Sigma. Yeah, accretion is annoying, but you're so durable in that Nemesis form that rarely can that stun be converted into an elimination.
And Sig also has no mobility to really dodge like Annihilation, right?
Yeah, you need the perk when you can sort of try and knock back the Ramatra with a melee hit. IceNob had an Annihilation. Still waiting on the prime opportunity to make use of it. Kepster, this is dangerous. This is a very risky off angle, but there's the Annihilation to take some eyes off him, and it works perfectly. PVNT's forced back. He's just switched to the Ramatra, so needs to build that ultimate up. IceNob does relatively well to hold this space and get Virtus.pro to 60%, but Twisted Minds have a chance to break in, and they're going to be behind this if Funny Astro can return in time. Kepster, this is ballsy. The cojones on this guy. Yubi picked off, but it was a point flip. Kepster still needs to fight for it, and his teammates will filter back in to try and capture.
Yeah, Fixa getting down there to just kind of contest the point. You're going to get the Ramatra back here as well. As Fixa getting closer to a beat. Going to have this to match up Funny Astros. As TM did end up flipping the point during all of this.
Yeah, Virtus.pro even behind Kevster's ultimate there. Be able to turn that into a flip back. Otherwise, they'd be in a much more threatening position. Still, we've got a story of match beats here for these two teams, and Yubi's got to be careful. He's been picked off first in quite a few of these fights. We've got two sim walls in play. This is quite confusing. It's like a house of mirrors out there.
No team wants to be the first to beat those, right? Both Lucio's trying to hold on to this to get the advantage in terms of the sound barrier.
Yeah, the walls break it up too much as well. You just don't want to take any risks, but it is Twisted Minds who get the capture percentage as a result of this reluctance. GVNT wants to try.
Nobody's here.
Keep this point. Yeah, Kevster thought he would back cap there. He's constantly playing this off angle, and credit to him, Matt, because it's dangerous to do that, but he's staying alive in most of these scenarios. Still the beats being held onto. Fixa blinks first, but he's already lost land. The timing for these beats has been tough to line up on this map so far. TVNT's Annihilation, though, is now in play, and it'll be IceNob subjected to very little assistance.
I mean, losing Landon, though, is absolutely brutal there for VP. You know, he would have ended up having the rush. It also allows Simple to hold on to his rush as Twisted Minds has battled back in this second round, marching themselves towards a map 1 win. Rushes for both sides, and then Quartz, man, you're going to be able to use this OC pretty safely at range to close it out.
It's the Annihilation from IceNob that is going to be what bails Virtus.pro out here. This guy has been sublime this year. Definitely at the peak of his career. And now a lot of responsibility falls on his shoulders. Get Virtus.pro to 1-1, but Quartz is struck first. Fixa just a little out in the periphery. Found by an overclock, and there is Psycho next to fall. That's about as good as it gets from Quartz. Now sure, there's a flip amongst this because IceNob's Annihilation demands respect, but Twisted Minds have the numbers, and Quartz has the brace of kills. Hat trick now for death-defying DPS, one of the best in the world to do it. And Kepster is under extreme pressure. Holding this off angle now, he can barely peek out. There's no healing for him either, and the prospect of a touch, frankly, is unrealistic. Watch out for Twisted Minds at land. These guys are a different beast.
With the way that Quartz uses overclock on the Sojourn, it's like he's got tag visor, man. I mean, it's crazy. It's every time it's like, what, 2 kills minimum? I mean, right here, just takes out Fixa.
Effortless.
The next one just gonna delete Psycho coming around the corner. I mean, that's a headshot there at range. Just absolute MVP performance from Quartz there. early on.
And that is what Kevster was trying to do for the entire round. Playing a very obvious off angle, getting Kiriko healing when needed. But Quartz really showed him up there.
I mean, look, if you tell Twisted Minds, if you were to tell them at the beginning of this series, hey, you're going to have a mirror matchup and you're going to get a Quartz, Sojourn head-to-head, and just like, that's what you're going to have to play through to win the game, they would take that in every series against anybody in the field. I mean, that's like their specialty, right?
We're going to head down to the stage with Ian and someone who showed us fantastic hospitality in Riyadh last year. It's Fancy.
I'm here with the Twisted Minds fans! And the big dog of TM himself, Fancy. You guys have got to be feeling good right now.
I mean, we already said it. VP versus Twisted Minds. Yes, we didn't do well against them in EMEA Stage 2, but it's time to take revenge, and we're going to win this game, and it's going to be a 2-0. Everyone knows that.
I'm a big fan of your fans, right? You've traveled a long way to be here, all the way from Saudi Arabia. How passionate are these fans and your fans about getting back to championship winning ways here?
It makes us so happy that everyone is here today. Honestly, without them, we wouldn't be here. Winning against VP, the champions of EMEA for Stage 2. And I think we proved ourselves in November when we won Stockholm, when we became the world champions. But I think it's time to win EWC as well, and this is it.
Woo! You heard it here first. I've got to ask as well, you don't want to drop into that lower bracket. It's so important not to go down into what I like to call the crocodile swamp, because it gets snappy down there. If you do get the win here and progress, your chances must feel really strong going forward into the next phase.
I mean, winning this match, or this map, we're only one map away from scoring some points for the club championship, and it's all about the club championship. It's the Esports World Cup, so one game, we're going to win this one, we're going to win the next one, and we're going to stop Crazy Raccoons, and we're going to take it from Falcons, and you're going to watch it right here.
Well, look, I'm dripped out in Twisted Minds stuff right now, so I'm going to chill with the fans here. I think I'm a converted TM guy. I'm going to watch them. Back to you guys for the game. Let's go!
Last year in Stockholm, the OWCS World Finals, Twisted Minds World Championship was a revelation.
Yeah.
Here in Paris, especially hearing the fans, it feels like an expectation now.
I mean, it's really impressive, really, what Fancy and the rest of the TM kind of organization squad have done, right? This is like a, really in Overwatch started out as like a tier 2 organization, right? Playing contenders, like grassroots. And then, obviously with opening up with OWCS, they have developed, into an absolute juggernaut in Overwatch, and it's been a sight to see. Some of the more exciting games we've had the opportunity to be a part of have always kind of included Twisted Minds and kind of their interesting style of play. As they're now curious where VP wants to take them.
I think that, look, VP made the correct choice, starting with the Ramatra on Sanctum there. We saw TVNT attempt to play that Sigma, right? And so you lost a lot of tempo with the incorrect
Neon Junction
matchup.
This is a map that during EMEA, I would not be surprised if this is a Sim ban here. Let's see. I know the Sojourn ban. Okay. This is a map where Twisted Minds actually had some really interesting strategies during EMEA. They kind of like TP up to the high ground on defense. There's like a little bridge there that you can kind of get perch on. And they put Quartz up there. Typically it's like the Sojourn. You could see him play a Cassidy up there. We've seen some Freya, but actually it's one of the heroes that Quartz doesn't really play a lot.
I think that's why we see the Sojourn ban, by the way.
Yeah, so
Kevster has to do something to get some equity in this matchup.
We have seen TM also play Ryan on this map as well, right? So the Sigma ban, quite interesting. Maybe they want to see that Ramatra head-to-head on the other side. This also opens the door for some diva action from TVNT.
Sigma and Sojourn, both taken out. Twisted Minds are a team that's quite happy to play that time to time, but perhaps a full poke gearing.
Camp Bastion available, right?
Yep.
In this, it's not like a TM special. They played some of it. I would say Kev is like VP is definitely well more equipped to play Camp Bastion than Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds also don't really play much Mizuki, right? So typically teams who play like Mizuki, Sig, like something like that, they don't play that either. And I think that's kind of like what ended up having them struggle at Champions Clash, right? They weren't playing a lot of the Mizuki. They didn't really play Camp Bastion a ton. They really didn't think they were that great at it.
And yet, they were one map away from winning it all.
Yeah.
3-2 up in that final, only to lose their nerve and the title.
And look, I think
we could be talking completely differently about this too.
Totally. And at in EMEA in stage 2, right? VP leveled up. GK like basically redid their roster. We saw a lot of Golden Pants and 1-2-3-4 playing some Wrecking Ball. Yeah, so this is a comp that they kind of play on defense. So they'll play this Reinhardt. They'll take control over this top bridge, put some damage down as you're going on, and then they're able to TP the Reinhardt down and just kind of hold purchase on the point.
His comp is straight up London Spitfire coded.
Yeah.
Funny, Astro.
Hottie and Backbone were like, man, we were 2 years too early.
Actually, it was good back then. So much so that they played it on Watchpoint Gibraltar and won. Again, having a good Symmetra player really unlocks what this composition can do. It ameliorates all of your mobility issues, answers all the questions about whether or not you can get this team where it needs to be. Virtus.pro are going to adopt a different tack. Without the poke tank of Sigma in play, they can still opt here for the Domino, who can offer you that consistent long-range damage and can perk into really empowering her blaster to work over longer distances.
Yeah, we'll see if TM, you see there where they TP up to that high ground and they have Reinhardt shield. There's almost nothing you can do here. And this is they were been so good in EMEA when this kind of strat has been available to them. We've seen teams ban the Reinhardt against them in EMEA when we go to Neon Junction. And this is obviously something, VP not surprised, playing in the region. They know would potentially be a strat here from TM.
This feels awkward because Virtus.pro's comp, especially their tank lineup, is not really designed to close the gap and brawl, but they need to because Twisted Minds are setting up on these sort of high ground vantage points and being a real issue. Simply playing an off angle, just for a time. K's a TP now front and center for Twisted Minds. Is there an opportunity to push into VP? Okay, that TP short range. Psycho though gets for the high ground, but his escape method not really available.
I mean, the dominant knock is good, right? Just kind of getting them out of your face, but still, I mean, just the space creation from the Rhine. You see TVNT just swinging away. Isom doesn't want to kind of move on in. They're trying to stagger out.
I mean, I don't know what he's supposed to make happen here. Isom, obviously, most of that damage will be mitigated heavily by shields. Twisted Minds have repelled Virtus.pro. God,
and the thing is, right? So Kevster uses turret mode there on the Bastion. They TP up to the high ground where he doesn't really have an angle, and then the Rhine Shield is in the mix, and then they're able to kind of just TP right back to the low ground there as Twisted Minds, and then fight. I mean, it's a really brutal comp to play into. I'm surprised that VP, oh no! Doesn't expect this more. I mean, this is something Twisted Minds, if you've watched EMEA in Stage 2, they do all the time.
Yeah, interesting the VP want to pick this map and play into this style, but so far not so bad.
They get him in that spot.
Take a leaf out of TM's book. Get up on the high ground. That was enough to unravel the defenders, but a lot of time was bled on this first point defense.
Yeah, and it's a rush there used by VP, so for Twisted Minds, it'll be a little bit harder, though, for them to kind of you're not going to have that natural high ground. You're not going to play over by the train. You see where they kind of TP up to now. VP trying to take that spot away here at the moment. They don't want TM to actually kind of TP in here and just play from that high ground yet again.
So Icestorm is going to be shepherding the cart forward while the rest of Virtus.pro abuse this high ground. Kevster up here just plugging away. This is free real estate for Virtus.pro as Twisted Minds are going to likely back up into this underpass before they take a flight because Reinhardt wants to be up on the corner.
You see they're playing Ice up far alone with everybody else in the back. I wonder if they believe that TVNT has a shatter. They're just trying to bait him into it. Or let's say TVNT gets aggressive on Ice, they just TP him out, and then that's when the Domina can start kind of taking control with some of the poke.
I mean, we are over 2 minutes into the game, so tracking a shatter from the Ryan is unsurprising. Oh, whoa. Okay, Psycho getting picked off. It was huge. Virtus.pro just have to, the old-fashioned way, turn tail and give this ground up. Or stall.
This next fight's going to be crazy, man. I mean, everything available on both sides. These support ults, obviously, so important. We saw some late beats in map number 1.
Victor sees the TP but can't quite clear it. It looks like it might have been a bait though. Twisted Mind to play on the low ground. Shatter comes in, catches out Psycho. Surely that's enough as TVNT snatches up his hat trick.
Huge shatter there from TVNT. TM, look at how aggressive they are. Core's going to use its artillery, basically right in front of VP. They just TP out. They circumvent it.
TVNT going to charge into position now. Virtus.pro have flipped the map, essentially, and this card is getting away from Twisted Minds. This is going to force their hand sooner rather than later, I imagine. UB stunned up briefly. Might have been a knock there by Ice but sound barrier now for Virtus.pro. It's funny, Astro had already used his. TVNT is down. Virtus.pro's map flip gambit seems to have paid off so far. No tank. Twisted Minds now kind of milling about, hoping to stall with their bodies, but that's all they can manage.
Yes, you're just going to have Ice just go crazy there. With a 4K, it looks like, as I think, no, he actually did connect with a few players with that dominant ult. I think there's a Suzu that comes in the mix. If we take a look from his POV. This last shot, yeah. And you know, the knock is so strong. I mean, if you connect into a wall, right, there's like a brief stun animation. They kind of slipped sides again here. It's not ideal for Twisted Minds.
No, I mean, it forces them to take the fight, and it can also force errors. Bastion ultimate here coming down from Kevster. Quartz has his available now too, but he's in a bit of an awkward spot to be making use of it. Still going to throw it down and try and get Ice low enough to force him away. It seems to have worked. Ice succumbs. Simple Edge is going to make sure Quartz is nice and topped up because his work is far from done. This time around, it's a very different outcome as Virtus.pro flip the map.
Landon desperately trying not to get staggered there, but it's going to end up happening. That is the rush, though, that TM has to use. They need probably one more fight. Shatter plus their sim wall.
Pretty good.
Even with double support ult on the other side, might be good enough to do it.
Yeah, TVNT has to navigate Psycho sim wall, though, if he wants a powerful shatter, unless he's going to just rip it here.
Or you just wait it out, right?
He has to attract it. Guys,
that would have been bad.
It's not really a safe spot to stand up there. Very few of them anyway that give you a sight line, so they have to wait a beat. TVNT Sound the shot. Oh, TP Shatter, you're kidding me! Soundbarrier came through though. Fixer was not knocked to the ground, but it's not enough to keep Psycho alive. Massive from Twisted Minds on this defense now. It's Virtus.pro's sand timer. It's getting a little slim. 24 seconds left, and Kevster is an absolute no robot slammed. Ice really has nowhere to go. He knows he's going to get buffeted around by the hammer and won't be allowed to escape.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's going to be Landon who does make it out with his life, but still, you're not going to have Ice back. At least on the Domina here.
Inject the Ryan sim comp into my veins, man. It is insane.
Fixer looking to try and get a touch here. Take some damage. Not going to be able to get on to the payload. And that is where it ends. So, dude, this is one of the better maps for TM playing this comp. Bit surprised. I mean, look, VP probably feels like they knew what they were going to do and they feel confident enough to beat it with that strat. But I'll be curious when we talk to, like, the desk, what their read is on it, especially Jake. I mean, we've casted this exact map with Twisted Minds a bunch of times, and like, I bet you Jake in the back knew exactly what was going to happen, and probably a little bit shocked.
We're not trying to be funny, but
no.
If you know, then why don't VP? Or why are their expectations so different?
Oh, I'm so smart. No, I mean, maybe they feel like, and look, we don't know like kind of what we're seeing in scrims, things like that, that this Domina comp is really going to like overwhelm.
Okay, let's play our combine attack. Farabash and cut Mauga.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, hey, I mean, that's a great call from Yubi, right? If they're going to play Domina, just play the Mauga, right? You can play, like, Cat Bastion with the Mauga and just kind of run. Because the thing with Domina is the shield is static, right? You can't move. I mean, there's the major to move it around.
It's not even that. It's that Mauga is unstoppable during shoulder charge. Domina does not do anything. She does not interact with him. She simply gets run into.
Yeah. And a pretty static target at that, so... We'll see. It's going to be Ramatra here on defense for VP, so a much different look. It'll also be the Freya.
You can also see why Yubi is so important to this team.
Yeah.
Moments like that. He already has the plan.
Yeah, this is I think this is so, look, the Mauga isn't as powerful into the Ramatra as, let's say, it was Domina on the other side, but double flyer here.
This is uncomfortable for Kevster. That's Psycho, to say the least. It's a little challenging to interact with these airborne threats. As you can see, Kevster is just really taking pot shots.
Astro going to be able to kind of help both Yubi and Quartz kind of stay in the sky forever. Man, that Pharah poke is so nasty to play through, but then also you take a decent amount of damage from the Pharah, you're dealing with the Bash.
VP can't use this position at all.
Yeah, it's just denied, right? Of course. Well, by the Pharah as well, right? The conk at the high ground, like, it's just completely denied.
Is this fight just over? No, the pick on Quartz is pretty important. But Psycho's down, so now your maneuverability is limited. Kevston's going to have to get in here and really get his hands dirty. One tick and counting.
Those bolts are not that easy, though, to connect with some of these flyers. It's like, you know, maybe playing a Cassidy or a Soldier.
Icenom's hellfire is important. He's trying to contest. He's actually doing well, but Yubi can find an off angle. Oh, nicely done by Kevs to sleuth that out pretty quickly. Bowler shot is thrown into the mix. No real result off the back of it, though, and you can see TM still fighting for that high ground. This is a lot of heal pressure to put on Virtus.pro, but so far they're keeping Icenom in the fight. It's getting a little dicey for him, though, and he has to give up that second tick now. VP have to commit. This is it. Kitsune Rush coming in from Landon means Icenom's going to get the healing that he needs. TVNT under extreme pressure, and Yubi has been brought down. Nice Vortex thrown into the back line. We didn't miss that one. And Psycho up on the card, just trying to make a selection of targets. Spots Quartz in the distance, and Icenom leaps and bounds in the direction of the Bastion.
Icenom just under a ton of pressure, but VP able to keep him alive. TVNT, hold on here. Wait,
no,
what?
He doesn't mean it! TVNT! What is that? Virtus.pro give him a series of 1v1s, and he is grinning from ear to ear like an anime villain.
Is there a hero you want to 1v1 less than Maga? Let's take a look at this. Stomp gets Landon. Obviously doesn't have a Suzu. Down to 40 HP. And then the cardiac overdrive kicks in. It's back up to 500 pretty much.
I think he picked up the mega health pack.
Yeah.
Geez, that is very fortuitous timing. But Icenom doesn't feel like he can turn and fight TVNT because he's contesting the points.
Oh, that's a rough way to lose that. I mean, VP looked like that was going to be for sure a fight win.
That's going to be deflating. Twisted Minds now. They're going to catnap at the ready. Barrage is going to be there as well for Yubi. First of a cage fight. This is going to catch Icenom. He's got no way of getting out of this right now. Drag out into the town square. Has his IDs exposed. Yubino's going to be picked up by Kevster. Another good Vortex. Quartz going to be pulled out, but he's hit direct by a bowler shot, and Kevster might have saved the fight here for Virtus.pro.
I mean, you still have TVNT up, so not going to call anything just yet, but now as he falls, yeah, I think this Pharah, getting off of the Pharah is a good idea here. Ditching the cat as well. The kind of ground bastion setup that Twisted Minds has played is, yeah, you don't play, but let's get that Rhine back out, right? I mean, why not?
Back into the show. Icenom will have moments where he can contend with TVNT. What is the response here? Okay, so it's full disengage with this Bastion ultimate. Oh, Psycho! Good Suzu there. Well done, but Icenom not kept alive for long enough. That is a nice headshot there from Simple, and VP have no business being here right now. It is a full disengage.
The issue, though, is that VP, I mean, you see where the box of victory is. Series on the line. I mean, you're going to have to just throw bodies at this.
That Simple pick might have lobotomized Virtus.pro in one fell swoop. There's a contest here in the far reaches of this Neon Junction map. It's Icenom playing up close on the card. Kevster with a bowler shot needs to connect this, but it might be too little too late again. Icenom and Psycho are down, and Twisted Minds have returned to form here at LAN, where it really counts. They notch up a 2-0.
That was a pretty convincing 2-0 as well, right? I mean, we were hyping this one up. I thought this was going to be a tremendous game. We've seen back and forth between these teams in EMEA. And I mean, this is a gut punch for Virtus.pro. You are so good in stage 2. You had TM's number at every moment. You come into this event, you know, really almost all these players playing at the peak of their powers. And TM just rolls up, gets an easy 2-0.
Years and years of experience between these two, and some banter by the looks of things there between Funny Astro and Icenom, and vindication for Twisted Minds. They've had their eyes set on this event, and getting here was the main focus of stage 2. So they didn't win, so they didn't come second. It doesn't matter anymore. Now they got a chance to fight for one of the biggest accolades, the biggest trophies, the biggest prize pools of the Overwatch calendar year. And they've reminded us exactly what world champion pedigree looks like.
I mean, if you get Quartz shooting like, yes, how he was on the Sojourn, I mean, they will beat just about anyone. But huge win for Twisted Minds. Let's go to the stage with Ian and Funny Astro.
I've managed to find the only other Brit in Overwatch. Funny Astro joins me right now. A little bit taller as well, but it's great to have you here. Congratulations on a very dominant win there. Did you expect your EMEA rivals to give you a little bit more there?
I think I expected a little bit more from them. I think we honestly played really, really well today, and I think our strats were just better.
Yeah, they were. And I think that, speaking of those strats, when you look back to your World Championship win last year, and then I guess a little dip in form since then, you've obviously made some adjustments. Can you give us a little bit of insight into some of the changes you've made?
I think we just like to take time off in the off-season, to be honest. So maybe we were a little rusty when we came back at the start of the year, but we're definitely finding our form again.
You absolutely are. And I think a big part of enjoying a win and celebrating a win like that is having the fans like this making the noise that they've been making. Do you want to give a shout out to these guys who were cheering you on all the way through that matchup?
I mean, these fans are the best. They're amazing. I love the drummers as well. You can always hear them in the background. I mean, it's just incredible.
You're going to win this thing?
Yeah, of course.
Congrats on a big win there, Funny Astro. It's a pleasure to meet you, and we'll keep this show going. We've got more matches to come very shortly.
And we are back much sooner than expected. We got Jake and Zoe ready to break down all of the action, all 2 games of it, as we see Twisted Minds celebrating in front of the fans. Jake, I had a feeling when I saw that train coming in with the drums that Twisted Minds would be feeding off the energy. It looked like they sure did.
This is just a team that you don't know their true form until you take on the challenge on stage here at LAN. This is the Twisted Minds that you'll need to beat if you want to lift the trophy here at the Esports World Cup.
Zoe, I love the Reinhardt play. TVNT is becoming a fan favorite in the room. He is, of course, celebrating on the drums right now with everybody in the front row. What kind of energy are you seeing for this team, and what is their ceiling?
High energy ceiling is, it's at the very top. I don't think there is a ceiling for them, honestly. They kind of go beyond that. I think the changes they have made ever since the stage and how much comfortable they look now in this meta, because it did look shaky. They did seem to struggle a little bit to find what's comfortable for them. But yesterday, TVNT on the Roadhog as well, them now finally playing that Bastion Cat, I think it just looks really, really solid for them.
And Jake, you heard Funny Astro saying, I think we just had better strategies. So can you break that down for the casual fans? What was the difference maker in the compositions?
Honestly, it's TVNT on the Rhine. I mean, the Shatters were next level. This is a hero that very few teams have been willing to experiment with. We saw a bit of it actually in Japan. TVNT was one of the first players to bring it back out, but this hero historically has fit incredibly well alongside the Symmetra, right? Mitigating some of those mobility issues on the hero, allowing you to close those gaps. And I don't think there's a better team in the world than Twisted Minds at getting the most out of the Symmetra.
He got some fantastic shatters, and as you mentioned, Yubi on the Symmetra seems to be in a tier of his own. Incredible play across the board. Kevster, we were hoping he was going to have a great pop-off performance. He and Psycho seem to be shut down. Simply too many shields to deal with, and when you have a hammer in your face, it's not a fun game as a Bastion.
Honestly, I feel like VP somewhat underperformed today. I think they've showed better performances against very similar compositions to this. So, yeah, maybe it was just an off day for them. I don't know.
I thought Kevster played pretty well. Like, he was finding picks. The Freya looked insane. Like, he was clutching out these fights. And so, for me, I'm a little scared by this Twisted Minds. I mean, this is about as good as they've ever looked. I did notice some moments like FACEIT here at the end, held the beat way too long, already lost 2 players in the final fight. That's going to be something that really stings in the review for them. And I feel like for VP, I mean, this is just the level that has been the issue for them is, can you really step up on land? They were fantastic online, but here on stage, to your point, maybe a little bit lackluster. Maybe we'd want more out of them. I mean, they're not out of the tournament just yet, and they're up against Dallas Fuel in those lowers.
Is this a surprise to see Twisted Minds over Virtus.pro and Weibo over Falcons? Is this the way you drew your bracket out?
I mean, I don't think anyone had Weibo over Falcons. That'd be a little crazy. Also, I think a lot of people had high hopes for Virtus.pro, especially for this event. I feel like just based on the performance they had this past stage, we really felt like this is their moment to come out on top and go beyond what they've previously did.
That is our 3rd team now into the bracket. We're going to be sending 5 more forward between now and then. We got to check in with our co-streamers. We got 2 down on the floor. Poco, what's going on out there?
Me? Hello?
I got you, Poco. How you doing, man? What do you think about that match? The Reinhardt coming out?
I mean? You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
What's good, everybody? Day 3 of Mid Championship is about to start. And as you can see, I got my good friends. We got special guests. We got Poco and Tayo next to me. And we are going to do what? Big games. Let's go. Let's go. All right, let's start off with the first match. It's going to be Virtus.pro versus Twisted Minds. I am going with Twisted Minds winning 2-1. What are your thoughts?
No, strongly disagree. I think VP is going to win this one 2-0.
2-0 against Twisted Minds. Not even a chance. How about you?
I talked to Yubi the other day. He said I've never lost to Virtus.pro, so I'm going to have to go TM.
I said TM. We're both on TM side. It's only Poco that's going for VP. We'll find out soon. All right, let's move on to the second one. GK Esports versus Zeta Division. I feel like this is going to be a very interesting one. I personally think GK is very underrated. I'm going to give them one map. So it's going to be Zeta winning 2-1 against GK.
Okay, maybe I'm delusional, but I think GK is going to win this one as well.
I think you're delusional.
Maybe EU bias, but GK 2-1. Okay, I give Zeta one map.
You give Zeta one map. All right, okay. All right, that's crazy. How about you?
It's going to be a 2-0 Zeta. I'm sorry. They're the best team in the world right now. No one can beat them.
Pretty fair, pretty fair. We're all divided. I think that's why the matches are going to be interesting. Moving on to the third match of the day. It's going to be Team Falcons versus T1. Oh, I'm going to be honest. Falcons looked a little shaky yesterday, I feel like. T1 is on the rise. Oh, this is so hard. Okay, let me go last.
I mean, like, what can I say? I think it's going to be 2-0. 2-0 for T1.
2-0?
Yeah, of course.
You're a very strong believer in your teams, huh?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
2-0 T1.
Yeah. I think they have the first pick, first ban, so that's going to help them a lot, and they're going to just go in, Dongak, Moga charge, and just swinging, and that's it.
Okay, Tayo?
T1 recently broke the curse of always losing to Team Falcons, so I think they're going to win this time as well. 2-1.
2-1. You know what? I'll go with you guys. I believe in T1, and I am a big believer in Proud as well. So T1 winning 2-1 as well. All of us are picking T1. Moving on to the fourth match of the day. That is going to be Space Station Gaming versus Varel. Let's go, Varel! Varel 2-1! I'm going for Varel.
No?
No,
maybe Space Station 2-0? I feel like I'm the bad guy.
We're not connected at all for this.
Yeah, it's going to be a 2-1 Varel. Japan scene's getting bigger. Hopefully they can get the dub.
Okay, and moving on to the decider match. It really depends. I feel like it's going to be Dallas Fuel versus I said Twisted Minds is going to win, so it's going to be Dallas Fuel versus Virtus.pro for me. And if that's the case, I'm going with Dallas Fuel. Let's go VP winning 2-1 against Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I think Dallas is gonna lose 2-0. So yeah,
it doesn't matter who they go up against.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Tayo.
I kind of have to agree. I think either EU team, whichever one comes down, they're still gonna beat the Dallas Fuel.
Okay, all right. I agree as well. All right, and finally, the final decider match of today is going to be JD Gaming versus, for me, I think it's going to be JD Gaming versus GK Esports, and I feel like GK is going to win 2-1.
2-0. GK. It's gonna be a fast day today. Just be ready to watch the rebroadcast for the drops because it's gonna speedrun.
Okay, Tayo, what's your thought? What are you thinking?
I mean, either Zeta or GK, right? Yeah, they're both gonna 2-0 JDG. There's no way they can lose.
No way they're gonna lose. All right, those are all the matches that we're gonna see for today. Poco, Tayo, thank you so much for your input. Have fun today, and you guys also have fun as well.
Jet lag, not a problem for our EMEA squads, but will be an issue for these two teams. Zeta Division powering through the competition on day number 1. Reinforce, welcome back to the studio. Are ZD the favorites in this matchup?
Oh, they gotta be. I mean, this Zeta Division team, Pocket. I'll put it this way. We could be watching the best team to ever play Overwatch. And it's been a decade of history at this point. I mean, the individual players on this team, absolutely ridiculous. And they can play all kinds of heroes as well. This
Jake,
might be
do you not agree here, Johnny? That is some high praise.
Let's see him lift the trophy first, Johnny. I mean, I agree with you. The name value on this team is insane.
I said could.
But we're in an era of Overwatch where
calling it early.
There's a lot of disgustingly powerful teams. I mean, Zeta, yeah, you look at the names here, insane pedigree. I mean, these are all players who've had huge performances in the past, but what are they actually going to do? This is their first true test, I would argue, of the tournament. This is one that potentially could portend their future because I think GK have been phenomenal. EMEA have been on an amazing positive trend through the stage.
Other favorites have just been exposed. We saw Weibo taking down Falcons, and of course Virtus.pro was just handed a 2-0 beatdown by Twisted Minds. So now you have Zeta Division trying to make a statement win against GK. And GK, they've found success in other titles. They had some big games in Warzone last night. What are the expectations for their Overwatch team?
Well, for GK, we gotta say that they reverse swept Twisted Minds in EMEA, and they also brought Virtus.pro to 7 maps in the EMEA playoffs. And so I think you can just use that as their results being very favorable for them. They are as good as any of these EMEA teams we just saw on stage. Now, they haven't had the same experience when it comes to the international stage, but they've proven themselves regionally that they can compete with the best.
When you looked at their win yesterday over AGAL, what did you see from the squad, Jake?
I thought huge performances, in particular, out of Ziad and Alfie, right? Like, these guys in the front line getting aggressive is going to be key to their success. I think if they want to beat Zeta Division, they've got to stay aggressive. If you let players like Shu and Proper get time to work, I think you're going to be in real trouble. But if you can play this signature brawl style, you could just get run over here on Zeta Division. I mean, I wonder for Zeta how accustomed they will be to this kind of ultra fast-paced tempo out of EMEA.
Was that Alpha Re versus Alpha Yi? That's a fun battle at the end. It's Alpha Yi walking away with the W, and we had our own Danny Lim catching up with the man behind the scenes. Here's what he had to say.
What's good, everybody? I'm here joined by Alpha E from GK, ready to go up and dominate Zeta Division. Are you ready?
Ready.
Okay. All right. I mean, I know you guys had a day off yesterday. How did you use that day to prepare for your match today? 자, 어제 아무래도 하루 좀 쉬는 시간을 가지셨는데 그 하루를 좀 어떻게 이용을 해서 오늘 어떻게 좀 준비를 어떻게 하셨나요?
일단 저희가 파리에 와서 연습을 많이 못 해가지고 어제 이제 처음으로 스크림을 했는데 제타가 좀 쓰는 조합을 좀 예상해서 최대한 준비를 했고 잘 준비된 것 같아요. 그래도.
Definitely, we used yesterday, our day off, to prepare for a match today against Zeta Division. Unfortunately, we didn't have a lot of time to practice after we got here in Paris. So yesterday was the first time that we actually sat down and practiced. We sort of guessed what Zeta were going to use and sort of their playstyles in our scrims. And I feel like we are ready to face against Zeta Division today. All right, how confident are you going against Zeta Division? They are a really scary team. Are you ready to beat them today? 자, 아무래도 제타 팀은 굉장히 좀 무서운 팀이 거는 뭐 인정할 수밖에 없는 팩트인 것 같습니다. 알파이 선수가 보셨을 때 오늘 경기 좀 얼마나 자신감 있으신가요?
저희가 아직 연습을 많이 안 하긴 했지만 오늘 그래도 좀 좋은 모습을 보여드릴 수 있을 것 같고 솔직히 상대가 엄청 강적이긴 하지만 저희도 그만큼 센 팀이라 생각해서 좋은 결과가 있을 것 같습니다.
I feel like we still need a little bit of practice, but I'm pretty confident in our ability to perform on stage. And yeah, I feel like we will be pretty good on stage against Zeta Division and perform and give it our all today. All right, Alpha E, thank you so much. 화이팅! 화이팅! 화이팅!
That is Alpha E, and best of luck to him, as only 13% of the fans think GK can walk away with the victory. Actually, it's now been updated to 17%, Johnny. Are you thinking GK can pull off the upset? What do you think?
I do think an upset is potentially in the cards here, because as much as I just glazed Zeta Division, GK, they have the results in EMEA, and Alpha E has been a big part of that. And he actually was, a historic Tracer player back in the Overwatch League, but then went over to the support role, and I'm thinking, like, what is this guy doing playing support? Now back here, playing damage, and not only playing the Tracer, also the Symmetra. So fantastic kind of form for this guy going into this match.
From support to a Reaper, a little bit of a change in his gameplay.
This guy was born to play DPS. You can't be having a guy like Alpha E on support. You want to see what kind of plays he can make getting active. I think it's great to call out the Symmetra. That's a staple in EMEA. It's a necessity. It's also a necessity to compete here on the global stage, and that could be a bit of a stumbling block for Zeta. How adept are they on these sim mirrors on LAN? I expect that to feature prominently in this series.
All right, keep it a buck, Jake. What is the final score at the end of this match?
I am going to give this one to GK. Maybe it's a bit of a crazy pred, but I think EMEA has risen to be a genuinely competitive global race.
Serious about the upset.
Zeta 2-0.
Zeta 2-0. I'm riding with Johnny on this one. It's a numbers game. They're the top dogs right now. Go to the stage.
Moi, on m'avait vendu un banger. I got told that that first match was going to be the best game of the day. Two EMEA Titans, Twisted Minds, insane last year, struggling a little bit now, and Virtus.pro regional champions was supposed to be the banger of the day.
But it was a blowout, unfortunately. But we keep moving here in Paris, and the next matchup will book another spot in the playoffs, and it is between two teams who have been perfect in Paris, Lou.
That is going to be very interesting with a team that has so many supporters in Asia, in Korea, in Japan. Please welcome Zeta Division! They are Korea Stage 2 champions, a rebel roster that has quickly become one of the most complete teams in the world. Ce sont certains des grands favoris du tournoi. Un roster coréen sous tag japonais qui est clairement là pour choquer à Paris.
They're very good, right? They are very good, and here come their opponents. It's GK! GK Esports has spent this season refusing to accept the place others assigned to them. They pushed VP, to the 7th map of the EMEA final. They then arrived in Paris and swept AGAL without dropping a map. Today, if they beat Korea's #1 seed, GK will no longer be introduced as EMEA's breakout team. We'll call them championship contenders.
Mesdames et messieurs, Zeta face à GK, c'est maintenant!
DK dethroned the world champs in Europe. Zeta dethroned Crazy Raccoon in Korea. So today, it's a battle of disruptors versus iconoclasts for a place in our mid-season championship playoffs.
And I think people might be sleeping a little bit on DK. Obviously, the Zeta division is unreal. The roster we've talked about, dozens of times about how good they are, and it feels like they're due to win an international event. DK, I mean, look, this is a very, very strong team, right? Obviously, Kellex, Ziad, and Labda together is like a person unit with Len and Checkmate last year had tremendous results. They still kind of have some of that core together, right? I know you have Alfie and Finn here instead of those other two players that they had last year that I mentioned. And look, the stage 1 for them was really weird, right? Kellex wasn't on the team. They couldn't really get things going. Bringing in Kellex has kind of like brought back some of that Katsuya magic they had last year. So I would definitely look out for this team as one to surprise.
Katsuya, of course, always dangerous. Certainly, I feel like that Dark Horse moniker has been
second at EWC last year.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, not really like a Dark Horse team.
It was a 4-0 final, but yes.
But to make a final, though, is like, you have to be pretty good. I mean, and then they also play in the final in Stockholm as well. Right. So like back-to-back last year. So
I mean, I do think that Twisted Minds vs Katsuya was one of the most compelling sort of rivalries of last year. But, you feel like if you're GK, you're still inheriting this whole like outside chance, dark horse moniker, and kind of like Ian sort of heralded they would like to shed that sooner rather than later. On the Zeta Division side, it's the same conundrum that faces every team that comes out of OWCS Korea, man. They've conquered the benchmark in Crazy Raccoon. They've sort of, you know, tamed the chaos that is that roster. Now they need to export their brand of dominance to the rest of the world. It's something all of their forebears have been able to do.
Yeah.
This is a lineup of champions of old and of exciting prospects for the future. Really, this should be one they crash through and guarantee their spot in the playoffs.
The Kiri ban is interesting. I was going to say, Kiri Lucio feels like Finn and Kellix's bread and butter. That potentially now obviously is gone here for game number 1. And then they also get rid of Tracer, right? You know, don't want to see Prop run around on that. You know, even though Alfie, pretty good Tracer in his own right. They want to play Sim, I think.
Something that we've seen a lot and may come out the rest of this series from Zeta is that Jetpack Pat style, but it's quite unique for Zeta Division because Violet is a psychopath.
Yeah.
He is always going looking for fights.
We also saw Violet yesterday, like, airdropping Proper a bunch, and then Violet is actually the one getting the kills. He's not dropping them off and then like leaving and saying, I'll come back pick you up in a little bit. He's staying around for the party.
They're genuinely unhinged.
Yeah.
Like, always has been. And on previous teams of his, he has been as much a strength as a weakness sometimes, as an exploitable component, right? You want, if you're GK, I really do think much of the discussion is about punishing overextension from Violet if, and it's a big if, you can.
I mean, Lambda is a tremendous hit scan player, right? I know whether it be Cassidy or Sojourn. They can also play Bastion as well if that's kind of the route that they decide to go to. So a lot of pressure on him, but he's used to it.
And this is a bit of a reunion for Finn and Violet as well.
Yeah.
Quite a run they had together on that San Francisco squad. Feels like a distant memory at times, but I'm sure there'll be some settling of that score in the server. And honestly, someone I want to put on everyone's radar before this game begins is Alpha Yi. He's still trying to prove that he belongs in that superstar conversation, and it just so happens that Proper is that conversation. He is the benchmark. You want to really put yourself in the forefront of everyone's mind. You have to dominate Proper in this game. It's a high bar to set, but that's Overwatch for you. We're out of the gates here on to Busan.
Ilari Juno here on Busan to kick things off. Obviously a lot of damage output now with the Ilari in the mix. It's Pylon already gone, so
that's going to be hard to sort of work with, I think, is keeping that Pylon active and in good spots, in spots that's hard to clear. If you have point control, I think it's much easier, but getting point control is another thing entirely. Oh, there's Violet. Yep, trying to chase down. Probably got picked up by Lapta, so that's it. GK opening the account here. And Ziad, very low, is trying to touch down. Shu get a double biotic grenade there. That is punished at the end by Alpha Yi. Still, a little bit of pressure on GK and still no point cap. It's far too early for that. It's a big fight here in the Mega Room.
Yeah, and it's been GK who's actually coming out on top of this, right? Ziad finds Bernard there, going to get that Diva out of mech. You also, I think we're really kind of kick that off, right? Is no Shu is put up on that high ground and like thinks it's a really safe angle. That's a really tough shot for Lab to hit. Actually puts a railgun shot in him. Doesn't take him out, but forces him to rotate all the way around.
Shu is fighting him straight up, trying to fight Labda, who arrived hours before their game a couple days ago. Now has had some time to settle in. And honestly, it didn't look like he had any issues against AGAL anyway. Labda, dangerous game you're playing, sir. Knight's going to find him with a grenade. And it looks like Zeta Division have decided it's their turn to have some point control.
In that time, it goes way better for Shu up on the high ground, right? Taking those fights with Labda, connecting with shots on the Ana to the Sojourn of GK. And it's just like, he slides out into a shot of the Ana and then a Bastion grenade. Ends up falling, so...
Such interesting backline comparisons here. So yeah, how do you make it?
I don't love the Ilari with this, but I mean, look at the damage you're putting down.
The premise of trying to punish the Jetpack Cat, have like some quasi-hit scan presence, I think is important as an antidote for knife. Okay, that's a little bit scary. That's a little bit wrong. Alpha, you're trying to get away here with the Joyride, but will be chased down by Bernard. Looks like he was able to get on out, but at what cost? No, shoot. Okay, shoot catches him out from God knows what angle. Zeta have control of the point now. Violet, though, off the map. Bernard is trying to stay safe here in this corner. A remake opportunity should it be required. And he's playing passive right now. So this is a good little tempo switch for Zeta Division, who know they need the reinforcements.
Yes, Yaz able to get back into mech. It's going to be the OC use here for Labda as well. Desperately trying to flip this point back. Nice shots there. Taking out Knife. They're going to end up investing the orbital array into this as well. Potentially could have held on to that for another day. Labda with the cleanup there.
And the story of last year was Labda's transition to being a more hit scan oriented player, right? In the past, it felt like he was very much a Pharaoh 1 trick. And Quartz was always, you know, considered the hit scan aficionado on teams that those two were both on.
Yeah, and the kind of the story there, right, is like the Twisted Minds basically tell him Labda, like, you're too good to be on the bench, like you need to go somewhere else to play.
And then he goes to Alcadzia, picks up the hit scan role, and gives Quartz a proper run for his money in multiple clashes.
TM was probably like, that was a bad idea.
Yeah, maybe the buyout should have been a little higher. Either way, 46% accounting for GK, but Kellex and Labda have already fallen by the wayside, and it feels a matter of time before Zeta Division are back in control.
I mean, they do have a spree here. It's going to be the artillery used in combination with proper spree here, just trying to get Ziad out of mech. Ziad just doing everything he can to dance around the point, get it close to a tie game. It'll be Zeta flipping it back. Double supportal probably here available. These nanos from Shu onto Knife, and where Shu is basically an untargetable player on the Ana where he's playing from. That's really devastated a lot of teams.
Against the Jetpack Cat Bastion, that position is really annoying to play into.
Nano on a Bernard here.
Okay. Finn Pylon's already gone down. Finn under a lot of pressure. Yeah, the Ilari sometimes feels a little bit greedy in these compositions. It's certainly a weak point that Bernard saw fit to press upon. Alpha Yi in spree, trying to get away, but Knife is able to run him down. And folks, that should be the round wrapped up here. Ziad's not able to push the neck off the edge. Proper doesn't care. He respects it enough to back away and then spring back into action when required. Feels a little anticlimactic considering how competitive GK looked early here.
I just don't think the Ilari has enough mobility and survivability to play against, you know, a Zeta playing this way, right? I mean, they nano the Diva, and, you know, Bernard just kind of chases down Finn, and just, I mean, there's nothing Finn can even do, right?
I want to know what the healing numbers are for Ilari, because, again, when your pylon is constantly being pressured or you don't have the chance to, like, settle into a full round's worth of point control,
I would say no.
Oh, that's cute. Yeah. Okay, Violet had to self-eliminate there, yeah.
I would say this stage as well, EK has been like almost exclusively like Kiri Lucio. Like, so I think it might also be that GK, this is like the ban is just brutal. As I know, now you'll go Juno Brig. Might play a little bit nicer into the Diva. Doesn't really play great in the Cat Bastion though, not at all.
There's so much of map that Knife can access now as well with the Jetpack Cat. Can fly out over the open. A lot of escape routes. Shu here looking dangerous. I wonder what he's cooking up. He's actually, rotating, getting pressed on here. Good sleep. Can he get back to the rest of his team though? No, big bio. Raptor and Finn were very loaded. That was close, and Kellex got caught because he was out in the open. Didn't rotate with the rest of his team quick enough, and GK just aren't quite able to stay as one collective.
Well, I mean, you don't want to be, you know, all kind of bunched up in that lower area when a Bastion on the other side can just throw the nade down there. Just kind of runs through them there. Knight obviously putting down a ton of damage, then Bernard with a follow-up as...
It's a little concerning for GK now.
Yeah, this not looked great for GK so far.
Okay, so take this high ground control. Random bio just upped on them. Sets up such an easy kill for Violet. Dives on in there. Bernard as well with that range increase perk picked up. It's an easy kill on Alpha Yi.
I mean, dude, the team also, like, having Violet, Shu, and Proper, like, you know, we gotta sort of get a salary cap in here.
I mean, I blame Falcons. I blame Falcons.
Yeah, right?
You unleashed this onto the world, guys. And then you took a bunch of fat L's as a result.
We'll see now if GK can get anything going here. As Labda's going to go over to the Bastion, right, trying to just match the damage output.
How does Labda get in position to have impact here? Look at this bio again, another dousing for Labda, reducing his healing, causing Ziad to use a lot of his defense matrix resource to keep him standing. Ziad, as a result, goes quite low in the front line now, and GK no closer to taking the point than they were earlier on. Here's the cat napping, and Kellex is going to be dragged out of the sun.
That is brutal. Rally here for Finn. because it's absolutely necessary, but I mean, he's just taking damage from every direction. This is an absolute stomp.
I mean, Lou's going to have some words for us after this because we've been promising her bangers, very close games for these first
they're
two.
They're coming, Lou, though. They trust us, and then all of a sudden...
There's promise of great things to come today, but Alpha Yi do be lurking.
Zeta hasn't had to use any ultimates throughout this entire round. I mean, it's just been dominance.
Yeah. Nano boost here is for Benar, Surely, or Knife. No one gets close to this Bastion. Chu's playing a disgusting off angle. These biotic grenades are perfectly trajectoried. Oh, he's a Satsuriki spree as well. Well, it's over. It's just over. Proper in for 3. And GK do not have a retort. They are gutted here in this first map. And yet, the Curie Band certainly hurts GK, but their coordination has not been up to par. Not against a team like Zeta Division, who are threatening to take the world by storm.
So map 1, I don't think we'll talk about years from now. So I think that was just a...
Only if I'm paid to
an absolute blowout as Zeta just kind of runs through GK. I mean, Zeta doesn't really want to play the Curie in their types of setups like that anyway, and then it's like essential for what GK is trying to do, right? So a very significant ban early on. In no way GK could respond.
To me, the most glaring difference between these two teams is that Finn picks Iari in that first round. Her relative immobility is punished over and over again. Shu is playing Ana here on Mecha Base and really getting to play quite audaciously, even finding some off angles in dangerous spots. He bailed himself out, got a sleep, got a bio. It turned into a fight win for the rest of his team. If you can't punish either Violet or Shu, well, you're in trouble.
They're both almost like no damage dealers in the role, like in terms of like support, right? They just kind of like are so offensive and aggressively focused that even when they collapse onto Shu, right? It's not like he dies instantly. There's like a bio at his feet. He's able to like, you know, we've had so many plays where like it's like 2 players collapsing on him. He sleeps one, bios, like all of a sudden. And it's like, okay, now like, great, they got rid of Shu, but these players are basically dead, right? Bernard just like goes through on the Diva, just kind of flies through. The damage just cleans them up, right? So it's an easy trade there for Zeta Division to make, is they also wasting no time. Hey, let's get back in the game. Let's get out of here.
No subs, no problem.
We're good.
Casey just joining us. The narrative so far has been that GK are not delivering on their promise to be a dark horse, transforming into a legitimate international threat. This Zeta Division team have shown no weaknesses, no fallibilities, no slip-ups, and zero fear.
If you were to like pick a favorite going into the playoffs right now, it would be tough not to pick them, right? I mean,
we're in the danger zone for heading into another... Is it a South Korean roster that just wipes this whole thing away? Twisted Minds looked promising in that previous 2-0. Are we pinning hopes on them again from EMEA to be the sole challenge?
Hey, Bale Sonic, one more time. Give us one more great one. Yeah, I mean, hey, we might be looking at that, right? I mean, super high on BP coming to this event. I was pretty high on GK, though, with their performances in EMEA. Obviously, you know, unreal opponents on the opposite side, but still, you'd like to see it a little bit closer.
I know I'm getting ahead of myself here, but this would be the defining win of GK's project. This one.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, with how good Zeta is coming on in to this event, you know, the historic play of all these players on the roster, right? You know, they have had some of the highest moments that we've had in, you know, professional Overwatch these players have been a part of.
We're going to head over to get some thoughts here from one of the biggest Zeta Division fans in the room. It's Lou with Tayo.
Thank you, guys. I am very glad to be joined by a legendary Overwatch ex-player, now streamer for Zeta Division, Tayo-san Parie Yokoso. It's a pleasure to have you here, of course. And apart from being a very funny streamer, you are also very talented because you're a bilingual king, English, Japanese. So I suggest you do my job today. You take care of the translation. So 今から私の仕事お願いします。で、Overwatch の日本のコミュニティがすごく、大きいなんだけど、何がそんなに盛り上がってるだと思いますか？
I should answer.
日本語でお願いします。
お願いします。やっぱゼータディビジョンだったりクレイジーラクーン、バレルといった大きいチームたちが その日本リージョンとか、韓国リージョンで戦ってて、やっぱ応援するチームがあるからこそ盛り上がってるのかなと思います。
ありがとうございます。で、英語で
So there's Zeta Division, Crazy Raccoon, Varel, and these big teams all have teams in Japan and Korea. So I think having big teams and having teams to just cheer on is why Japan Overwatch scene is getting bigger.
Yeah, and I think it's also very good, to have those Japanese orgs that have Korean players. So I think it's a very interesting mix as well. And now in English, you used to be a pro. Now you're watching the boys play on stage. Don't you miss it a little bit? How is it? Do you want to translate the question in Japanese and answer me in English?
今はストリーマーをやっていると思うんですけれども、ちょっと選手のね、その懐かしさとかないんですかということに対して。So yeah, I like competing, but streaming is also very enjoyable. It's two very different things, so I get fulfillment from both things.
Yeah, you seem to be enjoying yourself here at the co-streaming booth as well. Thank you so much for joining me. インタビューしてくれて本当にありがとうございます。And we're getting back to the game, guys. 皆さんありがとう。
Thank you very much, Lou, there with Tayo, someone who's been a household name in our community.
Dude, I mean, he was awesome. Like, when you think about, like, Overwatch World Cup, right, and, like, all the excitement that he would bring, playing that Cassidy at a really high level, he was fun. He's a great hang. He's a great hang, too.
No, he's been in every major era of competition. Great to have him here. Now,
Simban, obviously getting rid of the Jetpack Cat Bastion, but then the Simban is brutal.
It doesn't get any easier here for GK. And Zeta Division are finding all the correct pressure points here. A Jetpack Cat ban here from GK is reasonable, but Violet's played every support at every level. All at the highest level, I want to say. And yeah, Lucio Kiri is very reasonable. Violet's Lucio is illustrious, I think. There's plenty of stories that come with it, but at the end of the day...
Legendary moments on both sides.
Just look out for the sound barriers, that's all I'm going to say.
I mean, this sets up Zeta Division, though, right? I mean, you can play, Tracer Xion, you can play Vendetta Comps, you can play, a lot of different stuff here for Zeta. There'll be a mirror matchup, actually, between these teams. Amaga comes.
Reaper on both sides. A straight-up mirror. Where so many options exist on this map. So now we can really assess these teams on a player-to-player basis. It is Alfie versus Proper. Someone who's looked up to Proper for quite some time. Once again, has a chance to measure himself against the GOAT. Ziad. Neutral knockdown here, but Ziad much lower. It's going to be an early Suzu drawn out. Cardiac Overdrives for both sides, and Violet got a little too close to the sun there, but he's able to stay alive. Big, deep charge from Banaf. He has to use that switch step, and Kelix is in an awkward spot. Zeta, great job trying to punish some of these positioning errors, but Labda and Alfie deliver in the DPS department.
Yeah, another knockdown there for Ziad as well as the Zeta Division. They made the right read, right? Kelix and Finn both dangerously low. They decide to charge on in, but it's the damage dealers there from GK who come alive. Specifically, Labda already at an overclock here.
That's actually disgusting.
40%. I mean, that is nasty damage.
Yeah. This might be his chance to take over the game. I think with Proper on Reaper, there's a little bit less room for that raw skill expression, and Knife is someone Labda probably feels like he can handle in the head-to-head matchup. Banar's been far more proactive with the shoulder charges forward, but it might expose his backline to a little bit more scrutiny than they would otherwise like. Labda's got a nice little perch here. Oh my, that is filthy! Nice little keyhole shot there for Labda, and Proper doesn't know what hit him either. Bro, he's that good.
Yeah, dude, he's nutty. So, I mean, that is 6 shots there from Labda. Let's see that one more time.
Sorry, no.
Oh,
that is illegal.
The jumping headshot there. Barely sees him. This is going to be a cage right here from Ziad. Okay, sound barrier comes down there from Kelix. It's good. It keeps everybody up. That's going to be a really nice charge there from Ziad as well. Knocks down Shu, even though the Kitsune Rush comes down. Yet another fight win for GK, and they take first point.
Yeah, all they wanted there was a cage fight just to make it impossible for Zeta to contest. So they do spend that. Shu wanted a Kitsune Rush to try and keep them alive, and Proper actually uses his ult mostly on the cage just to try and break them out. Good look for GK. Can't ask for much more than that. Labda gets them basically that first flashpoint, or at least a huge head start on it.
Now GK, I mean, you'll be able to get to this point first. You'll have a cage with your overclock, so a pretty sizable advantage here. Doesn't need an overclock though from Lambda. He just finds Violet at range.
Cage fight here, Knight trying to shoot through it. Death Blossom attempt there from Alpha here. Gets the cage, but nothing more than that. Lambda's railguns though have been striking true so far. With Bunar out of the mix, GK Esports can fall back now, take this point. Have to be a little bit careful of the Reaper. Yeah, Prophet trying to get forward. Knife finds a rail on Lambda. GK did get a first cap, but they don't have the players to maintain it.
We'll see. I mean, you do get a Suzu on his yacht in the Cardiac Overdrive. Keep him alive, but looks like everybody will fall in the end, so Zeta bounce back. They'll stagger out Ziad here, or at least attempt to, yeah, trying to charge out. Not going to make it, so it'll be Zeta. Let's see how, I'm curious how aggressive they're going to decide to play here, right? Blossom, double support ult, right? Do you want to try and maybe push down GK, force them out of some of these ults early?
42 already and counting. Zeta Division, that stagger earns them like 15%, I feel. In comes Ziad. Bernard basically charges past him, ships in the night. Ziad, the one knocked down.
The cage got interrupted. Yep. He actually goes for the cage there. It's a stomp there from Bernard that interrupts it. That's huge.
I mean, he got worked in the neutral mat. There's no two ways about it. That from Bernard was decisive. The rest of the fight is going to follow. There's really not much more to be done here for GK. It's just pleasantries. It's really just what they're obligated to do.
And they end up using the Kitsune rush there. They're trying to like put that down on top of the cage, right, and get like a big fight there.
That was diabolical.
Yeah.
They're going to face down both support ultimates into the next fight. Devastating for GK.
They're going to need Lambda to go crazy here.
Was that
with this overclock
interaction?
Pretty much.
The end of their upper bracket run.
So, yeah, it's very well could be. We'll see now.
It's going to get in your head too, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, if Lambda, though, can connect with anything with these rails, I mean...
Give it something, surely. Cardiac Overdrive here in play for Bernard. Down Barry, the one that was held over from the previous fight. Kelex has one of his own. Alfie's got himself in the corner now, looking to try and get into the back line. Rake Walk, though, has to be used perhaps prematurely. And Shu finds this Kitsune rush, held over from previous. Knife found Labdado, the only Sojourn on the map, now with a target on his back as he's run into the ground by Ziad.
Yeah, Ziad doing a nice job using these charges. They're just putting so much pressure on the opponents. Alfie keeping his supports alive. Ziad doubles back as GK. That is a huge fight win, right? You ended up getting nothing with the OC, but both teams investing heavy. GK with a nice sound barrier there from Kelex, right? Comes out on top, a little bit of a later beat. Now with advantage of their own here with their rush again.
Alfie trying for this now. Saw this earlier. Tucked into a corner and then just gets easy access to the backline, but he's spotted very early there by Knight. Goes low, Rake walks away, gets the healing now, cage fight in place. Surely an opportunity for the Death Blossom, but it might not be required. With Bernard having already fallen, GK are at 55% and things are finally looking good. Oh, gotta respect the man. Okay. Knight gets another one here. Does this turn to a compromising spot? The beat's going to be committed to the fight now for Zeta Division. They realize there might be an opening, an opportunity to exploit, but Knife cannot fight Amalga 1-to-1. Bernard, however, well, he's built through. Here's the cage fight that catches onto 2, and now the focus shifts onto the Kiriko of Finn. Ziad falls soon after.
Yeah, you will be able to get this very close, if not to 99, which you do here. Lambda does find Violet, so hold on. Kelex is going to build up towards a beat here. You may decide to use it.
How quickly can he try and commit and make
They're going to wait for Ziad to come back. Once Ziad comes back, they probably invest.
That's what I mentioned. Violent overextensions don't happen all the time, not as much as they used to, but they still happen. Here's Kitsune Rush now going to be thrown into the mix. Shu realizes that this is a tense moment. They've got to make sure that defenses are nice and tight. That is proper and Knife already out of the game. Ziad the trade, you're probably going to take it in for GK now as Labdano needs to finish the job. Bernard is still a pretty powerful bastion to build yourself around. Tries to charge in, but Kelex slips away. And now in overtime on this flashpoint, GK have the numbers, have the momentum, and they're going to have themselves the dub.
Listen, Mitch, I mean, it's going to be GK getting another flashpoint here, an opportunity to take map number 2. And you know what? I mean, you just use the cap ban here. You have a Bastion ban for GK. I mean, you can like pretty much play the rest of the series in this type of Bash if you want, and definitely maybe starts to swing a little bit towards GK as they also get control of this really important choke leading into this flashpoint.
Matchup shifts the focus off Proper and over to Lambda versus Knife. And it's a matchup that GK can win. That's not too shabby though to start the fight here. Promise Death Blossom is the opener. So Zeta Division are at least able to get the start they need to stay alive in New Jump City.
Yeah, they invest the Death Blossom plus Overclock there, right? So you don't have the Overclock to kind of match or like even have it for the Sound Barrier to kind of rip off some of that overhealth. And then you don't have the Blossom to break this cage though. Cage Rush, Death Blossom for GK.
Zia with the charge, it's going to be a cage to the back line. Here's Zia hoping to get some attention of his own, but the Sound Barrier now comes into play. Death Blossom for Alphayi, cut short by Shu, finds that kunai connection, but Ziad's cage ends up being sneaky good here. Cropper and Benar both fall there to Malga after the fact, but Zeta have been able to drag this fight out long enough to get a pretty decent lead. I'm sure, though, there's some growing concern about GK in this map and the rest of the series if we get to a third.
Yes, Bernard wants to go aggressive there at the start of that with their cage. It forces the cage out of GK. Sound Barrier there from Violet, but the Death Blossom ended up proving to be huge there. Now you're going to have the opportunity for Labda like up on a high ground or getting some advantage here with a no C, with no ultimate there to respond.
Nice, drop low already, has to give up the premium positioning, and Labda now can find a different target. Kitsune Rush committed for Shu, but a Sound Barrier for Kellex comes too late to save Finn's life. You can't have that happen. Labda those wrapped around, big fight for him, and Ziad charges through, finds a 2-for-1 special on top tier DPS players. That's a steal.
I don't even know. Proper TPs in maybe the 1 second he's available, gets a kill, and then instantly Wraith walks. Just like assassinates a backliner there. And they're still not able to win the fight early on. So, I mean, the overclocks there from Labda have been huge. An answer for Knife here.
God's out of scary, terrifying, pushing up with a cardiac overdrive now. Finn also trying to get aggressive knife there with an overclock, and Finn is punished for his hubris. Ziad next to fall. This lets Zeta get back onto the point just in time to really fight for this map.
I mean, that's kind of what they do, right? Ziad charges on in, they get that cardiac overdrive, TP Suzu there from Finn, allows Ziad to keep fighting, get another charge going, but that time TPing into the OC of Knife. He's able to land those shots on the Kiri. Another cage available here for Ziad, builds this up rather quickly.
Robert can clear it with a Death Blossom, but he needs to stay alive in that moment. Here's the cage, comes down straight away, Violet's already got to get caught out. Proper dives into the cage with the Death Blossom, that's what you're looking for. Ziad trying to disrupt, charges on in, Knife is down, Alphayi's getting value on that Reaper, and here come GK! Just as it looked like they might be bowing out, they're looking to threaten to end the map. Labda charges back on in, and Shu is quite low. It's an easy enough pickup here for GK, and at 99 apiece, it's desperation from Zeta Division, as good as they are, and they are that good. They are not better, apparently, in the Malga mirror. Knife is down, and Violet can only dip a toe in. It's Labda that claims it. We are going all the way.
Kind of the bread and butter for GK there. It's a lot of pressure on Zeta Division going into this third and final map. Ziad on the Maga, just nasty work all throughout. And then Labda, I just dominant in the hit scan battle, right? No, we were, Knife had a few moments with the OCs there towards the end we got excited about for Finn, but this is kind of the highlights you were seeing consistently throughout the map.
Both of these teams on day one looked perfect. In fairness, they had lopsided matchups, but now we know no one walks out of this series unscathed. No one walks out with a couple of bruises and some harsh lessons. And all that really matters is finding a way forward in this third map, and both teams have axes on which they're going to be looking to operate. For GK, trying to put Labda in position to take over the game, try and get Malga comps and keep shutting down the Jetpack Cat Bastion looks. But I think for Zeta, it's about putting Proper back in the driver's seat, back in a position to take the game over.
If you're Zeta, you don't want to see the Maga, right? But banning Sojourn here would allow the Cat Bastion to make it through, right? So that would, like, in theory, be like the go. Like, if you wanted to kind of play what we saw on map number 1, you end up banning. Now you could, on the side of GK, potentially get rid of the Ana. That makes it a little bit more interesting.
It might be that Zeta Division want to select a map before we even consider bans. That invalidates some of the strengths of GK as well.
There's a lot to be said for winning the control map in this series, because when you come to the decider, you kind of get the run of the place. Map selection, hero ban priority. So there's no reason why Zeta Division shouldn't be able to game the system to benefit them as much as possible. And now it's just an uncomfortable period of waiting for GK. Yeah, they've shown what they're capable of, but now they need to react to Zeta Division's attempt to stack the deck in their favor in this decider.
Not only are you worried about the Sojourn of Lambda, you're also worried about the possibility of Mauga entering some of these maps. I'm very curious what Zeta decides to do here.
Again, I want to throw back to, I think it was Vents. No, Labs, excuse me. Where Banar's able to like countercharge Ziad, cancel the ultimate. It's like a gut punch of a fight. I was convinced that we'd be looking at a 2-0 there and then. And I also thought, frankly, that Zeta looked better in the Mauga comp. But my mind has been changed because Labda got to stretch his legs that little bit more. And when you're playing Reaper, it feels a little bit restrictive. It feels like it puts a hard ceiling on your impact in the game.
You're not as worried about proper playing Reaper as opposed to like Xion or Tracer, one of these like insanely high ceiling.
Playing Reaper feels
heroes.
like you're playing to not lose instead of playing to win. You're playing to try and like nullify the Mauga.
Well, you're playing around the Mauga, right? You're not really playing through proper.
But you're containing containing yourself or whoever you put on that Reaper as well.
Yeah.
Like you have a very defined role. You're basically playing man coverage on a Mauga.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're playing through your Mauga and then obviously your hit scan at that point, right?
And Knife against Lapta is, I mean, that's a tricky matchup.
Yeah, it might be a very like a losing proposition on the Sojourn.
Yep.
Specifically. We'll see. You know, a good map here for Zeta Division is looks like gonna send Ziad and Finn over to the bathroom here. So Alfie decides, yeah, you know what, I'm gonna go too. Okay, why not? So
Zeta Division like, that's crazy. Our coach does not let us do this.
Yeah,
we are not allowed to go potty midway through the series.
We're allowed to do that during the series. We didn't know. Yeah, I mean, if you're Zeta, you want to go back and play like Diva, Cap Bastion, Ana, maybe some high ground control, right? It's kind of what you're trying to get there. Let's Shambali Monastery.
Right, I was going to theorize.
Right?
Yeah.
No, not a Mauga playground, so to speak.
No, the sightline's a little too long. It's kind of hard to like work around your health bar as Mauga. Mauga is really complicated because your swing timings are really important. Like if you just swing into the open and take a face full of damage, if you're playing Lucio Kiriko, you don't have the raw burst healing, the throughput to actually like fix that issue, that error. Like if you walk into a bunch of cooldowns. So you want to play corners if you can, have a lot of things that break up line of sight, incrementally approach your opponents, and then get in charge distance.
Yeah. Kiri Lucio is available here, I know, for GK.
I've been informed that
these are emergency
bathroom breaks. Now, as adults, I struggle to imagine too many scenarios in which that is required. If you have a punctured bladder, that's fine. I guess that's fine. I love it. But this is also a pretty valuable opportunity. Look how spirited this discussion is between Kellex and Labda. Kellex, who, up until midway through this year, we thought he was kind of done. Like Kellex was coaching, just happy to take a big step back. But his performance on that Alcadzia roster, the seniority that he brought to it, I mean, he is one of the longest standing players still in the game now. We're talking someone who was pre-OWL era. He was a pro player even back then. Coached multiple teams, played in, like, I think he was part of Collegiate. He was part of Tier 2 for quite some time. Every level, he's managed to find success, find ways to get the most out of his team.
Labda, Kellex, and Ziad together have had a lot of success, right? So I think these conversations that they're having probably, ones that they've had before, pretty kind of, healthy, determining like what we see coming into the next map. Kellex is like, I'm sorry. He's like, can we get the others back on the stage so they can go solo shots of me? I watched. He was quite animated after his players had left the stage. I think he's like, hey, can you find my teammates? Yeah.
Find them and then find them. Yeah. To be frank with you folks, it was a bit of a surprise to all of us that GK opted to leave the stage in the fashion they did. But you know what? That's
cannot deny nature. Lucio Mythic.
I'm still using my All-Stars Lucio skin. That one is phenomenal.
I heard the fastest way to get a Lucio Mythic skin is to go to X and look up Custa OW and just tweet him constantly about it.
The man responsible, well, part of the team responsible for some fantastic new additions to the game. See the infusion of new heroes that we saw at the start of this year. And I heard he was particularly inspired in his work on Mizuki.
Yeah. I mean, great work from our
a lot of
colleague. I'm still friends with him. I don't know if the rest of you guys are, but
no, I love Scott. I wouldn't say I've been able to chat with him much, but I love that he's actually put a lot of his own voice lines into Mizuki. So Mizuki, when he's getting like a hit in game, like he has obviously everyone has voice lines when they're like taking damage.
Yeah.
Mizuki's always complaining. He's like, oh, everyone's shooting me. He's giving extreme boy failure energy, and I'm convinced that Scott has taken a bunch of his voice lines from playing Commander against me, and he's put them into the game. Like, everyone's targeting me. This isn't fair. Why are they hitting me?
I might be thinking a little too deep.
I don't know.
I'm trying to see the map on one of these monitors. Let's get
Look.
Kellex
is like, what are you doing, bro? Grow up.
Like, oh, come on. He's like, bro, we're playing so well. Why are we getting up, walking around?
It is interesting. You are look, guys. If you got to pee, you got to pee. All right. I'm not judging the guy. But Kellex is like, guys, we have momentum. Also, a full bladder, apparently, is known to keep you more alert. So, just pee yourself. Don't worry about it.
Just man, how having you land a coaching gig yet? That's crazy.
There's a reason.
That's wild.
It's not because I refuse to quit casting.
You'd be great.
I'll probably have some very epic speeches, but much like we found with DPay, they don't necessarily translate to victories.
Yeah, it's A Division on the ropes here. Be a bit of a surprise, I think, to most people.
Sorry, a bit. Here. I mean,
look, I think they, like Jake, like there's an argument to be made for GK, like playing these types of comps are very good. Route 66. Let's see what Zeta decide to do. Did they ban Sojourn here to protect Bastion? No, they banned Lucio, and then Shion's the ban on the other side. So they target Kellex for Lucio ban. And then they target, Proper, with getting rid of the Shion. So Cap Bastion is available.
I think the lack of Lucio is pretty significant.
Yeah.
Especially... Still,
Kellex likes to play, Brig like Juno, but Lucio's kind of rough.
Also, we saw Finn try and play Iliari on Busan.
I'm surprised.
Is there room for it in Route 66?
I'm surprised they banned Shion rather than banning Bastion. Just because, they banned Lucio, right? They're going to play, maybe they play Ana with the cat. You kind of know that's the route that they want to go.
Pretty nice for Zeta.
You could end up trying to take away the Bastion unless that's kind of what GK wants to do here as well. They look like they're going to be... Okay, so this is like a Champions Clash throwback.
Sick Mizuki.
Sick Mizuki.
Okay, so obviously it's a pretty potent composition. I am curious to see where the Symmetra is able to fit in against what Zeta are going to play. Obviously, Binding Chain important depending on the choice of tank. But us playing Sigma though, it's not as exciting. There are probably opportunities for Kellex to make it work. It looks like GK are just trying to play something. Why are we doing this in the current year still?
We'll see if Bernard stays on the Sig. Could very well end up kind of going over and playing a Diva.
Okay, away we go. Proper thinking about the Pharah. Honestly, there's plenty of case to be made for it here. This is a gigapoke comp. My goodness.
This is definitely different than I think.
There ain't no way he just conked off the map. There's no way.
Oh, you mean
not a mid-season championship.
That is not the player you want to lose early.
Oh God. They've unleashed Violet Wu Young.
The poke is going to be nasty here with a Freya, Wu Young, and the Pharah in the mix. You'll have Ziad go over and play Diva straight away, and then Lab to go over to the Sojourn.
Okay, Violet probably will be title blasting himself. No, Proper makes the switch over. So now you've got a delivery system for that, and Proper gets a hero that really lets him express that level of skill. Zeta Division have the components here to what could be a very important victory under great duress. Lambda needs to set up on these sidelines. A little bit tough, though, against the Sigma. Benar is throwing everything, including the kitchen sink, at them. from that low ground. And Ziad's in a bit of an odd spot, very much in the backline here. And Violet only now realizing that. Still gets to slam the staff down, though, and Shu will tend to his wounds.
A lot of progress here, though, for Zeta Division. Nice explosive bolts connected on the Lambda up on the high ground. Nobody there to be able to keep him alive. Nasty stuff here from Knife on the Freya. Is this going to be the first checkpoint?
Lightning fast. Lightning fast. Great sequence there from Knife, who just hasn't really been in the conversation here. Someone who's like attracting attention in the DPS matchup. He had the less favorable end of the Sojourn mirror against Lambda previously. Now, really has given a great account of himself earlier. Because of all those eliminations, he built that ultimate so fast.
TP up to the high ground here for GK, trying to get some map control back.
What is Shu? Oh, Shu's on an off angle hit. Yep, he's done. Okay. This is something we didn't see from GK in the first map.
You see good cart pressure here from Ziad as well. Gets hit with an accretion, but he's all good.
Just farming support ultimates right now, Kelex and co. Okay, Tidal Blast here for Proper. Yeah, got to go after the Sojourn, but he won't be catching him anytime soon. Kelex falling, though. We're still knocked to the ground in the end. Straight trade of kills, though, as Labdo was looking for Knife and found him. Violet trying to find a way out here. Tough to close the gap. The poke comp against D.Va can be mitigated in its effectiveness, and Badar speculates with an accretion as Ziad heads upstairs.
But Zeta gets the cart moving, Mitch, in some of this high ground without really investing anything. I mean, the Tidal Blast, the only thing used there. The Kitsune Rush, a massive investment there.
Oh, great baller shot. Prediction there on the Alpha Yi. Looks like that we got a Suzu from Finn or something else to mitigate the impact of that ultimate. Gravitic Flux. Labda needs to go, but no one's there to get past the wall. That's just not how Zeta's comp is built outside of Proper. And he doesn't have enough damage there. Okay, Orbital Ray came down, but Labda wasn't in position to benefit from it whatsoever, and Violet's poke does him in the end. Finn trying to bask in the rays, but now has to quickly get on out there as Proper is hunting, and he won't be satisfied until he has his fill.
They're going to demech Ziad here. It's going to be a self-destruct. He will get back in mech. Mech not going to last very long, though, as he heads to the high ground. Now he'll get demeched. The follow-up from Violet as he comes back with a little bit of extra speed here on the cat. This has been fast here for Zeta Division. Kelex now back over to the Mizuki. It's hard, right? Because Kelex can obviously play Brig here, but you wouldn't play Brig into like the Sig on the other side, right? If like Bernard were to be playing D.Va, for instance, maybe that's an opportunity. I like the Ramatra swap, though.
Yeah, I think
Ziad here.
They realize they need to be closing the gap early and often now, especially against this Sigma.
If you're also GK, it's a very difficult map to finish, so you're just trying to rely on the fact that you have a lot of buffer here still left on defense.
Knifing pressure down here. Ziad, though, flattens Zeta Division. Quite happy to let GK come to them on this occasion. Knife is just a little bit too accurate. Now the Sojourn play really starting to turn up. And with over 3 minutes on the clock and Zeta Division bearing down at a rate of knots on the final checkpoint.
They can't get comfy in terms of what they want to play. Now we're off of the Mizuki and the Ram. Now we're back over to the D.Va.
This is what a best of 3 will do to you. You just don't really have enough time to figure out some of these more complex puzzles. You don't walk in with an answer prepared. Great angle there for Ziad, though. Found an opportunity to go after Knife. Labda was there to finish the job. Now, though, still more to do. Both Sojourns traded out. Ziad going to fall back towards the rest of his team now as GK playing on the card. Kitsune Rush in play, but Bernard.
Nano on the Sig here as well.
Survivability more than anything else by the looks. Bernard gets himself a bit of vertical mobility with that second perk choice. Obviously, uniquely powerful on this part of this very map. Labda, nice little rail, Proper, disregards for a time, but eventually comes back for his kill. Pulse. Little speculative Kelex. Yeah, leaps and bounds, able to stay alive though and deal with the offending Tracer, but his cart is still moving. Ziad is chained to the ground. The Mizuki a problem for the D.Va, even on a good day. Knife might not have high ground control, but he has charged rails and a lot of free damage to send right at Ziad's face. Who contests here? Labda trying, comes out on the Tracer now. Knife realizes that the high ground might finally be a safe spot, and somehow threads the needle there under the cart for the elimination. Violet a little bit low, but still happy to fight for it. Kelex trying to hunt him down, and somehow Violet's avoided him for the most part. It's a war of attrition here, and Zeta Division are guaranteed to win. And 2 minutes and 26 seconds on the clock is gonna give you some confidence.
I mean, that's an ugly defense there from GK. They couldn't figure anything out, right? I mean, we're swapping off tanks, supports every single time. The Lucio ban, obviously, giving them a lot of trouble. Oh, look at this. That's the start of, it's a sleep there from Shu that connects onto Labda. And then you have the conks coming on in. Violet pumping out a lot of damage now, and on the Wuyong as well. I mean, dude, allowing, you know, the Tracer in play here, it's, you know, because Juno is obviously a much easier target than a Lucio, per se. I think you're not playing the break. So, like, Juno's a very easy target for Proper, especially playing, like, whether obviously the Xion gone, but for Tracer, I mean, that is no real protection there. As we take a look at the stats, it's pretty ugly for GK.
It's Labda's scoreline that I'm immediately drawn to. 4 and 7, getting punished pretty frequently. Despite the fact that Banar and Co are playing a more of a poke comp, but Proper is 19 and 2, bro. 19 and 2. Shu also put out like 4.3k damage. And there's a reason why not everybody is playing Ana, because no one can play it quite like Shu. No one can make a case for it.
I mean, nobody can really do what Zeta can do in terms of the backline, right? I mean, have two players that are, you know, that good in the support role, and, you know, not just good, but they both play like a very similarly unique style of play of support, right? Where they're both like very aggressive. You know, you wouldn't kind of consider them like, very like heal bot, like passive supports. They are in the fight.
They're both unicorns in their own right. Yeah. Okay, Banar here struggling to get his team out of the gates. But Ziad is demet. That is something for Zeta Division to work with, and with Finn being picked off by Proper,
look at what Violet's playing.
We're doing pretty well.
Like, Violet's just kind of like, you know, Banar is dead. Violet is still just kind of like floating above, just kind of being a nuisance.
Yeah.
They're almost trying to combine the dive of Violet and Proper as opposed to like a tank.
Obviously, folks, GK are on the attack side here. We'll get those sort of flipped for you in just a moment. But you do need a certain amount of just pure insanity to succeed in the ways that Violet has succeeded. He doesn't want to fit any mold. He doesn't want to fit any on-label description of a support player. He's always done things his own way. Ziad really early DMAC here. This is brutal stuff, and another bionic grenade that simply adds insult to injury.
And for a lot of the, you know, flubs sometimes we see from, you know, players like, you know, Violet or even Shu at moments.
For every one of those,
there's like 10 or 15 heroic plays. It is a gamble that works out most of the time for these players.
Yep, and the times that it don't, you've got other stabilizing presences on your team, like Shu, like Banar, got forbid Proper. Okay, GK still trying to get going here. Bart really hasn't moved into the map too far, and they're going to get spawn camped if they're not careful. Labda has been taken to task by none other than the feline fury of Violet. Banar out of mech and dealt with those. Ziad does need to try and limit Violet getting around the map there, but a nice little pulse bomb puts extreme heal pressure down. Oh no, the catnap, the stun, the bio. Oh, the dangle off the map there for Finn. Violet makes it uncomfortable.
Look at the movement, dude, like just being able to kind of kite that. Knows like, so we saw it on Busan when he actually tried to kill Ziad. He kind of messed it up, where he went down into the, you know, kind of, you think of like the skybox, right? But down like where you kind of see your instant death on the side of the map.
Oh my gosh.
He didn't drag him down far enough. I mean, dude, the movement here is crazy.
Listen, I don't want to hear it. You all have been asking for Jetpack Cat for literally years. Literally years. Careful what you wish for, folks. Knight here.
Override protocol over the top.
Found a very early kill to stop the right click there, and was able to be kept topped up. This is dominant. This is the Zeta Division we were expecting to see. GK's Dark Horse moniker only gets them so far against this.
I can't imagine dealing with Proper on the Tracer and then Violet just basically playing another Tracer. Yeah, just takes out Alfie here. We're gonna get a like a potentially a nano on a Proper here. Just launches him into the spawn.
Yeet. Okay, recall though required for Proper.
The recall brings him back that like high ground though around the corner. That's like pretty crazy.
Ziad inching forward now, but now it's been hard to shift.
This ends now.
Okay, overclock time for Labda. He's really got to make the difference here. He's got to break this game wide open. Kenkai Sanctuary comes down to make it a little bit safer for Labda to play here, and Banar is taking the brunt of things, but a self-destruct and a remake opportunity could be huge. Grenade, catnap, Kellex dealt with by a Proper. This is about as good as it gets. It's dominance, folks. Pure and simple, as Zeta Division have decided to win the game.
And you see a lot of the time when we're on with Violet, like the movement, right? Using like the lifeline so we can kind of like 3P see around corners. This has been an absolute blowout in our third and final map. GK, awesome on New Junk City, but Zeta Division just turned up here on Route 66. Pulse bomb here from Proper. would most certainly seal the deal.
On to Freya. Interesting choice. Biotic grenade there on Lambda. It's a little bit dangerous for him for the time being. His pulse bomb being cradled. Being hatched even. Bernard looks to the coast here to try and maybe find some pressure on Finn, but a little bit low and now in a bit of an awkward spot. Needs to double back. Proper's gone down to Kellex though. Might have been a chain even involved in that elimination, but there's Violet yet again. He found Lambda. No more Freya in the mix, and Shu this time gets the VIP treatment. Flown up for a moment into the ideal sideline to keep his team alive, and there's a nano here for Bernard to make it very, very sticky to clear this D.Va from the point. Dive goes in. Bernard joined by Violet. There's going to be time enough for Prop to get back into the fight with the pulse bomb he was sitting on earlier. Fighting over the mega health pack is Bernard, and Kellex has eventually fallen. Self-destruct, nudged off the edge. Not to be! First Korea, now EMEA. Zeta Division's claim to the championship grows louder with every vanquished opponent.
Got a bit dicey in map number 2, but map 3 and map number 1, as dominant as we've ever seen them. Zeta Division, they take care of business here towards the end, as these Ana cat comps are just so filthy from Zeta Division. You see Violet kind of hamming it up with his former teammate Finn there, as nobody else can kind of match that style, and it is so difficult to deal with.
It's one thing to get a map off this team in a best of 3. It's another to solve them in a best of 5, and God forbid a best of 7. The only time this team looked a little weaker was when Proper had to become a role player for a map, and the Cat and Bastion combo was not available.
And you're so worried about Proper, right, on Tracer, and then you have this Jetpack Cat above you. You have Bernard coming in on the D.Va. I mean, just so many threats. That's what allows Shu to just kind of play from range. A lot of times extremely safe, right? Not under pressure. You're getting escorted around the map by Violet. It's going to be a very difficult problem to solve there as Zeta Division.
We're going to head to the stage now and hear from Lou, and quite possibly the greatest player to have ever touched the game.
Thank you very much, guys. Congratulations, Proper and Zeta Division, Chukaeo, for this victory. Welcome to playoffs here in Paris. I wanted to know, Proper, you are considered by many as the best DPS player in the world. You've been at the top level for such a long time. You were playing the finals of Overwatch League in 2022, yet you are still at the top, even though there is many young blood, young players that want to come and take down your crown. So how do you manage to still be at the top level after all those years?
일단 프로퍼 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문은 정말 오랫동안 또 정상급에 서시면서 또 세계 최고의 DPS 플레이어라고 저희 손꼽히는 프로퍼 선수신데 22년도 또 뭐 오버워치 리그까지도 겸하시고 지금까지 계속해서 쭉 정상 자리 유지하시면서 신인이나 다른 선수들이 올라옴에도 불구하고 계속해서 이 정상의 기량을 유지하시는 비결이 무엇인지 궁금합니다.
일단은 제가 승부욕이 아직까지도 좀 많이 센 편이고 누구보다 대회에서 지는 걸 싫어해가지고 물론 살짝 느껴지긴 하는데 뭔가 어린 선수들이 저보다 피지컬이 좀 어느 정도에서 좋은 부분도 있긴 하는데 근데 이게 노련미랑 이게 뇌지컬이 좀 있으니까 거기에서 좀 차이가 나지 않나라고 생각합니다.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a very competitive person, so I hate losing. Yeah, I mean, that actually was what drives me as a competitor. But that being said, I mean, I do feel that many young players coming here actually had better mechanics than me. So, but I just try to cover it with more experience, you know, and more wit. So I think that makes a difference for me.
Yeah, that's what your added value is, and I think that's a very interesting answer. Donc ma première question, Proper, tu es une des légendes du jeu, tu es considéré comme l'un des meilleurs joueurs DPS du monde. Ça fait des années que tu es au top. Comment tu arrives à t'en sortir alors que même tous les jeunes joueurs viennent pour un petit peu essayer de prendre ta couronne? Ben en vrai, je suis un joueur très compétitif, c'est bête, mais c'est un peu ça qui a continué de me drive. Je sais qu'il y a plein de joueurs jeunes qui sont meilleurs mécaniquement que moi, mais j'essaie de compenser aussi forcément avec mon expérience et ma maîtrise forcément des persos. Proper, I don't know if you want to answer this question, but I really want to ask it to you. Last year you won EWC with Falcons. You changed teams still. You are in playoffs now. Falcons are going to be playing the game afterwards. So can they win without you?
사실 이 질문 조금 민감하실 수도 있는 질문일 것 같은데 작년에 EWC를 이제 팔콘스와 함께 우승을 하셨잖아요. 근데 이제 팀을 바꾸셔서 이번에 플레이오프에 올라가게 되셨는데 마침 또 팀 팔콘스가 지금 또 생사의 기로에 놓이게 됐습니다. 그래서 팀 팔콘스가 혹시 프로포 선수 없이도 진출하고 우승할 수 있을지 좀 여쭤보고 싶네요.
일단은 팔콘이 그래도 아직은 떨어지지 않으면 좋겠긴 한데 근데 우승은 제가 없으면 좀 힘들지 않을까라는 생각을 좀 하긴 합니다.
I mean, I really wish that Falcons survive because like they're still hanging on the balance. But that being said, they don't have me right now, so I don't think it's possible to win this time.
Right. I think that's a very, very good answer indeed. Donc, forcément, l'autre question que je lui demande, l'année dernière, tu as gagné le WC avec Falcons. Tu as changé d'équipe depuis. Toi, tu es en playoff. Falcons, pas encore, va se battre pour sa place. Est-ce qu'ils peuvent gagner sans toi? En vrai, j'espère que Falcons vont se qualifier. Mais en vrai, ceci étant dit, ils ne vont pas dans l'équipe. Donc, bonne chance à eux parce que je pense que ça va être chaud. And last but not least, you have many fans in Korea, in Japan, here in France, and also worldwide. So, is there anything you want to tell us in the language you want? Probably in Korean, maybe?
이제 또 전 세계에서 시청해주시는 많은 팬분들과 또 현장에 와서 이렇게 응원하러 와주신 많은 팬분들께 한번 감사의 인사를 뭐 한국어로 이렇게 들을 수 있다면 뭐 어떻게?
Thank you for supporting us, and we will keep winning. Thank you.
That's beautiful, and you gave it to me in English. Thank you so much. Merci. Once again, Chikaeo, thank you so much for joining me, guys, and Maddox for the translation. And stay with us because in a few minutes we're going to be moving on to elimination games. Stand by.
Oh, we love the cosplay out here in Paris, and we love the gameplay from Zeta Division. Zelta Division's their new name. Jake, let's take a look here at Game 3, because Game 2, New Junker City, was looking great for GK. Not the case when we get to Route 66, the classic map, with a unfamiliar result for the EMEA squad.
I mean, Shu, still the GOAT on Ana. Like, you just can't take it away from this guy. He's the best to ever do it on the hero. I think that's fair to say at this point. One of our longest standing elite players in the game. And so, you know, we talk about Prophet being one of the best in the game. They've also got Shu in the backline. When Zeta can play that style, bringing out the Ana, they are the best in the world to do it. In a different series, though, we don't start in Busan, I think we could see a different result.
Johnny, Zeta Division, of course, has Proper. They have the incredible backline with Shu. But this was the player's choice, right, to go to this new squad. So why did they choose to go here, and why are they playing with these other three?
I mean, look, Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons, that used to be the Korean rivalry the past couple of years with OWCS. But I think they went back and forth a couple of times. Both of those teams had their own limitations. And probably these players felt like, we want to try something new. We need a new fresh air, new adventure. Yeah. And so these players came together, and they're just incredibly skilled individually. But those compositions we saw on Route 66, no other teams really play those compositions. They are a one-of-one. They should be the favorites to win the entire thing. That was
they kind of set the tone
performance.
out of the gate with the sleep dart, the concussive blast, knocking players off the map. They steamrolled them. There was 4 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock after they secured the second point. Their opponent didn't even get past the gas station. So, Jake, we take a look forward here. What is next for Zeta Division? What do we have to look forward to if you're a GK fan?
It's going to be a scary team to go up against. I don't think anybody wants to match up against Zeta, as Johnny said, right? The fact that they're playing their own style, something unique. You know, I think all the best teams in this tournament have found a way to differentiate themselves from the competition and a way to be more and more difficult to prepare for. It's also a style that I just don't think other teams are going to be confident to play. Like, you watch Shu from his POV and he just hits everything. Like, when the Ana slips up, you know, one cooldown goes awry, you're essentially a sitting duck, a free kill on the map. It's only because Shu is just so unbelievably lights out on the hero that he can consistently get away and win his 1v1s.
Their tracer play was pretty darn good as well. Let's take a look, though, at when GK was finding success. That was in game number 2. As we take a look at the highlights from New Junk City, this is what we should expect from the EMEA squad moving forward when they're at their best. Is it with the Maga in play? What did you see?
Yeah, I mean, it's these brawl compositions who usually play together as 5, but Alfie had some incredible mechanics. These shots from Labda.
So good.
I mean, this is just fantastic gameplay on par with players like Thwart, for example. And this is a win condition for EMEA. Jake, you brought this up in the green room as well. I think if this team is able to get to the playoffs, where we open up to a best of 5, they're actually allowed to play more of these kind of styles. So they have more opportunities to play their preferred style. I think that is when they could be better team, when they don't have their opposing bans against them.
I mean, watching in the back on New Junk City, there were some fights there. I was legitimately stunned by Geeke's ability to win. I mean, just their raw skill in that style. So I want to see more from them. They're not out just yet.
GK Esports, JD Gaming. Who goes home today, Jake? Make the call early.
I've got Geek going a long way in this tournament personally. I think we didn't get to see really what I would have hoped from them in that match, but it's because they go up against Zeta on Busan and Route 66, playing these crazy Ana comps that's incredibly hard to match up into. I think, and they get a more conventional matchup, which I would expect against JD Gaming, I think EK will annihilate them 2-0.
Johnny, we've seen 3 teams through. Who's the strongest so far?
It's got to be Zeta Division. I mean, what we just saw, that was cinema. That was just Overwatch cinema. You can't ask for much more.
We have much more Overwatch coming your way after the break, ladies and gentlemen. Lock in. It's a long day here at EWC.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
What's up, everybody? Yes, it's time for another Pick'ems. We heard from Poco and Tayo, but hey, we can't forget about the fans, right? We got our friend here. What's your name?
Louis Chapo.
Louis.
Yes.
Louis, nice to meet you. Thank you so much for doing this with me. All right, we're going to be predicting T1 versus Team Falcons first. I said when I was with Poco and Tayo, T1's going to win 2-1. What do you think?
I was going to say the exact same thing. I think Falcons, they're on their way out. I'm sorry. T1 have got it.
All right, we're on the same page. All right, next match. Veryl versus Space Station Gaming. I am a very big Veryl fan. They had an amazing performance yesterday. I'm rooting for Veryl. What do you think?
I'm also rooting for Veryl.
Let's go!
I love it. Let's go!
Let's go! Woo! All right, Veryl winning and T1 winning. We'll find out soon. Thank you.
We booked Esports World Cup up.
The Falcons have arrived in Paris for day number 3. They didn't expect to be in the group stages still, but here they are after losing to Weibo on the other side of this fight. T1 was able to dismantle their competition in a swift 2-0 to close out day number 2. Now they meet up as one team's key will get crushed. The other team will power into our bracket. It's decider matches all day. We welcome Zoe back into the studio. And Zoe, this should be a fun one. You said this is going to be a spicy meatball.
Oh, it's so spicy. I want to say so many things that we're not saying on broadcast. But you know, it's one of those matchups where if you know, you know.
Okay.
It's one of those. There's just a lot of history between some of those
if
players.
I don't know, is there any
Then there's nothing I can do for you.
hints you can give me?
Well, okay, we can look at just who played with each other formerly in the Overwatch League. There's just a lot of history between those players. Fielder and Shio and Donghak, they all played together, and you know, I think Donghak is going to be very motivated to win this one.
Let's start with the T1 squad, Johnny, because we got the clips ready. This was a beatdown on 9Z. If you're looking for stars from T1, who are you looking at?
So, yes, they just beat down 9C pretty handily. That's to be expected. But they did take a loss to Twisted Minds in the earlier matchup. And that's where I actually saw some fantastic signs out of this team. I think Donghak here playing the Mauga against 9C. I think he was a great player against Twisted Minds when Twisted Minds were playing the symmetrical competitions. And I think we'll see similar matchup today. So if T1 is to upset Team Falcons in this one, I think Donghak will have an amazing part to play in this one. And like Zoe mentioned, like the rivalry between Donghak and Shio and Fielder on the Falcons side, that is just one of the hottest rivalries in the entire scene. So I can't wait to see this one more time.
What is more fun, bowling DPS as a tank or bowling the backline?
Bowling the backline.
Yeah,
like
so
at least the damage players shoot back. The support players can't shoot back.
We love this for Donghak today. Best of luck to him and 9Z. Unfortunately, had to take a shower.
What does that mean? Does that mean he's washed?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
We don't know if he
I
lost.
Big fan of this sign for absolutely no reason, but go Switzerland.
Overwatch Switzerland. Shout out to the Swiss. We got to talk about the Falcons. Before we do, Danny had the opportunity to chat with someone, the player.
Thanks, guys. I'm here joined by someone from Team Falcons. Let's quickly talk about yesterday's match against Weibo Gaming. Bit of a surprising loss for you guys. What went wrong for your team? 자, 어제 경기 웨이보의 경기에서 좀 어떤 문제점들이 있었나요?
어제는 저희가 기세가 좋았다고 생각했는데 이제 중간에 들어가서 저희가 기세를 못 굳힌 게 좀 컸다고 생각하고 이제 3세트에서는 오히려 저희가 휘말렸다고 생각해서 이제 그런 부분을 고쳐 나가야 될 것 같습니다.
I feel like the most important thing is we started off pretty well, but I feel like we couldn't continue our play style and how we wanted to continue on the game throughout the whole match. And I feel like that was the biggest problem. And that was also the same thing for map 3 in Colosseo as well. We couldn't finish strong enough, and I feel like that was what led to our defeat against Weibo Gaming. Now looking forward to today's match against T1. How are you guys feeling? 자, 오늘의 경기 T1의 경기 좀 자신 있으신가요?
네, 사실 저희가 이제 T1 상대로 좀 강세인 팀이기도 하고 저희가 이제 어제는 저희가 충분히 좋은 모습을 보여줬다고 생각해가지고 이제 그런 좋은 모습들만 기억하고 오늘 하면은 충분히 이길 것 같습니다.
I feel like against T1 we'll be doing pretty well. Our records show that against T1 we are usually the stronger team when we face against T1, and I feel like we had a lot of good moments yesterday, although we did lose. So if we continue that on, I feel like we will be good against T1. Someone, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much. Fighting.
Thank you. Fighting.
Someone always so entertaining to chat with as we take a look at the gameplay. It could be a showdown on the tank line to look at. Unfortunately for the Falcons, Gooshway squad came out on top of that best of 3. So Johnny, taking a look at the fight today, what do they need to do differently if you're a Falcons fan?
I mean, they're going to stick with their style. I think they've been pretty one-dimensional so far, honestly, playing the Symmetra look, really slowing things down. Someone spent a lot of time on the Sigma so far. And I actually think T1 are quite happy to match into this. Merit is back into the lineup after injury, and he needs to be guns a-blazing. This guy is capable of taking the games over. But this is going to be a very difficult match for Falcons. Even though they are the reigning Esports World Cup champions, I'm not necessarily sure they are favored in this one.
So the fans have chosen the Falcons in this fight. 72% are going with green. 28% are siding with T1. How do you see it playing out?
I mean, the fans have been tripping a little bit this event so far. I'm gonna be honest with you, like no shade, but no, I think this could be potentially a very, very close match for sure because the history between those players. It is a different Falcons with Merit in the lineup, which he wasn't with them really for the rest of the stage. Hence, Falcons really underperformed. So they might look a lot stronger than what we saw in regular season.
So what are you calling? T1 or Falcons?
My heart says T1.
T1, Johnny?
Yeah.
My heart says T1 too. Can't reject the heart.
My heart says Falcons will be moving on to the playoff bracket. We'll find out whose heart is beating the right way. Your heart's dead.
Whoa.
It's time to remove the safety net here at the STC Arena in Paris. We've seen our upper bracket group matches completed. We've got our 4 elite competitors locked in to our quarterfinals. 4 more playoff spots are up for grabs. The question is, who's going to step up and take them?
For the rest of the day, it is dead simple. Win and you're in playoffs, but if you lose, not only are you out of the tournament, get directly back to the airport and get to see your key crushed on stage in front of everyone. Lovely.
The highest of stakes normally leads to the highest of entertainment. So let's bring out our next team, starting with the title defenders, Team Falcons! One year ago, it's the team that lifted this trophy and stood at the top of the competition. What followed was not the reign that many expected. 4th at the World Finals, domestic setbacks, an early career Stage 2 exit that left the defending champs outside the normal qualification places. They arrived through the place that reserved for the holders. We know that they are starting to get back to business. Can they continue here at the Esports World Cup?
But Ian, if you say esports, there's one name that comes in mind, and that name is T1! They took down 90 on the way, had a hard time against Twisted Minds, but recovered. And taking down Falcons would be a huge upset, but they are more than ready for it.
The defending champions against one of esports' most imposing names. One reaches the playoffs, the other walks to the crusher.
They're finally facing each other again here in the midseason at EWC. Last time around Moxie, they met in the playoffs, and Falcons, of course, we know they secured that trophy, but they knocked T1 out of that semis.
Yeah, Falcons looking very different as well with Merit back on the field. So we've had to really see how they've been able to adapt around that DPS line. Not really seeing a lot of spin. Yesterday it was mostly Checkmate alongside him. But as we heard from someone in the interview, I think they really sort of felt uncomfortable on that 3rd map, right? Dealing with the Cat Bastion proved to be fine until you factored Anna into that equation. And then we started to see the panic set in. Rhine swaps, Merit off of the Cass onto a Bastion of his own as we get into our first bans, Lucio and Shion. Most of these teams protecting what they really want to be able to keep safe. A lot of the time we've seen some very impactful bans. Falcons losing the Kiriko proved really rough for them on that 3rd map without having things like the Suzu. And T1, well, they love to make sure that they're preserving things like that Vendetta Possessed.
Last time they met as well, T1 3-0'd Falcons in the playoffs seeding decider matches. Wasn't particularly close on any of those. I mean, Colosseo, yeah, I mean, T1 kind of crushed them, to be honest with you. And I think another layer that's kind of added to that, if you're speaking about that previous series with Falcons, someone just not being able to play D.Va at all on that Colosseo. It was really, really rough. But it's a brand new day and a brand new opportunity to get that last playoff spot here.
Well, T1 will be happy because they'll be able to play Donghak's Mauga. That's proved to be a big target that teams going up against T1 have tried to take down because it forces him onto heroes like the Hazard in comparison. So likely going to be seeing a Mauga mirror for Falcons though. Will it be a continuation of the Cassidy? Because T1 have been one of these teams who haven't really put that much stock into the Jetpack Cat Bastion. They've much preferred to have a very fast, mobile DPS line who can just look for flanks on their own. That Xion Vendetta to be able to collapse in with the Mauga Slam.
Small audio issue on Chio's end, but that will get sorted in just a moment. Looks like he's ready to go. Looks like it. If you had to give a prediction, I know the desk gave one already. In your head, what have you got?
It's so hard to say because we've seen so many different sides of Falcons. I think it's unfair to compare their performances historically with the matchups of T1 since, again, Merit was absent from those. I think this has the potential to go to a free map series. And I think if it does, it goes to T1 just because Falcons have not been able to close out these first to two series.
Yeah, still a brutal format in this first to two. I did speak to Swing Chip beforehand in the series and say, how you feeling? How's the team vibe going? She said, well, we are quite nervous. Me, as in the GM. The players, kind of cool and calm. They're ready for this. T1 fans in the audience, of course, are going to come out in storm, but same with the Falcons, to be fair. There's so much expectation riding on Team Falcon's shoulders here. Those 2 stars above their team logo on their jersey mean a whole bunch. Gates unlock in just a moment. Donghack locking the ramp. Wow. Someone's going to do the same.
Yeah, but look, Bastion Cap from T1. Falcons actually running Spin in the mix. No checkmate, so that you have the Sojourn, but you can keep the Cassidy to be able to keep a check of those flyers up in the sky.
It's a perfect place for Falcons to play off of as well, because Zest, you have to put him in such an awkward spot swinging around like this. You're very open. Looks like Spin's going to take the majority of the damage first up as Zest is kind of dangled in front of this shield, but someone places it very defensively on top of Spin so he can dance around, avoid the Bastion fire.
Yeah, Pride's taking a lot of damage, as is Bliss though, so Zest not getting in position to be able to just hammer in the damage to stop Falcons from just stepping onto the point, already picking up Cap. No blood just yet, but now Falcons can just play avoidance.
It takes a little kunai there. Now Proud trying to pressure the point, taking too much damage from the sidelines though as Donghack tries to make his move. Merit, lights punched out. He's going to follow up with a kill maybe onto Field, who ends up grabbing that mega health back, but it's someone that actually fights back. Zest, Donghack now down. Team Falcon still in control at this point, and someone, easy cleanup on Proud. Spin just walks on point, takes his one, and they secure still.
Filled up. Not yet with that rush, but Skewed also not in position to allow T1 to surge forward. Proud actually swaps onto the Sojourn now to be able to try to match wits with the poke that Merit and Spin can do. Try to split their attention by a little bit of safety for Zest and Bliss to work with, since T1 will be relying on that Bastion Cat and a rush to walk onto this point.
See what move they're going to pull first. Oh, Merit, up and down, up and down. Yeah, you want to get away from this one, though. Fielder and Spin already dead. Yeah, that rush on the point, and then Zed's just kind of creeping over. Luckily, Merit was able to survive for a little bit, but eventually picked up by Skewed. Good first cap, I gotta say, though, 63% plus you save your own rush.
Yeah, and Falcons, like you said, they've got their own rush. They're also about to hit a treasure trove of ultimates. As we'll have a look from Pride's perspective, 31 HP. He was able to find that shot off onto Chio. But for T1, this is all about how well you can hold the space. You know that Fielder wants to move the team forward.
Okay, Proud instantly going down. Spin now high in the sky. And yeah, Donghack, there's just no chance you survive there. Unless Skew goes for a TP and a Suzu, but it's just not going to come in. You're isolated, you've already lost one. There's no point trying to hold on.
No stall as well. Fielder commits the rush so that Falcons can just win the fight outright. Nice, clean, and fast. So only 27% picked up for T1. No rush, no Bastion Cap flyby to open up the space, which means that Falcons, they can just hold their ground with the overclock.
Merit's got the ult, but he's going to get catnapped here, but still managing to get a little bit of damage off, assisting someone in this annihilation. Proud skewed, dead. Team Falcon set to win. Donghak is waiting in the wings, but how sneaky can you be on this Ram? He's got some sustainability with this annihilation, sure, but getting on here and sticking on here is just going to be such a nightmare.
Zest on the Tracer as well, just for T1 to have someone to be able to separate from the fight, look for the flank.
He's getting 1v1 by Chio though. Proud already down. Fielder, that's a nice kunai headshot. And Donghak's looking around, wondering where the rest of his team went. Annihilation is going to get popped, but you have to get back to the point. Too little, too late. Team Falcons with the first round.
Yeah, I was a little unsure. I will not lie when I saw that Ram picked on the side of T1, because it's not a look we've seen from them that often, and it's not something that they really feel comfortable using, I'll be honest, when we're looking at that performance. Annihilation held the whole time, essentially, until that very last fight. We're also getting to see that this map, Volcano, the way that Falcons could just position having won the first fight without having to worry about a Bastion Cat flying by on their flank to create space for T1 to be able to surge forward onto that point, does a whole lot of just shutting down a lot of that retake potential that they'll have here, at least as we head to a more open map of Beach.
Yeah, Donghak saying, you know what, Mauga's not for me on this round. Liking this M-Ray pick by Proud though, a little bit of extra pressure on Chio.
Well, Cat versus Cat.
Gotta hit the shot though.
At this point, Bliss Chio both splitting away, trying to just shut the other down.
Yeah, speaking of that pressure, there it is. Proud shooting Chio a couple of times. Nice little shield though from someone. He's been very selfless right now with the shields, making sure his supports and DPS are making the most of them.
Proud's just being forced off of that off angle by Chio, who again proves more than happy to just try to
I'm
find
actually
the
a Tracer player
1v1s.
at heart. Nice little run down onto Spin though. Donghak pops pops every cooldown almost there just to get on top of them. Speaking of which, and another stomp. What a good couple of pickoffs. Team Falcons DPS just left on an island to fend for themselves.
Spin actually goes to the Tracer. He just identified that T1 are wanting to play very stacked, being able to engage off of Donghak's slams. And if Spin can find that in versus Scoop, no Cassidy to be able to try to peel for the Kiriko. Catching out that support could be crucial for Falcons to be able to start leading sustain.
They're already so low. That Suzu was forced super early. Spin still forced to recall though, back onto the point, but met with Zest. Zest taking a little bit too much damage though. He's gonna have to Wraith Walk in just a moment, but Proud triple headshot there onto Spin, takes him out. And now Team Falcons, they're kind of crumbling. Proud, low to high, gets a couple, and that should be fight over with.
Falcons are trying to do everything that they can to get this Tracer on top of Skewed, but he just, Suzu's teleports, Proud's able to find the picks, and Donghak's on Mauga, so even with the Kiriko split away from the tank, you still have the sustain. Speaking about on the Mauga, he's currently attached to Blitz, playing above so that Merritt gets no opening shots to farm rail, and T1 don't have to worry about swinging too far into a fully charged up Sojourn.
Oh, well, yikes. All right, okay. No worries. Team Falcons, you find a pick or you hit the reset button. It looks like it's going to be a reset, at least for someone. There's the stomp, there's the stun, and the nade too. Yeah, there's no chance someone gets out of that alive. He hasn't got a dash, he hasn't got a jump, he hasn't got anything.
This is brutal. Donghak's playing on Falcon's side of the map, by the way. Zest Proud running at someone from one side, forcing out that Nemesis form for the block, but that only is forward facing, which means that Donghak's getting the full damage behind. Falcons looking flightless in this map so far. They'll have 5 ultimates coming up for this one fight, but if they have to burn their whole stock, what are the chances that they win the fight after?
Uh-oh, well, Merritt's in the sky and he's got an OC. There it is, going to get ripped really early on, and he can't really get too much damage done. Everybody from T1 giving him the respect that he deserves. Proud now, up into the sky. Can do that solo, though, with that living weapon, and actually manages to snipe Fielder. A quick kidnap onto someone, but the Annihilation is just not going to help him kill Donghak. There's too many players looking at someone. Team Falcons dump their ult bank, and T1 just stand up. That's 100-0 on the second round.
Someone gets put in timeout corner. That was Mauga Cage to totally take away any space from Annihilation. Catnap on top as well, by the way, just to make sure that someone has no opportunity of playing the game at all. That Mauga swap, we talked about it, right? T1, they've been looking so clean with the Mauga. Now you start thinking, what if they'd started on the Mauga and Volcano in the first place?
Yeah, look at that. And then Zest is just behind him, just boom, boom, boom. The Reaper guy is a pretty simple guy. You get close and you shoot him.
Yeah, sometimes you don't actually need to be all that close.
True.
As
Fire
well.
triggers go crazy.
Yeah, those shotguns, surprising amounts of range attached to them as T1. If it ain't broke, don't swap it. Same composition, it's up to Falcons to find an in. And they think that they'll be able to do it off of far range pressure flybys from the Cat Bastion and putting spin off of the Tracer onto the Reaper, still trying to find that pressure onto Skewed.
Being a bit apprehensive to push in here at T1. Gonna force Spin to hit that shift first, little Wraith Walk. Same with Zestal though. All right, here comes the swing in from Merit. And now they try and make their move. As soon as this turret form is out of there, they should be good to move up. They're on the point now. Donghack taking so much damage though. Look at this off angle from Team Falcons currently. Speaking of dire triggers, there you go. Spin picks up a kill onto Donghack. It's a very concise fight for Team Falcons, only losing Fielder.
Yeah, just consolidating so much damage onto Donghack that Skewed Bliss just don't get the opportunity to be able to heal him up. And Pride swaps onto the Bastion to be able to match wits with Merit. Flybys for both of these teams. T1 relying yet again on that same Bastion lifeline swing so that Falcons don't get the chance of simply taking Donghack down before he can close up the distance.
Oh, okay. Swinging in, swinging in. All good. Zest is already in there. Whoa! Fielder just goes down. Okay. Donghack just up in their face. That was a very quick rotation there from T1. You can't be dying like that if you're Fielder first. I'm curious if that was like just an explosion of damage, some quick burst.
Yeah, I mean, he has to have been stunned, right, by the Mauga Slam, but then being caught out by the Mauga Slam when TP surely was active. That's a grievous misplay from Falcons, which allows T1 full control of the space. Bastion versus Bastion flyby. Tribe not finding that angle, but keep your eye on where Donghack shows up.
I feel like that should be a workshop code, just permanently being dangled in the Bastion. It's got to be at some point. We've got TXCXX, we need a Bastion version. Nice Death Blossom though from Spins. Chio did get the kidnap kill onto Donghack, however Spin is playing on Team Falcon's rush right now. It's kind of coaxing them in. Zest is going to hit his Death Blossom of his own, kill Fielder, but Spin's right behind him. Good cleanup from the Reaper as Team Falcons get a flip.
Yeah, that's spicy actually, that Falcons one-sided rush and Death Blossom invested from Zest.
Hello, Bliss.
Now from Bliss to pull someone out of position.
Completely LOSing his team as well. Has to pop the Annihilation. Oh, Proud tried to nade jump away, but a perfectly timed barrage. After that, Ravenous Vortex connected with his feet. Proud gets destroyed there as Team Falcons end up taking that fight.
Yeah, great coordination. Donghack used the Mauga cage. Once someone was pulled out of position and Falcons had to just try to maneuver closer to that Ramattra to keep him up. Taking Pride down means Artillery Strike can't follow through. T1 now left only with the Bastion ult and swing by and Merit full.
Yeah, and now Proud can just pop the ult with immunity. A little bit of damage. Oh, not quite. Someone kind of dodging into the shield for that one. There's the Cardiac Overdrive for Donghack now. Chio getting in his space and getting a little bit too low. Has to dash away. There's a catnap coming up in just a moment from Chio, only 20%. However, the focus right now is on someone. Bliss takes him down, but Team Falcons, they are still on the point, just looking to get OT at this point. Spins, Death Blossom can be used now, maybe. I mean, look, already, Zest has used his shift, manages to get the TP away. What an outplay from Zest!
Insane mind games from Zest. Spin thought he had that one in the bag after he's able to force out that Ray form, but great teleport. Keeps him up, takes him out of the range of Death Blossom, lets him find the kill too. Falcons, if they've been able to keep that Reaper up, probably seal out the fight there and then. T1 get one more chance to be able to hold their ground. Rush versus Rush, and at the moment trying to shut someone down as well.
I'm looking at these cats at the moment though. Both Chio and Bliss have the ult. Gonna swing Proud in. Oh, but Merit actually ends up going down first. Catnap, Chio trying to grab somebody, now looking at the back of Donghack. Using that movement speed to get over towards someone to get the heal up. There is the Catnap from Bliss, and now someone is in dire need of help. T1 forcing Falcons to reset for this final fight.
This is huge. If they can find one more pickoff onto Falcons, but they don't want to overextend in case they get cleared early. Merit with the artillery strike trying to clear the space for Falcons to walk up. We'll go to a 99 to 99% fight, rush versus rush, but T1 have more ults for the follow-through.
Jess waiting in the wings too. Joining the front line now, there's the stun. No stun, sorry, there's the stomp. As they're still with the ult, Cage gets popped as well. It's just a disaster though. He only ends up killing Spin. Someone just absorbing all that damage with the Annihilation. Donghak now moving forward, artillery barrage here from Proud. Donghak's already got a couple and is now only someone on the point to try and stay alive for the rest of the team. Chio joins him, gets a couple of heals off as Proud ends up going down. This Nemesis form is only going to last so long though as Donghak goes for another stop. Crit straight on top of someone. Eliminate him from the map. And that will be T1 claiming the first.
I feel Amalgaban coming on. Map 2. Surely you have to remove that Malga from play. Cat was a problem too, to be honest. So many good catnaps, just finding that attachment onto someone, grabbing him out of position, making sure as well, there's always one person from T1 in front of the ramp to force him to have to hold up the block, and multiple players behind him to make sure that they can get the damage past the damage reduction. Brilliant, brilliant plays from T1 to be able to keep Falcons in check.
Look at this, 19 HP, TP's away. I mean, that is just dirty. T1 off to an early lead here, returning champions in Falcons. They might end up going down. A first to 2 key crush on the line in this series with a playoff spot for the victor. Someone's face there, you can see how much obviously it means to him. Almost rolling his eyes there too, like we could have done so much more.
Yeah.
T1 backroom staff too, as Poco's also going to be pretty happy.
It's that last rush fight as well. There's so much like min-maxing that Donghak is able to get done, even though the Annihilation is on Falcon's side.
We've got Lou down on the stage with Trav to give us an update on the Championship Club points.
Thanks to our lovely casters. I am very glad to welcome Trav, our lovely Club Championship reporter at Stage 4 here at the STC Arena. Trav, how has it been looking on Stage 4? Which games have you had? Tell me about it.
Yeah, so we've mainly kind of focusing on the fighting games, strategy games so far. We've had Fatal Fury, Street Fighter going on at the moment as well. So it's kind of the 1v1 games that we're having over there. And to be honest, it's not been the best for the higher up clubs. We've had Navi who have been thriving. They did really well in Fatal Fury, taking the win in the first week, and in the second week managed to get second in MWI as well, which is the MLBB Women's International. So yeah, it's Navi who have been thriving on our stage for the most part.
Sounds crispy. Could it be an outsiders EWC? I'm pretty curious. Donc première question pour le Club Championship, comment ça se passe sur la stage 4? Et de notre côté, on est surtout sur des jeux de stratégie, des jeux 1v1. On a du Street Fighter, du Fatal Fury, etc. Et de notre côté, c'est plutôt Navi qui brille en ce moment. But here we are in our home. Ian and I, you know, we live there at Stage 1, STC Arena, and currently it's Overwatch. So could you tell me to which clubs it matters getting those points on Overwatch?
Yeah, so at the moment it's Team Falcons kind of left wanting when it comes to Club Championship points. Obviously the reigning champions of 24 and 25 really need to get a win on the board at the moment for the 1,000 points, but not only because of that, they've got so many teams across the board, but you still need that win to be able to take the crown in the Club Championship. You know, it kind of goes to the same for Twisted Minds, still wanting some points. VPC sitting second at the moment in the Club Championship leaderboard as well as another one that would greatly benefit from a big win in Overwatch.
So Saudi orgs on Overwatch and also, of course, VP, T1, etc. Donc ensuite, la question c'est sur Overwatch, quels clubs ont besoin de ces points pour se mettre un peu Gucci, dirons-nous? Et tout simplement Falcons. Déjà pour commencer, on a Twisted Minds aussi. Il y a énormément de clubs, mais pour eux, ces points-là pourraient faire clairement la différence. On pense aussi à Virtus.pro et T1. And last but not least, the most important, because this could start by a win of Falcons. Are you more of a T1 boy or a Falcons boy?
Listen, Falcons might be down, but I'm going Falcons all the way.
Going Falcons on the way. And of course, he's pleasing the crowd. Thank you very much for joining me, Trav. Merci beaucoup. And let's get back to our game. See you.
Knowing that you were one of the reasons why they took home the trophy last year in the Club Championship, it's got to be on their minds at almost every single stage of this tournament here at the mid-season. Team Falcons now down a map. T1, they need one more to crush their key and lock themselves with a spot in the playoffs.
If you're Falcons, how do you try to bounce back as well? Surely this is the ban on the Mauga, as we'll see Checkmate replacing Spint, Merit remaining that staple DPS player now that he has been able to return to the fold. But yeah, if you're Falcons, right, it's a tough one because that's running through your head. You had the opportunity. The tank ban, the tank roll was not saved. That ban could have been yours. You could have gone after that Mauga. And you had them over a barrel easily on Volcano. You saw how uncomfortable that Donghak was on that Ramatra into the mirror. It all changes when he goes to the Mauga. Like, all of those engages, all of our attention, every time that T1 tried to walk back into those fights, we followed the perspective of the Cat Bastion because that's the opener, right? But you also have to feel, what's Donghak doing at those points? How many people from Falcons are in charge of looking with the Cat Bastion and therefore not in position to be able to peel Fielder when the Mauga slams forward? Because it feels multiple times like they just got caught out of position by a Mauga running directly at them.
I think bigger picture too here as well with Team Falcons. They're not exactly the same team that ended up winning last year either. Of course, Proper now on Zeta Division. I think Mitch said it on the cast kind of perfectly. You have created this. You have created this monster team in Zeta. So, you know, Falcons almost in a way like, hey, we've lost one of our star players who's now on a different team. We want to be able to prove that, hey, we can do it without him. We can do it again. It's been 2 years in a row that Falcons have taken home that club championship, and Team Falcons as a team as well in Overwatch have just been dominant for so damn long. Now, what do you think the game plan here is for T1? We're going to get the bans and the map selection in just a moment, and I said, look, I think, you know, Mauga probably is going to get banned here by Falcons, but if you're T1, you're banning second. What's the thought process?
Kiriko, potentially. I think that was one of the more detrimental things for Falcons to have to lose. You could potentially go for something like the Sim. If it's Neon Junction, for sure I want to see them remove the Sim. But if it's a map like Flashpoint, I would really like to see them try to...
Monastery.
Yeah, not Flashpoint. And also, not Neon Junction. A map which I feel like Falcons had so much confidence when we saw them full hold Dallas Fuel. It really did look like Neon Junction would be one of their best maps, even though they lost it yesterday and probably lost a fair bit of confidence in how they played it yesterday. They were still able to hold Weibo Gaming off for a very long time off of things like that May since the Sim got targeted. But I will tell you what is great on Shambali Monastery, Ramatra.
Very, very strong. Almost too strong, it feels like, on this map. This map also feels like a little bit of a what?
That's not a Mauga ban.
No, it's a D.Va ban.
Yeah.
Yeah. It'll be fine. Surely. Clueless. This map feels like a rare one. It actually just feels like a ultra rare trading card or something. You're pulling this from the map pool. Very rarely do we Shambali Monastery. We've seen it a little bit here, obviously, at mid-season, but not a map that has been in the pool for quite some time. In fact, a lot of the maps in the pool, I feel like, have not reared its head. And let's quickly talk about what you were just talking and chatting about Weibo. That was an upset, for sure. Like, sure, every now and then a Chinese team is going to go all the way with a Korean team. But if you're Falcons, what's going through your head when Weibo eliminate you there and push you down to the lower bracket? Because you're not expecting to lose to a Chinese team there.
No.
At all.
Especially when you've always beaten them.
Yep, every single time.
2 years. 2 years you've been able to beat Weibo Gaming, and then they beat you. And now you have to come in, next day, lower bracket run, first to 2 format, go down 1 map.
Right. Here we go. Shambali Monastery. Second map pick by Falcons here. They're going to have the Farah, and then there's a D.Va ban on the other side for T1. You saw the backroom staff of T1 a moment ago with that coach cam elated in the fact that they're taking the win. I mentioned before, a couple of them saying to me like how nervous they were coming in, and you got to be. I mean, Checkmate, Swing Chip has worked with Checkmate before, and a lot of the players on the screen right now, like count how many Overwatch League players are here. There's a lot. There's so much history, and even Zoe was talking about how Donghak fielded Chio. They were previous teammates back in the Overwatch League as well.
Okay, T1. Ramatra returned for Donghak. Looked uncomfortable on the hero, on control. Potentially it's just the map type. Now that you get to play the defense, now that you can actually position your shield and stay behind it, as opposed to being ran away from it the moment that it's down, this can find more value, especially since Zest will be on that Cat Bastion. They saw what Falcons were struggling into. They saw how much Merit had to do to be able to shut down the Cat Bastion yesterday, and they want to play it themselves.
Yep, long range nade. Look at this devious position. Oh, goodbye, Merit. Just one shot. He barely got his mouse like halfway across his mouse pad before he died. Beautiful little surprise attack from Zest.
This is really good, smart heads-up play from T1 as well, right? Because they're playing more on the Cat Bastion and not relying on Donghak running directly at Falcons, which was why Chio actually started on that Mizuki.
I'm calling that cringe in my rank game. That's all I'm saying.
Oh no. Check the skies for when the Cat Bastion flies as Falcons try to just find some presence on the point itself. Checkmate taking so much damage before the fight starts as T1, they've got full control of main with the Cat Bastion, but they're also shutting down high ground rotation with the Freya.
As TP, Checkmate's actually on his own right now, needs to be able to take this. They trade Merit for skewed, sure, but Zest in the front line is going to be able to chew through someone's health bar, and the rest of his team just kind of dominating the backline.
Yeah.
Team Falcons getting team killed.
The Falcons sort of try to ignore the Cat Bastion, right? Take the fight somewhere where the Cat Bastion can't comfortably follow unless Zest full commits to the drop down.
Yeah, he just gets dropped in the back line.
And he just gets dropped right behind Falcons, who are still having to deal with Donghak and Proud in front of them. Movement has been made. The first time we've got to see the cop fully move as Falcons look to attack, but T1 is just giving space to allow Donghak to hit the backline.
Donghak's just walking into the backline alone.
Yep.
But Bowler as well is just going to connect with practically everybody from Falcons. I mean, the Bowler with the Bastion ult, yeah, that's one Swift there. Look at this.
Is brutal.
Oh, and that was, how many frames was someone not holding the grass there?
Yeah.
Perfectly timed by Proud.
See, this is something that Falcons were actually punished for yesterday versus Weibo, right?
They went
through the sim TP, and yeah, Zest will just keep doing this because even if we don't find kills, look how much time it burns.
Rush though from Fielder, but someone's already really low. Zest again with another giant flank around the native. 5 people on Falcons, completely concussed.
Have T1 lost a player yet? I'm pretty sure the defense has been deathless this whole time, and we're about to hit the last minute of this map. If you're Falcons right now, you're panicking.
Okay, everybody calm down. We've got Rush. We've got Bowler. We can end it here. Falcons, on the other hand, though, they have got the Symmetra wall. They're very much a fight winner. Someone's dropped off this high ground. It's gone low already, and he just gets instantly destroyed. Tank now down. Wall comes out for Checkmate, but in this position, what can you do? Mizuki Sanctuary on the point, and they just feed into Donghak. Looking like prime Mike Tyson out there with the punches he's swinging. And Team Falcons, only a minute left in the bank.
It's desperation. Chio off of the Mizuki, all invested. Now has to get Merit in position, but he drops him. You can see Falcons, they're starting to come apart. Little mistakes like that show the panic that they're starting to fall prey to. It all comes down to this one last fight.
You can't lose this duel in the sky. You just can't. Both nades going out already, and Zest happy to take this duel. Goes pretty low. Both Bastions and their respective cats end up bowing away and just getting out of dodge. Garage comes in though. Hang on a second, someone is really low. They have to keep him alive here. He's got the flux, he's got the game and the fight winning ultimate here as he pushes forward. He's gonna pop it in the end, but he's 64 HP. Man should slash out the way, but Zest is gonna just shoot him out of the sky. And he's on the high ground too. Merit, the only one touching right now for Team Falcons, is Donghak happy to take the 1v1. The catnap
That's going to signal the end of the push. T1 with a full hold on Shambali Monastery. This is not how Falcons want to go out. How quick this second map could be. This is not the Falcons we're used to.
You can see there was acceptance as well that last fight when they just try to go to the cart to have any distance that they can to get one more fight chance if they lose the first fight on defense. But this moment here, Weibo did the same thing. This was something that Falcons, when they take the TP, they instantly take the teleport. There's no dilly-dallying, there's no baiting. So everyone knows when they see that Symmetra teleport come up, that Falcons will all come through afterwards to be able to send out things like the Freya Bola shot. And you can see that reality. The fact that you might be seeing your key crushed after last year, you were the one crushing key after key after key. That's starting to set in.
Zest and Bliss. The perfect Cat Bastion duo. 0 deaths.
T1, by the way, I should point this out, did not play Cat Bastion so far this tournament. They looked at Falcons' history. They saw how hard they struggled into the Cat Bastion. They're playing it themselves as someone.
Look at this classic.
It has to be a close hold.
We playing right up to the doors. Checkmate's playing this sim too. There is a way to get out of this fight if they need it, but this is going to be the big problem. Zest is just going to hold this high ground, I say high ground, the top of the skybox and shoot down. Merit's already really low. Someone, where's your shield at? Where is it gone? It's already dead, and Merit's going to follow. This close hold is just not it against this Cat Bastion.
No.
And time's ticking.
First fight lost. Falcons having that extra distance, having lost the last fight on defense, now will come into play because it buys them one more chance, one more team fight, but they will have no space, no ultimate. It all comes down to this one last fight, and Pride's about to hit Bola shot, but before they can even touch the point, they have to get past the Cat Bastion.
Can they actually get an early pick? This golden box to victory is just so damn close. Proud is trying his darndest right now to shoot Checkmate, who's around half HP currently. But if you're on this side of the map for T1, you have so much to kind of hide behind. Here comes the barrage from Zest. Here comes the Bola too, and it is absolutely massive. Shio just detonates in the front line, and your reigning EWC champions are gonna get crushed. T1, they soar above the Falcons to claim their playoff spot.
Third seed coming out of their region. We said keep an eye on this team. They may well surprise you. And surprise us, surprise Falcons. They certainly did.
A big, big moment for T1. Last time they faced it was a 3-0, a fairly dominant game as well. And you're thinking they can just carry that energy on from that playoff seed and decider match, and it feels like they just had their number. I wouldn't say someone's been struggling at all, but he just got outplayed by Donghack here. That Weibo Gaming loss maybe still weighing on Team Falcons. T1 now, they're crushing their key. As we see a team that we expect to make it extremely far in the competition get knocked out before playoffs.
That's precious points too for Club Championship. For Falcons, they were able to find that title last time off of the win for Overwatch. You have to have one win for a title to be able to go for that Club Championship, and Falcons have now been denied finding it within Overwatch. They'll have to find it somewhere else.
Let's get a word from Proud down on the stage, joined by Luke.
It is official, guys. The title defenders are out, eliminated by T1. Chikaeo, congratulations. Of course, Proud. And I imagine this must feel good because historically Falcons have been your nemesis in Korea. You were struggling to beat them. Now you've beaten them twice in a row. So is it officially the end of your curse against Team Falcons?
일단 프라우드 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 사실 첫 번째 질문으로는 팔콘전 때 사실 팔콘전만 하면 한국에서 많이 힘들었잖아요. 항상 팔콘 상대로 좀 패배를 계속 하시다가 이번에는 2연속으로 또 팔콘을 이기시게 되면서 팔콘을 탈락시키게 되셨는데 이제 드디어 좀 저주가 깨진 걸까요?
일단 한 번 이기고 난 게 좀 큰 것 같고 예상한데는 그리고 생각보다 저희가 자신감도 많이 생겼고 다들 으쌰으쌰해서 잘 이긴 것 같습니다.
Yeah, the first win, I think we gained a lot of confidence that one. So I think we had a lot of confidence coming into this game. So I think we won really well for us.
Yeah, and finally that curse is done. Congratulations also for that. Donc effectivement, vous avez enfin réussi à battre Falcons 2 fois. Ça a été vos Nemesis pendant longtemps. Vous aviez du mal à les battre. C'est officiellement la fin de la curse. Bah oui, c'est clair que déjà la première win nous a donné énormément de confiance. On était très contents de les battre. Donc c'est clair que derrière ça a pu enchaîner. And you know there is a little bit of banter from what I understood from you and the Twisted Mind player Quartz. He said that you guys never managed to beat Twisted Minds in a series. So can you tell me why is it going to be different in playoffs?
사실 또 이번에 또 트위스티드 마인즈의 쿼츠 선수가 트마 상대로는 T1이 절대 팀 파이트에서 못 이길 거다, 다전제에서 못 이길 거다 이런 얘기를 했거든요. 근데 플레이오프에 가서는 좀 얘기가 다를 수 있을 것 같은데 어떻게 생각하시는지 그리고 그 이유가 무엇인지 궁금합니다.
일단 트마가 잘하는 팀이라는 것도 알고 하지만 저희가 이번 경기는 솔직히 저희 실수가 더 컸다 생각하기 때문에 다음에 만나면 꼭 이길 것 같습니다. 그리고 왜냐면 저희는 원래 그런 심해 툴 잘 끼기 때문에 다음엔 꼭 이길 것 같습니다.
Well, I mean, I respect Twisted Minds. They're a great team. However, I think last time we faced them, I think it was just our own mistakes. I think that was a critical factor. And that being said, we are actually very good at killing Symmetricom. So, yeah, so we'll see next time in the playoffs, and we're definitely gonna win.
You're teasing me on this. I like that, of course. Donc la deuxième question, c'est avec Twisted Minds, il y a un peu de banter avec le joueur Quartz. Ils se sont un petit peu cherchés. Quartz a dit qu'il les avait jamais battus, que T1 n'avait jamais battu Twisted Minds en match et que c'était un jeu d'équipe. Ce à quoi il répond oui, bah ça sera différent parce que nous on est excellents pour tuer des compos qui sont symétriques quand on joue la même chose en face. Je pense que si on a perdu, c'est parce que nous on a fait des erreurs et on sera évidemment meilleur la prochaine fois. But talking about the team that you just took down, Falcons, we're gonna get to the key crusher together. Kaja, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. We have T1 eliminating the title defenders. Falcons here. That's a low blow for the club championship run here for Falcons. They needed those Overwatch points, but they are out already and crushed by T1's Proud. That was insane. I'm gonna welcome you back both onto the stage. I imagine you must feel amazing. You have many fans, of course, as a T1 player. Is there anything you want to share? Anyone you want to thank here for that journey and being in playoffs?
또 T1의 선수이신 만큼 또 T1을 응원하러 와주신 많은 팬분들이 또 있을 것 같은데 또 이렇게 현장 팬분들과 또 전 세계 시청해주시는 팬분들께 마지막으로 한마디 해주시죠.
일단 한국 분들 되게 늦은 시간인데도 응원해 주셔서 너무 감사드리고 여기까지 오신 분들 Thank you everyone. See you tomorrow.
Thank you everyone. See you tomorrow. I think we don't need translation for this. Once again, 감사해요. Thank you so much for joining me, and of course Maddox for the translation. And we're moving on to our next elimination game. See you there.
And just like that, Falcons are out in groups and another title at EWC. The Overwatch loss was not on my bingo card. We have Johnny and Zoe in the studio. Zoe, I want to start with you. You mentioned this is a feel-good win for Dong Hack the Tank. What is the history here? Why is this such an important win?
I mean, as I said or alluded to previously, he did play with the support backline from the team of Falcons, and I would say
Gio wasn't nice to him.
Yeah, Gio and Fielder and Dong Hack, they may or may not have gotten along so well. That said, though, I think they buried the hatchets. I recently saw a picture of them in front of the Eiffel Tower, so clearly...
Okay, all right. Well, you get a
Paris, the
handshake in
city
front of the
of
Eiffel
love.
Tower. It's not enough for me to believe that Hongak hates that guy in game. They beat him 14 times in a row, and now finally Dongak got 2 of his own in a row against him.
They do touch gloves before fighting in most boxing and MMA matches. Johnny, as we take a look at the highlights here, who was throwing the haymakers that you saw throughout this 2-game series?
Look, T1, they are just way more refined on these cat compositions, and you saw they put so much pressure on someone, the tank of
Can you just say
Falcons
that again for the newer fans? In these cat compositions, yes, we have a character called Jetpack Cat. Continue.
Lots of verticality, and it just messes up all the positioning in this game. And it's not a game that Falcons want to play. Falcons, historically, they want to play around abilities and get value. They want to beat you with Merrick's mechanics. And T1, they were the smarter team this time around. They were just better when it came to Jetpack Cat and the Bastion teaming up and trying to win that aerial duel instead. You saw Dongak here on the Mauga, did fantastic work throughout, putting a lot of pressure onto someone. And when that tank is gone for Falcons, you take away the head, and there's just nothing remaining for them.
For the Falcons, they were returning champions. They are now out of the competition. They, of course, had players from last year's team that are on other pieces left in this tournament. Who else could you watch that won a trophy last year that's still in it, Johnny?
Oh, well, it's got to be proper. It's got to be proper, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be proper for South Division. So that hope is still alive. I mean, there was a reason he left the game. He saw a weakness with Falcons, and he went to South Division instead, thinking he had a better chance to win the chip.
Joey, there is a look at the Key Crush one more time. As
That one was loud.
Able to smash this bad boy. Had to be a great feeling because everyone doubted T1. Only 23% of the fans sided with him.
Which is kind of crazy because we had so much hope for them last year. They were like the up-and-comers, right? They were the ones who wanted the change of guard. We wanted to see them taking down all those veterans. And I feel like last year they were just on the brink of doing so. And then they just kind of slowed down. Luckily, Falcons also slowed down this year tremendously, in fact. So, yeah, I think it was written in the stars. I think Falcons' performance prior to this event was already disappointing.
And a lot of people want to see a Twisted Minds T1 matchup, see Quartz versus Proud. There's been a lot of talk there. Johnny, is there another matchup you think would be a good fit for T1 as we get to the bracket? We will be doing a draw show at the end of the day.
I think T1 matches up pretty well against most teams, but most of those EMEA teams, the Symmetra, we saw the Mauga come out from GK previously. I think those are the matchups that T1 probably have the same style for. The question for me is, are they as good as the EMEA teams on that playstyle?
They said they're ready to smash the Symmetra comp. No matter what you bring, T1 will be ready for it tomorrow. In the meantime, we will be back with another match. It is day 3 of Overwatch at the Esports World Cup 2026.
바스 밀자 바스 슬로우 바스 백라인 바스 키리 나와 딩 나와 나이스 발코 따잇.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Hello, my name is Ultraviolet and I play support for Space Station Gaming.
Hello, I'm Lethal and I play Hitscan.
I think Domino would take me somewhere really nice and expensive.
Why would you choose Domino?
I just said why.
Is that the real reason though?
I just
All right,
answered.
if that's your reason, sure. I choose May. She probably has a lot of stories to tell me.
I'm trying to think, where do I get the best food? Here, you answer first, I'll actually get the answer.
270,000. No, 2.7 million. 2.7 million.
Centimeters, so kilometers, centimeters, like 100,000? No, a million, I think.
It's gonna be a hard one.
We definitely should choose someone that's not here.
It's gonna be a hard answer to. I picked this guy.
Awesome.
Can you pick me as well?
Yeah, I picked him. I want Jetpack Cat's jetpack. I think that's pretty easy.
I would choose Farah's jetpack fuel, like her little like flying thing.
So my answer.
But that's Farah. Farah's better than Cat. I choose probably like any shoegaze or Gorillaz. Any Gorillaz songs I'd be happy with. I'd be flowing through anywhere I go with that music.
I don't know, maybe like Tame Impala or something. Be fun.
That's a good answer.
Yeah.
I don't want my brother to kill me, so I probably pick Genji, I think, for this one.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good argument, to be honest.
Because actually, lore-wise, Genji got killed by Hanzo, so.
Well, Widowmaker's French, but I feel like she'd be a bad chef.
Who would be?
Widowmaker?
A bad chef?
Yeah.
Who would make a good one, though?
That's a great question. Torbjorn would be an insane chef.
I thought Torb as well, I'm not gonna lie with you.
Like it doesn't have to be a French
Nah,
chef.
Sigma for sure. I choose Sigma. He's got so many things in his brain, he's gotta be a chef at one
That's where you're gonna be cooking, he'd be like, the voices are calling to me.
Hog. 100% hog. One whole hog and they're all gone.
One whole hog is just 1,000 Winstons.
One whole hog versus 1,000 Winstons, I picked the hog.
They cannot handle his whole hog.
I'm blanking. You never open Kiri, so we gotta think about this.
Yeah, like what does that even mean? I just save it for next round?
Yeah. Bang.
Let me think.
Can you guess what my character was? Have a hard, like a rough guess what it was.
Are you the infected?
No.
Not bad work from Space Station, at least when it comes to the canvas. When it comes to the game, how will they play today? We welcome Jake back into the studio alongside Zoe. On the other side of this fight, we've got one of the best representing Japan. It is Viral. Let's start here with this Space Station Gaming. A real quick question on the yellow team. Are they the favorite coming in, Jake?
I'd call them the favorite, but it's a pretty tough comparison. These are not teams that get to play each other often. In fact, I don't know that they've ever matched up before, so I think this one could be a little bit interesting, could be a little bit spicy. I'd give credit to Space Station Gaming. They got more experience at this level on land, but Viral has been resurgent, so I think this one is going to be one you're just going to have to watch.
Speaking of Viral, we caught up with one of the players. It's Nico backstage. Here's what he had to say.
What's up, everybody? I'm here joined by Nico from Viral and, of course, Mari to help me translate. I wish I speak Japanese, but I don't, so thank you so much for joining me. Now, Nico, I gotta say, I think it's safe to say that Viral is one of the most popular team here at the Midseason Championship. To be fair, you guys aren't really the strongest team, but yet everyone loves Viral. Why do you think that is?
バレルは世界中で最も人気があるチームのように思います。正直に申し上げまして最強ではないかもしれないんですけれども、最も人気があるチーム、その理由は何なんでしょうか。
そうですね。最強ではないっていうところにかなり引っかかるんですけど、僕たちは最強です。まずはじめに僕たちは最強なんですけど、特にユーモアのある、プレイヤーが多くて、KSG だったら笑顔がかなり可愛いし、トップドラゴンスレイも世界的にやっぱり人気の選手が集まっているので、そういったところが人気の要因かなと思います。
Well, like I have to correct you. Like we are the strongest team. Like I got really like caught up by what you just said. That like we are not the strongest teams, but like we are the strongest team. And why we are popular is because like we are a bunch of humorous members. Like for example, KSG has a very lovely smile, and Top Dragon and Slay are very, very famous throughout the world, globally. So yes, that's the secret about our popularity, really.
Nico, I'm so sorry. Yes, you guys are the strongest. I will correct. Veryl's the strongest team at EWC. All right, talking about being the strongest, you guys are facing off against SSG. How confident are you going into that match?
はい、大変失礼いたしました。そうです。バレルは世界最強のチームです。次はSSG と対戦されるわけですけれども、自信はどのくらいおありですか？
そうですね、前回の、ワールズファイナル世界大会で敗北してしまったんで、そのためにいっぱい準備してきました。絶対に勝ちます。
Well, unfortunately, we lost against them in the world final last time. So in order to pay them back, we had spent all our energy and time to prepare for it. So we are definitely going to win this time.
All right, I am very excited, Nico and also Veryl. ファイティング頑張ってください。ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。Thank you so much.
ありがとう。
Can't help but love that guy, but the fans only have 20% of their faith in Veryl today. Do you agree with him?
I mean, yes, but still, how dare you? Okay, yeah, I've been cooking on this one. Listen, look at the bracket of last year, because last year they got knocked into the lower bracket by Korea's number 1. Same thing happened this year. Then they won against China's number 3. Huh, that happened again. And then they got knocked out by NA's number 2. Now they're going up against NA's number 2. So scriptwriters just went for a copy-paste here, but surely Veryl is going to change their fate.
Deja vu doesn't happen in France, does it, Jake?
That's exactly where it happens.
That's where
that will be
it
the
is.
place.
I do think, though, for Veryl, this is going to be a scary one. I mean, heavy hitters from the DPS line on SSG. I think Sugar Free and Lethal are two of the strongest players from North America in this tournament, and they're going to absolutely turn it up. So for Japan, this is not a region where they're often tested against this level of DPS performance, and I think that could be a really tough issue for them in this match.
We got 30 seconds to the stage, so Jake, how many maps do we go to?
I'm going to go 2-0 SSG. I think they're more experienced at this level of play, more experience under this kind of a pressure. I talk about the history for Veryl. They just haven't had that kind of opportunity really to rise. They're the best in Japan, but it's really hard to continue to level up when you find yourself alone at the top of your region. It's maybe also been the problem for SSG at times, but I think that they've faced a lot more adversity and just a lot more veterancy on their careers.
Zoe, I am looking at Top Dragon for this Veryl squad. Who are you looking at on the stage for this fight?
I mean, yeah, it's going to be coming down, right? Top Dragon needs to perform on the other side. Lethal has been performing all tournament long. If he's once more wearing his big boy carry pants, my favorite phrase, then it might just be SSG's game for 2 maps.
It's been a fun ride so far. Unfortunately, this is the end of the road for one of our 2 teams. Jake, final call. Who did you say is going to win?
I've got SSG 2-0. I think this is NA making it in.
And you're calling?
No, you know what? 2-1. 2-1 for our SSG, but 2-1.
I believe in Nico's smile. Veryl's
right.
getting through. Why not let the chaos continue here at EWC 2026? It's the Midseason Championship as we continue on the stage.
Wow. Title defenders, Falcons are officially out. Big news, effectivement. Les défendants du titre, Falcons, sont éliminés de la compétition. A nice revenge for T1 shining on the Korean stage, but that means a lot, man.
It really does. We've seen, of course, the Falcons' wings clipped here in Paris and their title defenders Key crushed for the world to see. But with their demise, opens the door wide open for the remaining contenders. And the next two to step out onto the stage, this should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun, and I'm especially excited about one player. He has the worst position when it comes to gaming, but he has a bright smile. He's funny. I'm rooting for him. It's KSG.
I'm really looking forward to seeing Sugar Free step out here and lead his team onto the stage. Before we bring them out, I want to give a shout out to our fans, our passionate Overwatch fans here in Paris. Make some noise for yourselves. Thanks for coming out.
Faites du bruit.
Should we bring out the next teams?
Let's go for it. The first team comes from America, and it is Space Station Gaming. Space Station Gaming, the North American underdogs. We need their consistency on stage, but maybe even more now in loser bracket, when you're not allowed to fail one more time. Their test now on the international stage, and with bright smiles and confidence, can they take it here in Paris?
Please welcome their opponents. It's Varel! For years, Japan has searched for a team capable of standing with the world's best. Varel have become that team. A critical win over AGAL yesterday kept their heart beating in Paris, and now they need to find the strength to go again, because a place in the Mid-Season Championship playoffs hangs in the balance.
Back against the wall. It's time for them to step up their game. Varel versus SSG starts now.
And so we have NA's established contender versus Japan's perennial champion with a playoff spot on the line. Now, I imagine, Matt, the Space Station are hoping to convince us that yesterday was an exception, right? That thrashing loss, something they want to put in the rearview mirror quickly. But Varel, though, would like to prove that yesterday was just the beginning. A big win over JDG. They look like they've been solid, but this might be another level for them. And so he teased out a bit of history. The course for Varel in this mid-season championship has been pretty reminiscent of last year.
Yes, we get a little bit of a highlight reel of all of Donghak's kills on Chio. I'm sure Donghak will be watching that a little bit later.
But the story there is deep.
Yes. Varel, I think, is under, I think it would be fair to say, immense pressure, right? This is a team that obviously has a massive fan base representing Japan, as Samoa will be the first map in the series. And they are desperate for this team to make it to a playoff, to a deeper tournament here in OWCS. And this might be their best opportunity they've had to do it.
Certainly got questions about SSG. It was obviously AGAL that Varel got past yesterday, It was JDG that SSG started their mid-season championship campaign against and looked pretty solid there. These are established names, both from North America and Europe, of course. You know, someone like Lethal on this roster has been a gun for hire for quite some time and brings a lot of intangibles to his teams. A bit of levity, but when he gets in the server, sometimes he just decides to become server admin.
Yes, I mean, Lethal, just like an unbelievable hit scan, the ability to kind of take over the game. And then Sugar Free, right? I mean, how good he has been over the last few years in North America. Somewhat like, not really forgotten, right? But like, he's somewhat come all the way around to be like a slightly underrated at this point, I feel like.
I think he's just a victim of the region at large being a little weaker on the
world
stage.
The first year we were here at EWC, he was in the final.
Absolutely. Toronto Ultra.
Yeah. It's, so Sig Kirigan for map number 1. I think one of the benefits for SSG, right, is that Hawk is able to play so many tanks at a high level. He's been doing it for ages. I love, whenever I see him at events, just kind of picking his mind about the game. He's so smart.
Yeah, he's sort of come and gone, found love in the game again, and is now competing at the highest level for NA. Ultraviolet, someone who will always look to end the game on his own terms. The first time we ever saw him in an Overwatch competitive game, like a professional game, he got like a 5k off a biotic grenade. So yeah, this guy truly exploded onto the scene and has become a true veteran alongside the rest of Space Station Gaming. Off we go, folks. Only one spot in the playoffs available between these two. The loser has their key and dreams crushed.
For Barrel, it would be the dreams of a whole region.
Yeah.
Crushed, right? I mean, also for SSG, right? I mean, Team Liquid already out, right? Dallas Fuel in that lower bracket. SSG as well. Could be bad for North American Overwatch here, too.
Ana players really take safe positioning to another level entirely. Hope for these two. Straight out of line of sight, and Ultraviolet has straight up locked that duel, so a little bit harder for Hawk to be able to call upon his healing. Admiral also not getting any of it. Slay is able to finish him off. Where's the healing, guys? Where is it?
Yeah, and I mean, SSG in a weird spot at the moment, right? So much pressure onto Lethal on this side of the map. Top Dragon was here with Slay, so he was never really able to kind of free fire over the point. They never were able to get the Bastion in the right spot either, and they quickly move away from Cat Bastion. It'll be still staying with the Cat. Jetpack Cat's been proven to be pretty strong even without that Bastion play, but Sojourn Tracer now the swaps here for Space Station.
Yeah, switch off the Cassie for Lethal. I don't think that Ultraviolet's going to be looking to take a 1v1 against Cloud anytime soon again. He is going to be needed to keep Hawk fighting fit. And yeah, he's dropped down now, but now able to be pressured by Top Dragon, who's been chased off by Admiral.
They're trying to make a play for this Ramatra here, right? A few times we've been on with UV or Hawk, and they're trying to pressure down and get in position to collapse onto this Ram, but it just develops so late, Mitch, that KSG able to just stand here, block, put the shield up, and by the time they actually start to move forward towards the Ramatra Varel, SSG's got 2 players dead.
Yeah, they're looking pretty horrific, and I think the switch over to the Orisa here should tell you everything you need to know about Space Station's struggles. Hawk needs to take space away from KSG, and has not been able to do it on the Ramatra, and maybe is hoping for a little bit more self-sufficiency here, because Top Dragon has been tying the attention span of his backline up entirely. What's the plan here for Slay? He knows he's very close to a catnap, but doesn't want to overextend into this.
Yeah, just wanted to put a little bit of threat here up on the high ground, and that is a dive there. I mean, Top Dragon and Slay have been just dominating this right-hand side of the map. UV hit with a bio grenade. He's going to have to back on up.
Okay,
this has been ugly.
Yeah, these teams aren't even standing on even footing fundamentally, Matt. Right now, Varel is just dominant.
A little drive-by, all right.
And Lenny didn't know what hit him. I think that's a furrowed brow there on Hawk.
Hawk has been around that corner or the corner by the point, waiting for his teammates the entire round.
Yeah, they've been staggered constantly. Yeah. Top Dragon and Slay have taken Varel and the hopes of Japan onto the world stage, and they have taken Space Station to task so far in this round. It's dominant. I don't even know if I've seen any eliminations here for Space Station Gaming. That was, well, that could have been an email, that round.
Man. Not even sure if it should have been an email, maybe like a Slack message or something.
Yeah, he hit me up on my pager that I don't wear anymore.
Yeah, just shoot me a quick one on Teams. Oh,
that is a sick airborne bio though for Cloud.
Yeah, I mean, there's just, I feel for Hawk. I would love to see his stats. I can't even imagine he died that many times. He was just kind of waiting in the choke the entire game.
I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Silly.
Oh yeah, that is.
That person will have a barrel sign by the end of this game. Just put that one down. Just pick another one back up. Hawk is 0-0-0. I told you. I was like, he's just kind of sitting there waiting for something to happen. That is.
Where I come from, that's the number for the ambulance.
I don't think we've ever seen that, as far as I am concerned. Just a full round where the tank doesn't get in the limb, doesn't die.
It's based because he knows there's no point fighting when his backline are in tatters every time they come off spawn.
Well, he's like, all right, guys, we're coming. They're like, yeah, we're setting up over here, and then they would just die. So he just kind of waited.
That's not good enough for the international stage, SSG.
I hope he goes for the 0-0-0 for the entire match. Yeah. That would be something we've never seen.
It's literally our emergency services number. For a reason. Call an ambulance, but not for me, say Varel. Okay, here we go. Okay, Lethal opens up the account here, at least Cloud has been picked off, but Ozan is actually at the center of controversy at the start of the round.
And Hawk over to the Diva to try and help this backline, right? I mean, so much pressure with Top Dragon and Slay there. Trying to get Nico here out of harm's way. Nice movement, but Hawk on the pursuit.
Yeah, I think it's correct here. Hawk realizing that he cannot just ignore the Jetpack Cat plus other, during this round. He needs to go after them.
Too much has happened. call pause here. Nah, looks like potentially an issue here. This would be on the Varel side of the stage. It looked like, KSG sits very close. I'm wondering if he just, knocked the cable out. His posture is... We're going to have to catch up with him in 10 years. I mean, that's... we gotta see what's going on. I mean, he's so hunched over.
Yeah, he is. Again,
that can't be comfy.
Sometimes he's like... peculiar
Okay, so he
postures.
unplugged his PC. So that is, look, he sits that close. He's getting aggressive. He's in the mode, and sometimes he just rip the PC out of the wall.
That's fine. Bro's locked in. It's not the strangest posture that I've ever seen. I think Hanbin still takes the cake for that. That is,
His teammates there are like, yeah, he's done this a few times.
He's just so animated. Lenny and Hawk versus the world. It's often felt like that for SSG, especially tournaments like this. They're fighting to be the first North American club in
his
our
mouse pad
mid-season
off the
championship
table
playoffs.
as well. Half of his mouse pad is not even on the table.
Well, you probably kind of get this to a degree because you want to simulate your setup at LAN as close as you can to home, right? So people like smaller desks or like less space on their table. It's also why this phenomena of like the keyboards being turned sideways originated from, because everyone had like 10 keys on their like keypads on the keyboard, so they had to sort of move them to make room on tables. It's not just a fashion choice. It's certainly not an ergonomic one.
So SSG gets off to a good start here in round number 2. But Varel just absolutely dominant there in round number 1. I'd imagine we're getting a little bit closer here, getting back into things.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're powered by SSDs in this era, so normally we can boot up and get into action pretty quickly. But it is a unconventional tech pause reason. But frankly, I'm more satisfied than this than people running off to the bathroom without warning.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. As Christopher's like, he's starting to play well, man.
I love the attire. I really do think though that the SSG outfit can be turned into overalls, so he looks like a mechanic. You know,
They do
under the hood of an esports.
They have a sick kit, and also the team skin, right? With obviously the Roadhog with the SSG belly. I mean, that one's gonna do numbers.
It's great real estate for
thumbs up. We like that.
Right, moments away from getting back into the action.
To remind him not to unplug his PC.
To catch you up with what happened in the first round, it was Top Dragon and Slay highlighting here for Varel, the jetpack cat play from Slay, who is your Japan Stage 1 MVP. Was too much to handle. This time though, Space Station have the Diva, which can answer this, but means Hawk gets even busier now.
It is 26% gotten there by Varel at the start, so not absolutely nothing there early on. As the Deucey KSG, when he gets back into the lobby, will switch over to the Diva. So this is what Jetpack can provide. Tracer, right, just gets Top Dragon all the way across the map there.
Sugarfree trying to pressure Slay down. That was nice from Ultraviolet. Good little interception. Top Dragon, though, might be a wrinkle in this plan. As a recall, though, is forced, and Ultraviolet has friends and help on the way.
Yeah, looked like Slay was trying to make it back to the rest of the teams, and Top Dragon, he drops him on the other side and just gets a little bit too close. Takes some damage from Sugarfree, and then UV just kind of rounds the corner, finishes him off. So, in a slow round here in round number 2.
No longer trying to play. Oh, nice stick. Okay, that's nice from Sugarfree. On Nico, of all things, one of the DPS that would be most lethal to Tracer. And now that Ultraviolet's not busy playing Ana Paintball with Cloud, it's bound to hit some pretty crucial biotic grenades from some safely ensconced spots here.
Yeah, and because they have great map control, right? They're able to control some of the high ground as they are trying to...
He's pushed up.
He is pushed up.
There to be found here. Eventually Ultraviolet is going to be accosted again by Top Dragon. That's the stick. That'll do him in. Nicely done. Both Tracers with very important pulse bomb pickoffs. But Varel haven't had control of the point since that first fight. They need to get their skates on. Hawk wants to maintain this space here, but it's very split. Space Station Gaming, and Hawk has a remake opportunity at the very least. Oh, no! KST dragged out into the open, but here with the nano boost that actually mitigates enough of the self-destruct damage to keep him inside his spec. That is so nice from Cloud.
Yeah, really nice attempt though from Admiral, right? Trying to drag that Diva into the self-destruct, something we don't see that often. Top Dragon starting to heat up in this round as well. Bio grenade goes in there from UV, doesn't connect with anything.
Very aggressive.
Nano not used there. They're going to hold on to it. They get to 99, which is the most important thing there.
for SSG.
Yeah, Ultraviolet, they're going for a more up-tempo play, but that certainly exposes you to punishment. And he did suffer in the end. Lethal not able to extract himself from the point quite in time, so it'll be a full respawn, and Hawk has had to go for a long walk off the short cliff.
Nano available here for SSG. You think Hawk or Sugar Free the targets. Varel, dude, Top Dragon with the pulse bomb, right, was massive getting rid of UV early in the previous fight, even just kind of got it right past the defense matrix.
In general, though, this has been much, much better for Space
Oh,
Station
without
Gaming.
a doubt. Yeah, I mean,
they're awake.
Look, just about anything would have been much better, but yes, significantly better.
We could say they're playing the game now. So quick Nano give it over to Lethal here as he runs Cloud into the ground, and he'll take the fight against Nico quite happily. Over the top goes Slays, trying to quickly leave the scene. Top Dragon again successful in his
This one's not
assassination
over.
attempt into the backline. Yeah, Slay with a catnap. I don't know who he's caught here, if there's anything to it. A little isolated is Lethal, but you favor the Bastion in this kind of matchup, although you must respect the cat who's encroaching. Oh my goodness, up behind him, Slay able to find that.
So although SSG gets the two-player advantage early on, KSG has a self-destruct, which he's able to get back in mech. Top Dragon with the pulse bomb, he's able to get one, and then Slay's still alive as well.
The staggers are rough.
Oh, this is going to be brutal. And also the artillery, they're going to be able to kind of like hold this outside the spawn. Let's see where they decide to use it here.
Bastion also interesting because it gives you perfect information about the map.
Oh, they lost UV2.
War in Overwatch, and yeah, Nico's just able to search for Ultraviolet and fight Niana. Tough to fight back from this one if you're Space Station Gaming. A better start in this round, but Varel seemed to have outlasted. Now, Hawk, can he hold up in the heat? Just needs to stall at the moment, but doesn't have a self-destruct for a remix, so has to actually leave. Nice little per healing coming in there from Admiral, but Lethal has already gone down. That's the lion's share of your damage output. Top Dragon's going to make this even worse by divesting Hawk of his mech, and Sugar Free has much of his damage mitigated by Defense Matrix. Here come Varel, not satisfied to simply repeat history. They start off on a strong foot against NA's number 2.
Yeah, round one, very dominant from Varel. Round number 2, SSG battled back. They get an advantage there late, right? It's the Nano on the Lethal. He finds 2. And then they are able to battle back. Self-destruct. They had a pulse bomb there and a catnap. If you take a look at some of the highlights, it feels like Top Dragon really kind of turned it on in the second half of round 2.
Yeah, Nana give it over there to Lethal. Lethal actually gets snatched back. I see the catnap was for the Bastion. Good work for Admiral to almost, avert disaster. But Slay still chasing the Bastion down and basically solos in. Jetpack Cat scary with that slash perk being picked off.
It's Varel now, 1 game away, right? Getting into our playoff here at the Esports World Cup, our midseason championship for OWCS. SSG now back against the wall here. I mean, dude, we may end up in a spot where we don't get any North American teams in the playoffs.
It would be a sign of the times were that to happen. SSG, very early on in this series, have been backed into a corner. I think our friend in the audience there trying to illustrate his desired trajectory for SSG. It's tough to choose. 2 crowd favorites. Hawk looked extremely unhappy after that. Coach Christopher here, obviously quite a veteran at this point. Someone who's been at the helm of some of the most compelling Overwatch franchises. His run with the Ultimates, though, I think had left a little bit to be desired in 2025, and getting another crack at it here with SSG.
Yeah, I mean, that just seemed like a bad situation for everybody.
Bad batch of gumbo, that one.
Yeah, everybody's kind of gone on after that, stint in scene success. It's just, hey, they saw success before. They didn't obviously have it together, and then, post, obviously, everybody's kind of moved on. I know they had some better times, but
Christopher's always very worth. If you find content with him, he's often speaks to OWTV, for example, or other outlets. He's always very frank about the struggles that his teams go through. And he did feel like, even though he was being gifted an opportunity here to, continue to develop a beloved name in North America, he had no shortage of challenges to face at the start of the year.
Yeah. I mean, look, obviously backs against the wall here for SSG against Varel. Team Liquid, they are out the hands of their North American partners, the Dallas Fuel, but it's not over for Dallas Fuel just yet. They will have to face Virtus.pro to try and make it out. Who VP, obviously, our #1 seed from EMEA, they fall a little bit earlier in the day to Twisted Minds, but still not an opponent you would want to see. Still a very strong team.
Saw Lethal on camera there for a moment. Normally he is the happy-go-lucky, the jokester of the team. But when the rubber hits the road, he tends to lock in, and this is an uncomfortable spot to find yourselves. SSG would have come out here to the Mid-Season Championship hoping for a pathway into playoffs that felt manageable, felt doable. This is one of them, I think. However, they're uncomfortable being in a do-or-die position pretty early on in the piece, and New Junk City is going to be their map selection.
Feels like they want to play some rush, right? Maybe like Ramatra. They want to get into the mix. We'll see what the ban is here for SSG. It is going to be the Jetpack Cat Slay. Too nasty on that. The Maga gone as well. So I think if you are Varel, obviously the Jetpack Cat is a big loss here. But, you know, KG played a lot of the Ramatra there. Can also play the Diva. You can just kind of match those heroes. Top Dragon continuing to play the Tracer. You feel fine.
Oh yeah, you're just not going to, you know, ban that one. I think Sugar Free wants to be in that position as well. Great to see our partner skins revealed.
Yeah.
Talked about that earlier on, and yeah, seeing Team Peps represented there as well is great. Some of them look, well, they all look absolutely phenomenal, frankly.
Zoe said she's buying us all each one bundle.
That's good. I'm asking her for the Twisted Minds one personally. I think that one's fire.
Those are kind of fire. I'm in on that. Just double up that order real quick.
Yeah.
It's,
Ultraviolet, I think, got a bit of a shock on that first round of Samoa. He just started fighting Cloud randomly, Ana via Ana across the map, and lost hard. And could never get back into the game.
Without the Jetpack Cat gone, though, right? A lot of really nice plays they were setting up were like Slay and Top Dragon as, you know, kind of going on these flanks, really making Lethal's life difficult. You know, Top Dragon can obviously play Sim. Sim Wooyoung would be an interesting one. We'll see.
A Tracer switch after the fact, surely.
Probably, yes.
You just need Tidal Blast delivery.
Yep. Interesting that they're going to come out and play the Orisa. I feel like we haven't seen many teams play the Orisa. If you're going to have this map, it's like, you know, we see obviously a lot of Maga when he's in, but you know, even Sig we see pretty prevalent on this map. I wonder what SSG sees in this Orisa pick.
It's tough. For Hawk, it feels like it's pretty hard to intervene if, you know, Top Dragon is going to run into their backline. The Lenny Shion, though, might be a nice piece of this puzzle. He's forced away, though, has to get on his bike and get on out of there. ALG just gets caught, yeah. Hawk almost feigned that he was going to go past the Ramatra and ignore him, and then doubled back.
Yeah, and it's a nice spear that goes right into KSG, and I know hits him on a wall, and Sugar Free's there to put some damage down in as well.
Okay.
Nice there from Sugar Free.
Better looks here for Space Station Gaming. But the second round of Samoa also looked like this, and they lost their grip as time went on.
Okay, so KSG will actually match the Orisa here. A lot of poke damage with this Wooyoung in play for Varel.
Yeah, Orisa doesn't normally love poke, so yeah. You know, Sojourn and Wooyoung could be powerful in some instances, on some flashpoints.
Top Dragon as well, working his way towards the pulse spawn. We saw how that impactful was on Samoa. KSG will move up here. Taking their time, moving through the choke. That's going to be the slide out here from Lethal already. Yeah, it doesn't get anything, but it's going to be Slay coming in, though, with some extra damage.
And it's like, that's just the intangibles you can't always count on. Bringing your Wooyoung player into your game and having them be able to get those first picks is, yeah, pretty magical if you can play off of it. Mika, though, did go down. Or Javelin spin to try and come forward, though. It's a flip from Varel that already had a curve, but Ultivire's going to go for Kitsune Rush in the backline, and Varel hasn't really generated their ultimates yet. Hawk wisely identifies a window which KSG is very much alone.
I mean, with that Kitsune Rush, right, when you're playing as SSG inside of it, you can be a little bit more aggressive. As KSG was already about half HP at that moment in time. Hawk moves on up. They feel like there's a target here. They can maybe try and stagger out, deny them from touching the point on the opposite side. So it looks like it's going to be .1 here on New Junk City going to SSG. It'll be Nico now going over and playing some Freya. So we've seen more and more Freya throughout this event. can constantly put some pressure down onto the Orisa, right? Obviously a buff here in our mid-season patch to Freya for the primary fire. So can just kind of get a little bit more consistent damage output.
Yeah, like you don't lose out on poke, but you also give yourself a little bit of that vertical mobility that's quite potent against flankers. Nico hoping to kite away from Sugar Free pretty consistently, especially if there's a spree at the ready. Top Dragon wending his way into the back line, but it's going to be a sound barrier now for Space Station Gaming. Slay might have to deal with Admiral here, but he gives a good account of himself. Sugar Free doubles back to the point, and KSG is low, but Admiral has dropped. Tidal Blast, knockdown could be big here, and Sugar Free falls by the wayside. A pulse stick there would have been massive, and now Top Dragon still going to have to go after lethal the old-fashioned way, but there's plenty of bullets in the pulse pistols to get the job done.
Yes, the point has not been taken yet either here by SSG, so they get off to a good start getting rid of KSG on the other side, but now it's going to be Varel battling back into this fight. Both teams going to be very close to full strength. You're just missing UV here. Admiral's going to back out, not going to decide to fight this without that Fury.
It also looked like Hawk took a ton of poke damage trying to walk up there. At that point, SSG did feel like going for it again. Lucio Kiri backline can't always ameliorate those damage
that's a huge tag.
I mean, out of nowhere. Hawk's able to find the Javelin connection on Top Dragon, and now means that Space Station's backline are kind of chilling. This really gives them a lot of flexibility, means like Ultraviolet, Admiral can actually go for some more aggressive plays. The Terror Surge here for KSG, bought a bit of time, and that's about it.
Touch here for Top Dragon. So they'll keep this one rolling for just a brief period of time. I have not loved the Orisa here from Varel. It seems like obviously SSG has piloted this comp a decent amount. There'll be more changes for Varel as it'll be Top Dragon going over and matching the Xion here of Sugar Free. Which feels like KSG, this may not be his kind of comfort zone here playing the Orisa.
And seeing how the first map went, I think that Hawk trying to put himself in position to win his tank matchup is going to be a key to victory for Space Station Gaming. So I don't care how much he has to switch in order to try and find an edge there. Nico wrapping around with a bowler shot at his disposal. Very wide angle to play here, but can he connect some of these explosive bolts? Ultraviolet should have a Suzu there, so no harm, no foul for Space Station Gaming. And a Kitsune Rush is going to be deployed. It's going to reduce that Suzu cooldown as well, but also the haste buff for the rest of the team is pretty important. Tidal Blast. Where are we going with this one? Nico runs Hawk down. Okay, gets the pick on the Orisa. Now means KSG's got a bit of room to breathe. But SSG are at 92% and counting now. Nico and Top Dragon are gone.
Yeah, KSG though still on the point. You have Slay coming in here as well. Cloud alive too. KSG with two. Both supports rounds the corner.
Lenny had to win that 1v1 big time.
Yeah, and he's got that execute.
Nice.
It is huge. 2-0 here in favor of SSG. Varel had just not had the answer for this comp.
KSG versus Sugar Free for the flashpoint. The former didn't have any of his healers alive though.
You see how big the Jetpack Cat ban is for Varel, right? Not having Slay, being able to kind of work those flanks with Top Dragon allows UV and Admiral to breathe a bit of a sigh of relief there, not under so much pressure.
It's leveled the playing field. There's been a couple of windows in which the Tidal Blast has been quite effective, but none that have really outright won team fights like Jetpack Cat has been able to. Beat for Admiral. No, like, yeah, again, no ultimate to really match beat on the side of Varel. Kitsune Rush is okay, but again, need to be able to get that healing output. It's Lasers found here on his own, but it's going to be a spree from Top Dragon. More! Where that came from! Admiral got a little bit too close to the blender. Oh, Hawk's off the map. I think he realized the fight was probably over there, so SSG are only going to get a third of that last flashpoint.
Yeah, lethal on a flank there. They actually see Slay. They kind of catch Slay out, right? I mean, they put a few shots into him, and then they push up. They just don't probably expect Top Dragon to be sitting on top of them there, getting ready to spree. Can't even really fault SSG for that, as they're still in a great spot. Varel end up taking the lead, but SSG 5 ultimates here to work with, and Varel is down a support there as Slay, without that Jetpack Cat mobility on the Wuyang, much easier to pick out.
I mean, lethal on the Cassidy as well really does feel like PB&J for Space Station Gaming, man. He is devastating on this pick, and Hawk there handles Nico comfortably. Terra Surge for some extra durability. KSC gonna respond. And he'll have a fully charged one, but Hawk has the beat from Admiral. Very well apportioned for a situation like this, and no analog to that on Varel's side. And Space Station back in control.
Yeah, and Slay on the way back. Trying to make a play towards the end of that fight, maybe seeing if he can get back there, kind of contribute to his team. Ends up just getting staggered out, so be up off the respawn now. Tracer and Sojourn back here for Varel. No changes in the support line, no changes in terms of KSG in a while. It feels like they kind of need to match, you know, the Orisa at least, and then Slay obviously playing a different brand of Overwatch here on the Wooyoung.
The last fight for Varel. They need to find some edge now on Space Station Gaming, who are sitting on this Kitsune Rush and ready to roll with it. First the Deadeye, though. Pleasantries exchange, but no time to spare for Varel. They've got to get a touch in a moment. Kitsune Rush now for Ultraviolet. Lethal, free to run here on this low ground. Concerned about a flank potential, but there's Slay falling. Hawk finds another Javelin set up for an elimination. KSG on the point, gets a Suzu here, but the spree for Sugar Free levels Varel. Dominant stuff here for Space Station Gaming. More than just a recovery, it's a statement in map 2.
Yeah, they get no use of that tidal blast there from Slay towards the end. Just goes for nothing. SSG just dominates Varel there in map number 2. You really see, without the Jetpack Cat in the mix, right? Slay trying to take these off angles, trying to find some damage. Much easier to deal with when he can't just kind of use that always in the skybox movement of Jetpack Cat to get away. Much easier to chuck down on the Wooyoung.
The Orisa mirror for KSG definitely didn't look comfortable. But this is SSG trying to gain the system to favor them. With the Jetpack Cat ban and selection of New Junk City. The rub with losing control, though, means the decided map, the way the bans go, will fall to Varel to take priority on.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you won't have to deal with the cat being gone. That'll be back in play. So, not worried about that whatsoever. Definitely feels like, were you targeting, Top Dragon's been good on the Tracer, so most likely not going to be targeting, do you want to target the Xion, right? Do you want to target Sugar Free?
Orisa?
You want to target the Orisa, right?
I don't know if you want to see that if you're KSG.
I think depending on the map, right?
It allows Hawk to be a little bit more proactive and actually taking things in his own hands. He doesn't just make space. He doesn't just stand there and provide a zone for his DPS to operate. He sets up eliminations with these javelins, sometimes sees a window to push into a backline himself and get the job done. Pressure is on, though. She's won a map. That's fine. I mean, again, it's about how you recover from a rough start in a series. It's just this format doesn't really lend itself to comeback victories, sweeps necessarily because of how map selection works.
And I mean, just a massive map for North American Overwatch. And then I know also Japan, right? It's been kind of surging as a really an awesome spot for Overwatch, just the game and esports. Obviously, Varel, one of the fan favorites from that region, wants to get into a playoff in the worst way.
And it's so interesting for them because where SSG come from a region that has been forging them and reciprocally them, the rest of the region, into contenders, Varel doesn't really have that level of opposition at home.
No.
They dominated the Japan Stage 2. They dominated the final. It was a sweep. They've had to look further afield to find scrim opponents. Fortunately, geographically, they're close enough. China, South Korea can get those kinds of scrims. But they can't level up simply by playing within their own region. They don't have that luxury that Space Station do.
Shambali is the map selection. Really good, Cat Bastion map, right? We've seen, also just Cat being pretty effective here as well. Okay, it'll be Cassidy, the ban here.
You are banning Ana.
Ana there, okay.
So this denies you one of the options for dealing with Jetpack Cat, just because Ana is, pretty uncomfortable to run into her sightlines as Cat. Like, you take it like 70 or
well, we
so
saw
damage
UV play a ton of the Ana, though, early on. I mean,
is he feeling bested by Cloud enough to want to ban it?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's probably, maybe you feel like the Cat is not as effective if there is the Kiri in the mix, right? Cassidy is a great response to Bastion, right? Maybe there's like a, like obviously we've seen UV play like Baptiste in the past, right? Maybe you feel like if you're going to play like a Sig or a D.Va, you can play the BAP with it, or even a Maga, you can play the BAP with it, so.
Now we see stony faces on the stage, but make no mistake, Varol's road so far has been wrapped in emotion. The fans, how much it means to them to see their region represented at this level, to advance even further into the tournament would be something else, and for the players, just a vindication. The gratification of finding success here against a team in Space Station who are a proven contender. It all comes down to Shambali Monastery, folks. But Jetpack Cat available and Ana banned out.
Slay has been so good on the Cat. Be Varol on offense here to kick things off. Actually on defense, so we'll get that one sorted at the top of the screen, but yeah, it'll be Kiri with the Cat, Bastion in the mix. Top Dragon not going to play Tracer, going to play the Xion here on D.
Space Station are either going to have to beat this or join this Jetpack Cat combination. There's no two ways about it.
Nico just kind of hiding around the corner, going to deny them a look at what he is playing. Same with Top Dragon.
Nico, ASG, Cloud, 5 years as competitors in obscurity for the most part.
Yeah.
Their opportunities to play on the world stage, few and far between. I'm for a region-defining result. If Varol have any say in the matter.
Now, the Orisa obviously was really good against the Ramattra. Can the Orisa withstand the damage output of Bastion?
I think it's going to require correct cycling of cooldowns on both sides. Yeah, Lethal realizes Bastion.
Hawk is going to change. I think he realizes that he's not, the Orisa's not going to live.
What about Sigma? Okay, Malga instead. Okay. More brawl and less poke-oriented than the Sigma option would have been. So at some point, you're going to see Space Station Gaming. They'll need to start this up. They'll need to be the instigators here. KSG just waiting out for the Big Islander to appear. There's the stop from Hawk coming on in, but Sugar Free is actually blown to smithereens before the fight can truly begin, and that's devastating. Knocked to the low ground now. Nemesis form protecting KSG to some degree.
They do get some high ground here for SSG. You're going to have Sugar Free coming off a spawn here as well. It's going to be quite awkward for KSG.
Where's he going to go? He's just got nowhere to be. Can they keep KSG alive? He's so deep in enemy territory, but yeah, somehow he's still standing. Slay, though, to go down first means that picking off KSG is elementary.
Yeah, they grab, they take high ground, and they do end up losing Sugar Free, but quick swap to Tracer gets right back into the mix. And you just put KSG in such a weird spot. Doesn't have that survivability once Nemesis form and no shield is available. Heal start. Now, switching over to the Maga here.
KSG's often wanted to mirror Hawk, but it didn't really work out for it. Didn't look as great on the Orisa. How's his Malga going to be? Nico might be getting over the top here. No grenade thrown out. Sugar Free spotted, known and noted. He'll be forced to play a bit more passive for the time being. Stop comes on in. Nico's in the thick of things here. Cardiac Overdrive might not be enough to account for the Bastion burst damage, and Ultraviolet's found by Slay. Still a trade of Jetpack Cats as Cloud gets rid of Admiral. Sugar Free here feeling a bit uncomfortable because he doesn't have anyone to really play around. It's going to have to be solo. Going to have to be a big pulse bomb here in these close quarter environs, but never gets a chance to deploy it.
Not the worst, though, for SSG. That's Cloud that ends up using the Kitsune Rush a little bit later towards the end of that fight when they had like a 3-on-3, 3v2 scenario. So it would have been a huge ultimate moving forward.
There's a lot of ultimates here for Space Station. Obviously, all of them. It takes one good catnapping, though, to unravel this. Lethal going to go for an ult of his own, just as Nico does, searching for someone who's more vulnerable. He's to pick up Slay. He's found someone. Ultraviolet picked up Susie's himself, and eventually KSG turns around to address the Kiri. But Ultraviolet was able to get away and drop down the Kitsune Rush. Now Hawk wants to push up, sees KSG a little bit low. Cage fight will be waiting for him. The Bastion seems like a great catch. Oh, I don't know, KSG is going to get away with this. Of course, he is unstoppable and wasn't tethered initially. He's able to walk through the cage. Now pushing up, Top Dragon down. Pulse bomb thrown in the top corner, didn't find a result. It's Lethal starts to cut a bloody swathe through them.
An absolute must-win fight there for SSG. They have all 5 ultimates. They decide to kind of spend them all. It's nice Suzu there, kind of protects Lethal right at the start. A Stomp comes out on top of him. Just gonna keep on firing on that Bastion. Trust that the rest of the team's gonna keep him upright. Reaper now for both sides to answer this Maga.
KSG sitting on a cage fight. Lethal with another ultimate.
Yeah, back-to-back fights.
Yep. A bad way to start things off, but tough to pin this Varel comp down. Hard to find an easy kill there. It's not like they're on
another
or something.
cage for KSG too.
Napping for Admiral. Who's the target supposed to be? He's taken someone out of the fight, but now he needs to get there and help Hawk. Nico was eventually dealt with. Hawk had him pinned into the corner, but Top Dragon now decided he wants to answer the Malga threat with a counter pick in the Reaper.
So, you know, Mog obviously very difficult to deal with while inside of the Kitsune Rush. Reaper, probably even tougher. Nice catnap there, gonna actually grab Sugar Free away and then gonna just release him, go there, slay on the offensive. This is why you won the Jetpack Cat ban. When you play against Varel, so nasty on this hero. Nice catnap, then goes on through, takes out 2 players.
Yeah, Sugar Free really depends on being within striking distance of a lot of these frontliners for his sustain and also just to do his job.
Varel's already
out
held for like almost 2 minutes here at this part of the map.
1 minute 40 remains. That burgeoning bank of ultimates for Space Station Gaming is building. And I have a chance to use all of them before the game is over. Stop early, respond with a rush. It's going to be a cage fight now thrown on in. The Death Blossom there, though from Top Dragon, is cut short. Sugar Free has dealt with him. And Space Station Gaming can take a bunch of ultimates into the next fight, which is going to be the last for this stage of the map if it's an SSG win.
Yeah, and you don't get anything with your cage or Death Blossom. KSG just dropped instantly there by Hawk. Artillery here, gonna try and buy some time for Varel to get out and get a touch. It feels like though they need a miracle in this fight.
Cage fight here, traps Nico. He's not really looking at the Malga right now. There's Sugar Brom with 2. Slay and Nico picked up here in case. He's got no reason not to try and dive the backline. That's Varel taken down an SSG. As we almost intuited with all of those ultimates able just to steamroll.
Yeah, I mean, Varel would have needed a miracle to win that fight, and it did not happen. So SSG, this will be tough though, right? You've now kind of, you know, you have nothing to work with here. You're kind of just dumped all your ultimates in. A minute 55. You might be looking at a fight or 2 for SSG that, you know, are quite rough. You know, with obviously Varel having an advantage, but then, you know, towards our overtime, maybe 20, 30 seconds, that's when SSG can make a run.
Still time to work with. And I wouldn't say there's no need to hurry, but pressure still hasn't quite hit that fever pitch yet. Cloud and Slay going to both use their support ultimates now, and Space Station Gaming probably happy just to let this play out as it was drawn up.
Yeah, I mean, look, you don't have anything to work with. They have the Kitsune Rush. They just kind of bowl over your Maga. I mean, there's no reason to just kind of keep throwing bodies into the meat grinder there and just give them more ult charges. Nico.
Oh, into the backline.
Yeah.
Suzu is going to be met, though. And they can't quite get through Lethal in time. That gambit has not paid off. And Varel, I love the pluckiness to go for that kind of play. Can they follow it up now with this dive into the front line? Yes, it's KSG and Top Dragon who do achieve results, but eventually will be shut down by Space Station Gaming. Yes, it's a truncated roster that's on the cart, but still, progress is being made with 40 seconds left.
Yeah, that flank from Varel felt slightly unnecessary, right? Especially where they were at the moment in terms of ultimate economy. They've also allowed SSG to just kind of farm up these support ultimates. It'll be an artillery here.
Early Raid Walk forced out of Top Dragon. It could be massive. KSG can't fight. He's taking too much poke damage. And Top Dragon, he's got nowhere to go. That early Wraith Walk forces huge, and Ultraviolet presses down right where it hurts. Now, cage fight here for Hawk. This could end the game now, but Sugar Free did get taken down on the periphery. Catnapping though in for Admirals, trying to get him with some healing at least. Yeah, that'll be enough. Oh boy, KSG eventually is felled. As SSG finish with time to spare.
I believe they finished with like 2 or 3 seconds left on the clock, so massive for SSG. Felt like that's where Varel, maybe their aggression kind of bit them a little bit there, right? They kind of playing so aggressive towards the end. of that map where they were doing a nice job just kind of playing the clock. Nico and Slay going on one of those kind of flanks that Varel loves to do, and I mean, they just get picked off one by one.
I mean, it's gameplay that oozes personality, right? But Space Station are a pretty stable roster. They've got the capacity in a pinch to adapt to that kind of thing, to respond, make the right choice. They end up winning that previous fight with 2 players. They get a bunch of extra progress, and then they cycled back into their bank of ultimates and were able to close things out. Still very competitive stuff.
8 deaths for Nico, though. That's like kind of what jumps out at me right off the rip. That is really high from your hit scan. He's getting a decent amount of support, right? Slay kind of escorting him around the map on the Bastion as well. I mean, look at like Lethal, right? Almost 12k damage, like 11,200. I think Nico, off the top of my head, was around like 8k plus 8 deaths. It's not a great first half for Nico and Varel, but still obviously in this game.
Let's see how this Reaper plays into the Diva comp. Sugar Free might have been expecting a Malga or something similar, but Varel just want the flexibility. Okay, we are switching back to the Malga. This will please Sugarbron, I'm sure. A lot of other factors, though, yet to consider, and already some defensive flanks are underway. The Bastion is peaking up. Lethal thrown in, wheels mode. Cancel pretty quickly, though, as Varel are going to disengage up onto the stairwell and use that Suzu to pad their retreat.
It's a good spot for Varel, though, right? You kind of force SSG off of this high ground to play from that offensive side. This is how SSG broke it open on their offense, this first point.
It's a bit of a sharp sightline for the Bastion up on that high ground there. I don't know how long Nico's going to be. Yeah, he can't stay there forever. This time, gets the jetpack cat to carry him forward. But they're looking at targets that are more satisfying to shoot than the Malga. There aren't many. Space Station disengaged quite nicely. Now it's their turn to wager something.
Well, they've gotten their side of the map and high ground back, so both teams just kind of rotating around each other, just trying for this high ground setup at the start.
And I think if you're SSG, you're more than happy to play these games to get locked in a stalemate here, as the defender is A-OK. Pod Dragon also is brought to heal, but KSG is able to reciprocate Hawk's efforts and deal with Lethal. Ritual charges here. KSG trying to really take his claim to this position, and now we have a Malga caught by Slay. And Hawk is held aloft so Cloud can pick him up. Kitsune Rush is in action in Space Station Gaming, but without the front line intact, this could be a tough ask.
It's, Admiral getting out there, just kind of contesting for a brief second. Is I think Varel set up pretty well here, Mitch, right? Cage spree for this next fight. UV obviously uses the rush, so you don't have that available. Artillery used here. Oh, that's actually a knockdown there on the Sugar Free, and then the artillery follows it up.
Yeah, really hard to set up any kills off the Bastion ultimate, but that is beautifully put together by KSG. And it's a walk-over fight win. One that Varel can hit both DPS ults. There isn't like a solid support ult to answer the spree here, so Top Dragon might be poised just to push this through.
Especially if you can kind of catch SSG just kind of coming out on the high ground here.
Another good stop, another good cage, and here comes Top Dragon to make it even worse. Boy, that was over almost before it began. Nico's been found though, and Hawk is stalling on the cart. He's also sitting on a cage fight. He's just taking too much damage, and there's nobody to top him back up.
It's just Sugar Free here that he'll get cleaned up. Pretty good offense for Varel thus far. Catnap available for them on offense. They do end up investing pretty heavy and getting aggressive. I'd expect SSG to bounce back here in a big way, Mirage, right? Cage plus Blossom. Sugar Free and Hawk have been great at combining. And that tank and DPS roll constantly. They see the poke damage from Slay coming on through.
Varel conquering Japan, now chasing the victory though. Change the way the world sees him. A death blossom for Sugar Free though is cut short by KSG, but Lethal had already gotten his job done. Now some more clock bleed. Also with the card sliding down that incline. This could be a sticky part of the map to try and break through, and Varel don't have any silver bullets.
Yes, and it's starting to get really good for SSG, right? Because the Ultraviolet's going to be able to kind of match this Kitsune Rush, you'd imagine. Coming up here soon. KSG goes in, that's going to be Cardiac Overdrive. There's going to be the cage fight. He's going to be in a lot of trouble. Slay actually uses the catnap during this as well. Potentially even gets caught inside the cage, so that goes for nothing. So I really like this for SSG. Similar to how we see teams on like Circle Royal push up. Maybe you can play that low ground. You can do that here.
It feels like one of the scenarios where Slay might otherwise have been advised to just hold on to his ultimate. Don't try to make the play here. Oh man, so much damage on KSG early. And how are you going to heal through that? You just don't. Lethal catches them. Kiriko with his ultimate. And Barrel in a very awkward position trying to play up on the cliffside.
I mean, Cloud had to end up using the TP to get to KSG and using the Suzu just to keep the Maga up. And then also here's the artillery coming from directly above.
What are you planning, sir?
But here, like, right, Admiral could get a catnap, bring one player in, and then we have another fight, probably 30 seconds off the clock, and nothing happens.
Stop here. Nice Suzu there from Cloud, though, so Nico doesn't get disrupted whatsoever, and Sugarfree's not in a position to meaningfully contribute. So Hawk just goes for nothing. Another Suzu. Damn, these have been so well timed. Cloud, obviously, with the cooldown reduction, is able just to dole those out.
I think this is, like, ultimately okay, though, as, Sugarfree is going to get staggered out here towards the end. You're going to get another fight, right?
Slay built his catnap twice while Admiral was still sitting.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, while Slay is just a different beast, right, on the cat. Just so much healing and damage output. You'll have the Death Blossom to break the cage of KSG. Be an artillery for Nico. See exactly where these are coming from. It'll be the cage. Oh, and they do a nice job getting rid of Sugarfree instantly.
Oh, Dragon dropping in. That is big. Farrell still keep their hopes alive now. SSG always willing to accept that discretion is a better part of Valor. Have fully disengaged away from this, but can they get back in time? Lethal trying to set something up with that ultimate, but it's a disengage from Farrell here. They do not want a bar of it. What are they doing?
They're giving up so much space, man.
Could they not just push that through? They have the numbers still. Very, very safe play, but I wonder if they let a golden opportunity go begging just now. They're going to play around Top Dragon. Death Blossom, and he throws it instantly. Ultraviolet is down. The stun comes in, though, and Top Dragon is knocked out of the game. Hawk's able to find two massive eliminations, and Sugarfree tends to the card. Still, there's fighting to be done. Charge there for KSG. Admiral being hunted by Slay, but he can't finish the job. With Nico falling, Slay's going to go back, but there's only 10 seconds left.
Oh, and it feels like Barrel just kind of disengaging from that previous fight, just playing way too passive at that moment, may have just let SSG take this one.
He has to stall, he has to get overtime, but the cage fight is going to be in place, and Farrell can only send Top Dragon, the person that catapulted them onto the international stage, to try and keep them in the game. Hawk pushing out, TP forward there by Top Dragon, and they know it, they're ready for him. Admiral cleans up the Reaper, charge in from Hawk, knockdown on KSG, and it's all gone horribly wrong for Farrell at the start of this fight. No Malga, no problem for Space Station Gaming. They'll run it on down, and Slay has been felled. Staying in orbit, SSG preserve their right to reach for the stars.
SSG seems so relieved they get it done here in our third and final map of this decider. Sugarfree really turned up when needed. I thought Hawk played a really great series as well. The Maga really kind of turned the tide, and obviously just another crushing loss for Varel. The team still in high spirits. But, I mean, another one that'll sting at the international level for a while.
The same trajectory they experienced last year, ultimately being knocked out by North America's #2 seed. It's not flashing for Hawk, but it doesn't have to be. He's an academic. And when it comes to those tank matchups, he makes sure he's always put in a position to succeed. Orisa, Malga, no problem. He is stalwart and ultra consistent. So the story, the Japanese region comes to an end. Top Dragon and Slay not quite able to put their name in lights this time around. We're going to head over to the stage here and hear from Ultraviolet and Ian.
SSG are in the quarterfinals here at the Esports World Cup, and I'm standing by with Ultraviolet. Just off camera there, I said, how are you feeling? You went, stressful. I mean, look, we talk a lot about elimination matches, backs against the wall. After map 1, your back really was against the wall. How was the mentality in your team at that point?
I think they definitely caught us off guard with the carry ban. We weren't really expecting that. We watched their VODs. We thought they'd do it on Shambali. But after that map, like we said, calm down, guys. It's their strongest span. We know how to play the rest of these matchups, and I think we did that.
Yeah, absolutely. And you had to really pull it together after yesterday's defeat to Crazy Raccoon. How were you feeling collectively after that loss? And did it take a lot, I guess, to pick yourselves back up and come into today?
I wouldn't say so. I think Crazy Raccoons are probably the strongest team in this tournament, maybe top 2, top 3, something like that. So I think it was definitely disappointing. There were definitely fights and maps that we could have and should have won. But I think that there were definitely a lot of bright spots and things we learned from that game.
Yeah, I mean, you've shown flashes of brilliance throughout the last few days here in Paris. As you can see behind us, the key crusher is being revealed. Have you ever crushed a key before?
Not once.
Would you like to?
That'd be awesome.
Let's go do it. All right, Ultraviolet, the time has come for you to crush your first key here at the Esports World Cup. Our handsome key master will talk you through it. And we've got to give props to Japan's champions. They came to Paris having already broken barriers. They showed moments where it could all come together. A very impressive run. But Varel's Mid-Season Championship comes to an end thanks to SSG. Huge props to Varel, what a run they've put together, but it's SSG that live on here. Do you know what? I get a real feeling that there's a lot of belief in your team when I'm watching you all together. Do you believe you can keep pushing forward, or are you playing this one series at a time?
Definitely one series at a time. I think we are very disappointed with our Champions Class performance. So every series we win, every map we win, we just gain so much confidence, and I think that's going to keep us going forward.
And just finally from me, any message to your fans here who've traveled across the world, and also to your fans watching at home right now?
It means a lot for supporting us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament. Another key is crushed. We keep moving. More keys will get smashed as the day goes on.
Thank you, Lord Chambers, and congratulations to that man. Jake, I don't know if the word is sadist or masochist, but I feel like you got to be both to be a support in this meta. Ultraviolet doing work here, and it was all smiles as he gets to smash the key.
Yeah, it's a big moment for SSG. You know, that series got scary after they dropped map 1. It's certainly not a situation SSG want to find themselves in after a relatively lackluster performance, of course, in the Champions Clash. But they get this win done. And in the fashion that they did, I think that will instill some confidence that, hey, we can dig ourselves out of this hole.
Yeah, I think what really turned things around on that second map was Hawk. Hawk stepped it up tremendously. Also, I think Sugar Free really turned it up on that second map. So it's great to see them not getting rattled after. I mean, let's be real. That first round on Control, that was abysmal. That was rough. That was the weirdest stat card at the end of it I have ever seen. I don't think we've ever seen anything like that on an international stage.
On the other side for Varel, we have to say goodbye to Top Dragon. And of course, my favorite Jetpack Cat, Slay, was dominant. Looking so good. Charging up the ults. Admiral didn't even have to use his, and they still win that game 3. Jake, talk to me about the finish. What did you see from SSG?
You know, I think Hawk, for me, was the crucial player, right? His stomps, finding critical kills. At one point, looks like Varel, maybe they're going to cap second and have a chance there on the final map. And Hawk is able to get that key pick off on KSG, punishing the tank. And without the Maga, you're in real trouble. I feel like Hawk really did gap up here in the tank matchup.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I think overall, SSG was obviously the heavy favorite, but still, I want to give kudos to Varel. I think they stayed in the competition for longer than they usually did, facing up against the international competition. While history did repeat itself, I still think they have a lot
Winning
to be proud
that game
of.
1 was a huge start for them.
It really was.
Yeah.
It really was.
At the end of the day, it's SSG moving forward. And what does that mean? Well, in the club championship, they are guaranteed more points than Liquid has earned through the first 5 weeks. And Jake, this is only their first game. They're participating in 2 of the 25 titles at EWC, Overwatch and Rocket League. They could score in both.
I mean, they'll need to score pretty well in both if they want to, put up some real numbers in the club championship. I think for Overwatch, I'd still call them a bit of a long shot team, but to make it into the top 8, you hear from Ultraviolet, right? Just like with every series they win, with each map they play, they can build up towards something. And hey, you never know what kind of draw you're going to find. Maybe you could make it even deeper into a top 4 slot.
Now, Zoe, where do you feel that this SSG team could match up well? We're going to be doing a draw show later, and they are going to be a number 2 seed, I assume, with teams like Weibo polling as the number 1 seed.
Honestly, I don't think there's any easy matchups left for any of these teams. I think especially because we do see a lot of differences when it comes to, their comfort picks, their comfort compositions. I feel like what we've seen from SSG has been pretty, I don't want to call it vanilla, but it has been pretty just like straightforward current meta. So they have yet to surprise another team.
Do you want to play a Korean team, or do you want to play maybe Twisted Minds, or...
No, also no.
There's
Weibo,
no good answers here.
I don't want any of this.
I think Weibo is probably what you'd feel most comfortable with. Or you want to play a Dallas Fuel, right? Because that's a familiar foe.
We've got a lot of tough opponents making their way into the bracket, and we still have another game on the day. Jake, final thoughts on this one before we go to a quick tempo.
It's good to see SSG clutch up. And for Varel, although, it's nice to congratulate them on the map win, is this going to sting, right? This is a team that has started to reach their head into these higher level competitions and aspire to these international successes. And they've yet to find it, won't find it this time in Paris. So fans are going to be left waiting for more next time we see them in a professional tournament.
Over $70 million on the line here at EWC. And Overwatch is just one of many titles. Right now, we have Ginny with a live update from MLBB.
Over here for Falcons as they have just lost their elimination match. Chris, what's going on over on MLBB? Because this was not what was expected.
It was an elite game, to be honest with you. Falcons went 2-0 down, brought it back to that map number 5. It was such a strange start, to be honest with you. Map number 1 was one they maybe thought they could have done better in. Map number 2, they were looking pretty good, to be honest with you. Kind of fumbled that one. That's the one that probably look back on and say, well, could we have won this 3-1?
Yeah.
Because then they go back to back, force to map number 5. But then, of course, losing out to their opposition in Yangon Galacticos. An incredible performance from them, really representing their region as well. Let's see how it's going to go for them. But yeah, Falcons crashing out in a top 4 placement. Yes, okay, they'll play their 4th placement game tomorrow. But top 4 for them, I don't think it's a terrible result when it comes down to MLBB for them. They probably weren't expected to go on to win this, but they were expected to do well. Top 4's not bad.
Yeah, it's heartbreak for them, but it's just incredible to see that the games are so close. I personally almost believed in that reverse sweep. Didn't happen though, but that's all from us for now. We'll keep you in the loop.
Reaper, on point.
Cam, let's be.
Maga pin up, Maga.
Come on,
No shout. Kill your team.
Kill one. Help me. Yeah. Kill one.
Carry.
Nice shot.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Hello, everybody. I am back here. Yes, it's time for another pick'ems. We're doing the pick'ems for the final 2 games of the day, starting off with the Virtus.pro versus Dallas Fuel. Guys, who do you think's gonna win? 2-1, 2-0. What are your thoughts?
I think it's Virtus.pro Churro.
Virtus.pro 2-0.
Yeah.
Big Virtus.pro fan.
Yeah. It's EMEA, so I support EMEA, yeah.
Okay. Virtus.pro winning 2-0. How about you?
Yeah, I think Virtus.pro 2 because EMEA first.
EMEA first. You know what? I'm pretty sure in the beginning of the day I said VP's gonna win, but since they're going VP, I'm gonna go the other route. I believe in NA. Dallas Fuel, you got this. I'm gonna go for Dallas Fuel 2-0. All right, second one. Last final match of the day. GK Esports versus JD Gaming. What are your thoughts?
I think it's gonna be a close match, but I think GK Gaming can do it. We can win 2-1. Yeah.
I want to think different, so I will say GDJ.
Okay. All right. JD Gaming winning what? 2-0, 2-1?
2-1.
2-1. Lock that in your phone. Lock that in for you. Okay, we got 1 GK, 1 JD Gaming. I think I said GK as well. I don't remember, guys. It's been a long day. I think I'm gonna change it. I think I'm gonna go for JD Gaming. 2-1 against GK. All right. Thank you guys so much. Enjoy the games. And also, guys, you guys can have more fun on the EWC app. Join in the fun.
What are you guys doing?
Yeah, they're back. It's the man who fell a little bit short earlier today, but he was joining us in the winner's circle last night. Can they find another win? Well, they'll have to power through the Dallas Fuel. Dallas Fuel representing NA on the other side. Where's Virtus.pro at right now on the global scale, Johnny?
Look, Virtus.pro, it was a good loss pocket. They found out that the Domina maybe wasn't the best option here on the international stage.
Okay.
So yes, you take the loss here, but I still have very much faith in them.
Jake, we saw Virtus.pro, of course, playing against Dallas Fuel in the past. This time around, we got some new rosters. If you're looking at their stats here at EWC, what have you seen from the two squads?
I mean, you've got to come in and expect Virtus.pro to be the favorite, if only because of the region they represent. EMEA looks like a drastically stronger region overall, and NA hasn't really been able to find much success, right? SSG squeaking out this win over Vero is one of their better results in the tournament, which isn't saying much. VP qualified as the top squad over Twisted Minds, right? Over GK, teams that have looked pretty phenomenal. So yes, they take a tough loss here to Twisted Minds, but this is Twisted Minds on LAN. I won't count that too much against them.
Johnny, I saw Reinhardt this morning, and he was doing work against the Symmetra comps. Did you see enough here for Twisted Minds, or sorry, for Virtus.pro to give you faith in their next matchup? Because Twisted Minds look like they had their number.
This is an entirely different matchup. Like Jake kind of said, they faced Twisted Minds on the Symmetra. This time around, they're facing Dallas Fuel, who always want the upper hand when it comes to the compositions. They want to lean into the individual skill. We're going to see a lot of fast tempo here. The Tracers come out. The Xion come out. Callan is going to play fast-paced dive heroes in this one. So not at all the same matchup. And Virtus.pro, I think they're quite happy to echo that, to mirror that, and just play like whack-a-mole when it comes to the compositions. This could be the most unpredictable matchup when it comes to compositions today.
You mentioned Dallas Fuel has a man named Kellen who is ready to up the tempo. Well, we caught up with him before the match. Here's what he had to say.
Everybody, I'm joined here by name, please.
Kellen.
From what team?
Dallas Fuel.
All right, Kellen, you guys are going up against VP. I just want to know, did you actually want VP to be your opponent today, or did you actually want it Twisted Minds? 자, 일단 인터뷰 해주셔서 너무 감사드리면서 아무래도 오늘 경기 VP와의 경기가 있는데 켈란 선수는 어떻게 VP를 원하셨나요? 아니면 트마를 원하셨나요?
저희는 VP를 더 원했습니다.
왜요?
스크림에서 VP 상대로 성적이 좋았어가지고 VP를 더 원했습니다.
We actually really wanted to face VP just because in scrims we had better results when we were facing off against VP, so it actually really worked out. All right, you guys are up. You guys are it's almost time for you guys to go up to the stage and facing VP. How confident are you feeling right now? 자, 곧 있으면 이제 경기가 시작을 합니다. 켈렌 선수 어떻게 좀 지금 상태나 지금 어떻게 좀 소감 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
오늘 웜업 스크림이 괜찮게 마무리가 돼가지고 좋은 상태고 좋은 성적 낼 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Definitely. In our warm-up scrim, we did fantastic, and so because of that, I am feeling very confident, and everyone on our team is actually feeling very confident. So I feel like we will be able to bring good results on stage. Kellen, thank you so much for the interview. 화이팅!
화이팅!
After slipping up early in the tournament, Dallas Fuel able to walk away with a victory. Let's take a look at some of their highlights. And if you're going to look for some big players, we heard from Kellen. Jake, who else is on this roster that you got eyes on?
I think the supports are going to be crucial in this matchup. CJ Lukemino for Dallas Fuel going up against the opposition here. But Landon and Fixa are incredibly stable supports in the backline. And so this traditional Dallas Fuel strategy of putting a lot of pressure on, playing these fast dive heroes, it's going to come up against, I think, one of the best backlines in the game at just rebuking that kind of aggression.
I also have to give a shout out to Sunjun. He was fantastic against Falcons even though they lost, and he diffed yesterday against Liquid. Sunjun here is an amazing player, and if Dallas Fuel are to win today, he needs to come up with some huge performances on the Tracer.
Yeah, I was going to say, is the double hit scan going to be the best look for the Fuel right now? Do you want to see the Tracer?
It has to be the Tracer, I think, come out here, Jake, because they kind of want to play around Virtus.pro. I don't think they want to take the head-to-head as much when it comes to playing up close. They want to circumvent Virtus.pro. So that is a strategic matchup that you might want to look out for in this series.
Jake, we got 50 seconds, and 89% of the fans are leaning towards Virtus.pro here in the first to two. Where are you leaning?
I've also got to lean VP. I think their mastery of the Symmetra comp, the fact that they don't even ban it against Twisted Minds, they were willing to take the mirror, is a testament to their confidence on the style. And I think that's going to be an issue for Dallas Fuel. I think EMEA is way better at Sim, and it presents real problems to the Dallas Fuel strategy.
You riding with the EMEA on this one, Johnny?
Yeah, you got to ride with Virtus.pro on this one. But North America are so hungry for a win against the EMEA. Dallas Fuel got to be fired up.
So if Dallas Fuel is going to pull off the upset, give me the one player to watch. Who is Tasmo going to be given a raise at the end of this match?
Sunjun is going to have a breakout tournament if they win here today.
Sunjun is going to be our DPS player to watch. Are you ready? It's time to go to the stage for another qualifying match.
Top contenders from regions all over the world are dropping like flies here at the Overwatch Champions Series Mid-Season Championship at the Esports World Cup, whereas others are seizing the opportunity right in front of them.
Les favoris tombent et il reste 2 places à aller chercher en playoff. Only 2 spots left in the playoffs, and it's all about who is going to be brave enough to go and get them, because it's not only about winning, it's also about avoiding, dodging the brutal key crusher at all costs.
And that's exactly what our next teams are hoping to do. Let's welcome onto the stage, Virtus.pro! They arrived in Paris as EMEA's clear #1 seed. They opened their campaign with a ruthless 2-0 win over 9Z and looked every inch a championship contender. But earlier on today, Twisted Minds stopped that momentum cold. Now, the region's top seed has been dragged into elimination match with their tournament and a key on the line.
Welcome, Dallas Fuel! They are your North American champions hitting the international stage. Les champions nord-américains font leur entrée. Tout sourire certes, mais ils sont prêts à créer la surprise because they beat Team Liquid yesterday in a domestic matchup. But what's it gonna look like against EMEA? Let's find out, Ian.
Both teams came to Paris chasing the championship. Now they're fighting simply to remain in it. One series, one key, nowhere back. Let's get it.
Let's get it indeed. EMEA's #1 versus NA's #1. Dallas Fuel and VP finally facing off yet again. Moxie, last time they went head-to-head, it was that Champions Clash game. VP 3-1'd them and eliminated them in that lower bracket quarters.
Revenge is a dish best served cold. Ice cold if you're Fuel. Since this is still first to 2 format, it's still absolutely brutal, as is the punishment for the team that faces defeat. Key crushes will be at the end of our 2 last matches of the day. Virtus.pro though, there's questions after this team's performance versus Twisted Minds earlier in the day. We thought that had the potential to be a close series. It was done in a speed run.
It was literally anything but. VP got 1 point across 2 maps. They got 2-0'd on Nepal and 2-1 on Neon Junction. Looks like we're heading back there. This is VP's choice as well. Diva ban for the Fuel, Casti for VP.
Yeah, they started moving away from Kevster's Cassidy. It off the table themselves. I think, like Des talks about this though, Johnny said, that defeat versus Twisted Minds, has it taught them to stay away from the Domina? Or do we see the definition of insanity, trying to do the same thing on the very same map and running afoul of the same issue? Because if you want to try to run Domina, you will invite the Rhine from Fuel. TVNT's Rhine was good, but Kellen's Rhine, well, that is legendary.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to make the same mistake. Iceland already locking in the Ram. No need to panic. It's all good. Kellen, could have been a off-tank meta kind of day for him. He's going to lock in the Sigma instead. I want to see Lucamino. Oh, Lucamino on the Wu Yang. Mizuki would have been kind of fun, but this Wu Yang, this, in fact, almost pure poke here from Dallas Fuel versus VP's comp that wants to go a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more quick with the TP from the Sim.
Yeah, so much damage, but good concussives could also prevent Psycho Sim setting up VP.
My goodness.
And that is the benefit of a poke-heavy composition. Kevster can't even walk the corner before he's down.
TP and Psycho trying to reposition the rest of his team again. Oh, Sonja, no way. Concussive blast Ice Gnome off of the map. VP was so quick to relocate there. Even hit the rollout real fast too, but yeah, Kev and Ice Gnome go down first.
Oh, well, one honest fight before swapping to the Cat Bastion, since if you try and walk off of one choke against Dallas Fuel's poke-heavy composition, you will lose players before you can rotate. So provide the attention drop, put the pressure on the Kiriko, try to force Dallas Fuel to have to react.
Psycho's put himself in the middle of the team here, or I shouldn't say he has, Fixer has. Just kind of dunked him in a little bit. He's, I'm surprised he's alive in this situation, gonna be honest. Iceno not looking too healthy though. This Nemesis form's gonna run out in just a moment. And Kevster is down again. 2 fights in a row now that Kevster's fallen first.
Seonjin too, it feels like it's just not being pressured. He's playing so well around all of these door frames, making it impossible for Virtus.pro to be able to answer back to the splash damage from that Pharah. Luke Mino on the Wu Yang, he's about to hit good pokes, which means that his poke becomes more potent too.
Oh, we're going to swing it again as Chronic gets picked up a little bit too far forward there for the Fuel, and Kellen's going to pay the same price.
Good wave versus Psycho. Not letting that Bastion chase the Wu Yang, but he still falls to Kevster.
That was close. Should die here.
Yeah, there we go. Seonjin down to Fixer. Finally, Virtus.pro have been able to find a footing. They can try and just step up before the Pharah finds any space, which is why Seonjin will swap off of the Pharah, would not be able to navigate the retake successfully, onto the Tracer instead to match off versus Kevster.
Yeah, better with the Tidal Blast too. Lucamino's got it online already. Sonjin splitting the focus here of Kevster. Now looking at Psycho as well. A rush deployed. There is the Tidal Blast. Sonjin looking for kills in the kill feed somewhere, but it's actually Iso that comes up with the kill on CJ. It's going to be a flux. Kellen getting out of the way, though, actually ends up picking up the Mega Pack. We're now looking at 3 players of Virtus.pro taken down, but his DPS have done the heavy lifting. Landing Kevster dead. as well. A teleport back from Sunjin straight into the line of fire of these mortars. But Virtus.pro still standing tall on this point. Sunjin does pick up the kill on the Bastion, sure, but it's been a bit of a messy fight.
They could not find the kill onto Ice, which is why Virtus.pro were able to hold down the point for so long. Finally, the Ram is forced back. Regrouped with the rest of the team is Kellen off of the Sigma, now onto the Mauga. Dallas Fuel wanting to find those engagement opportunities so that Chronic gets the space to work this overclock.
Yeah, much better here for Kellen, that's for sure. Nice little stomp in, Ice Gnome forced out already. Shield behind him isn't going to help him anymore. Look at this, Kellen, the punishment on Ice Gnome right now. They still need to actually pick up the kill though. Ice Gnome is still alive. Chronic playing in the Mega Health Pack room as the rest of Virtus.pro are split up. Pixar half HP, Chronic looking for the cat, but it's Ice Gnome that ends up winning that duel over there. Sunjin down, Dallas Fuel up to 90% as Kellen tries to rejoin the rest of the team.
Yeah, but they were down Psycho off of that overclock kill from Chronic, so Virtus.pro having to wait. Pulse bomb could be huge from Kevster, but you have to get past Suzu.
Oh, not quite though. Ends up hitting that little ledge instead. Forced to recall as well. He'll be out of the fight for just a moment as OT has been triggered. VP are on the point. They're contesting for how much longer. Ice Gnome hasn't got an Annihilation to kind of refresh that Nemesis for. As now, it looks like VP are going to cap, in fact. Dallas Fuel, they do end up picking up the kill onto Landon, and honestly, that is the best kill you can get. Now it's only Fixer to try and heal the team as Psycho gets picked out of the air on the Bastion. Fixer has got this ultimate, of course, but I don't think it's really going to be all of him in impact here. A Tidal Blast onto Ice Gnome. Luke Camino picks up the kill, and there's only Fixer left. He's going to get another touch. He's got the catnap. He ain't got time, though.
Oh, that's brutal for Virtus.pro. 1% of Kitsune Rush for Landon. What a kill from the Dallas Fuel. Finding that Kiriko, the one thing that Virtus.pro were wanting to be able to leverage to hold on to that point. Moments like this as well, like Seonjin just being able to stay behind, play those doorways. Great concussive there. Finding that connection onto Ice. That one pick, that secured them that fight. Fixer's just forced to have to play right below the point itself, just to try to live, to be able to find the touch, so that Virtus.pro can push back with that rush, but they're denied the opportunity of the OT, and we head to second round. Ice now off of the Ramatra, too vulnerable to the stomp connection from Kellen's Mauga. He'll go for the match.
I did the Esports Classic. I did bump into the Dallas Fuel in the bathroom before this series. Did ask Kellen if he felt a little bit nervous, and he said, yeah, I do actually. Confident, but a little bit nervous. They don't want to repeat the Champions Clash. But like he said with the little interview with Danny as well, scrims have been going well for us. We've been beating VP, and that will continue on stage. Virtus.pro with a decent position on the point so far, but once again, they've lost Landon to Sunjin. It's found the most important early pick, and now VP are forced to try and take the fight fast. And the Dallas Fuel, they're not giving them any meterage. There is a little bit of disruption in the backline, sure. Chronic is dead, doesn't matter though. Dallas Fuel, they got numbers and they got the point.
Not just that, but look at how far ahead CJ is in terms of that first rush charge for Landon. Virtus.pro have to respect the fact that Fuel will have that first rush to be able to hold the ground down. 202 with the first pulse of the match. Landon looking like such a good target, but he goes for Kevster.
Okay, all good though. There is a Suzu. Save the day, at least for now. Psycho now looking for his one.
Does he find it?
Not sure though, 15 HP hits the recall. Now's the time to go, really. Only got one blink though, so maybe they're going to hold on. VP end up flipping the point right underneath the nose of the Dallas Fuel as Lucamino does end up going down, even though the rush from the Fuel has been used. A teleport away there from Sunjin, a recall to get out of that Mega Health Pack room. And now Kellen and Ice Gnome just trading stomps. Double cage on the point. There's the spree as well from Kevster. Pulse Bomb deletes the cage from Kellen, but Kevster, he's the one doing the damage. CJ Kellen dead. Virtus.pro continue to hold.
Great stomp from Ice, slamming onto Kellen, forcing the cage mirror, allows Landon that opportunity to be able to hit rush when his tank is still alive. And Virtus.pro force Fuel back. Seonjin now actually off of the Tracer onto the Reaper. Wants to be able to find that in past the tanks onto the back line so that Virtus.pro have to turn and kill the Kiriko.
Way more front to back now. No hope really of picking off Landon with the Reaper. unless you go on a crazy flank. Chronic dashes away really early. There's the catnap coming through from Fixer. He's trying to steal somebody, but in fact, Ice Stone was just on the wrong side of the fight there. Ended up flipping positions with Kellen, and Chronic just lasers Fixer's head off. Virtus.pro with a decent lead though. They're still gonna have 60+% by the time they all go down.
Yeah, how do you feel try to hold this point? They at least, again, since they were able to get that first kill onto Landon on the first fight, CJ's massively ahead. For all of these different rushes, they'll have the first rush for this next fight yet again. But if you're running the Reaper and the Sojourn, what you don't have is a way of keeping Psycho and Kepster in check.
Like this positioning here as well. Lucamino still got this catnap. Way bigger advantage versus Fixer, and yeah, this aggressive drop down on the stairs results in the kill onto Kevster, who has really drawn the ire of the Fuel. You want to shut down the carry, and that carry is definitely Kev.
Fuel are doing such a good job too of stacking together to make sure that Virtus.pro don't take advantage with the Tracer, the shield, the mobility, the speed that they can collapse onto isolated players and find those kills. And Fuel, they're just fighting together strong. CJ with that rush, Seonjin with the Death Blossom, but our eye is on Psycho right now. He has that Pulse Bomb, he's lurking, he's trying to identify a good place to put it.
These cage fights are going to be nasty too. Sonjin's got the Death Blossom, so Ice is going to have to play a little bit more tentative, maybe a little bit more careful. CJ's going to push them forward though, and yeah, okay, no cage required here, just a solo Death Blossom on Kevster. Cage point from Kellen instead. Ice Dome, an emergency one. Dallas Fuel at 90%, and hey, would you look at this? They can play all the way up. Landon had no choice, couldn't even use the rush. Psycho to touch.
Oh yeah, the Tracer is going to have to exhaust all of the blinks though.
Right, there it is. Straight back out again. Has got recall. Saved that one, so couldn't go in. Play a little bit more aggressive here. Pulse Bomb goes wide, but gets the retouch. There's the rush. Ice Gnome on the Doom. Psycho down. They need to make this one stick, though. As long as Dallas Fuel can hold out, they might be good to win this fight. But Kevster's going to put an end to that. Chronic now down to the bite. Kevster with the spree is going to get shut down by Kellen, who makes his way back to the point. And now Ice, maybe regretting the pick of the Doom here against the Mauga is going to be tough, but he had to play it to get back to the point in time. Another quick punch in, gets slaughtered by Sunjin, and now it's easy pickings for the Fuel DPS. Forced to hit the shift, but it should not matter. Fixer goes down. The last remaining members of VP are going to fall too. Psycho, Kevster looking to get back, but Dallas Fuel 2-0 Nepal.
Their coordination's just so good. You look at that Death Blossom from Seonjin, they actually send the Kiriko to go alongside for the Suzu. He teleports to his Reaper. He uses the Suzu on the Death Blossom to make sure that that iframe lasts before Kevster can react. Takes the Shion down, doesn't allow a trade opportunity to take one of those backline support players down, which could have forced Dallas Fuel to play slightly slower. Yeah, see, look, watch, you can see. There's the Suzu, there's the heal pocket. And the whole time you know that your Mauga will be able to live because he's starting the fight with all of his resources.
Hell doing such a good job with the Mauga, and this was a Dallas Fuel. If you look at the last stage, and we even spoke to about this in interviews, but they were the off-meta team, the different
team.
The
non-Mauga team.
The non-Mauga team. We want to play Winston. We want to play Ball. We want to play
Ryan.
Anything but... Yeah, Ryan. We want to play anything but Mauga.
Yeah.
And he's coming into an international going, actually, you know what? EMEA, who historically, very good Mauga region. And he's kind of given it to Ice Gnome.
Well, they had to evolve, right? Because you look at their journey through the NA playoffs for their region. Day one took a loss to Liquid. Liquid, for the most part, were able to dismantle Fuel so quickly, especially on control, by running counter dive because they knew the hero pool that Kellen wanted to be able to secure. So Liquid just went after all of those dive targets, and sadly for dive, there have been some really good heroes put into the game of Overwatch that can just totally shut down dive with pure amounts of CC and burst damage with Bastion Cat, because how do you dive something which is constantly in the air and has the damage potential and burst window to absolutely melt you unless you have damage reduction or a shield, something that a lot of our dive heroes simply do not have. So fair play, like absolute huge credit to Kellen. we rarely got to see him play the Mauga up until that point, and then he started picking it up, and then suddenly, surprise, Dallas Fuel, first seed from NA.
Smash and Wheats deciding where they want to go next and what they want to ban. We'll see if they end up targeting Kellen's hero pool, or maybe even just going for one of the DPS. Ice Gnome fans in the crowd, of course. I've seen those giant claws before, that's pretty sweet.
Yeah, battles.
They're going to need to sharpen them, that's for sure, because Dallas Fuel are bringing the heat.
Yeah, it did feel like they got pretty declawed in terms of their DPS line. Like, there just was not opportunity, especially that second map, Shrine. Sanctum, there's trades back and forth, and you can sort of say, okay, well, they were building up to have momentum, and then it got denied off of just kills coming into that backline. But you compare that performance to Shrine, and it just felt like Virtus.pro never really got the opportunity to start. That first kill onto Landon set the pace of the whole map. First rush to the side of Fuel constantly, and no chance for a Xion or Tracer to be able to start picking kills or taking attention away to force Dallas Fuel to have to turn and place resources that were funneled towards the front line and finding picks onto Virtus.pro to have to peel for their backline.
I like this pick here. New Junk City, picked by Smash and VP, and they're also going to ban the Mauga. Now, where does this put Kellen? Because we know the Mauga right now for him, if he's going to play one of these brawly, rush kind of heroes, it's that. Is he going to play the Ram? Almost forced to. You can play ball here if you've got giant cojones, but realistically, Moxie, not really going to happen. It would be a little bit out of left field.
Well, Ram is open, right? So I like
Rhine
the fact that Virtus.pro... Rhine is open,
Rhine
but
is
so
also
is Ram, is the issue.
This is so sad.
So I do like that you're taking that Mauga away, because it does also mean that you can't ban the Ram.
Wait, that goes kind of hard. Wait a second. I may have just found the best sign of the building.
Jack's found a favorite. I'm still searching for mine. I think mine's probably one of the illustrated ones. The talent that our audience have.
You know what we say on Overwatch? The talent is there. We'll see if that talent can carry VP. First to two still. Match point for the Fuel. Can they continue? Can they get revenge for Champions Clash? Jumping in to New Junk City.
These first opening comps too, they're such a risk. If you misread what your opponent plays, you just torpedo your chances for first fight. So it feels like the safest thing to do, honestly, is just both go Ram. Sigma gets run over by Ram, Domina gets run over by Ram, Ryan gets absolutely steamrolled by Ram without that Sim TP to be able to set him up.
Quick tech pause. I think CJ's in-ears were on backwards. So his left was on right and right was on left.
Hey guys, I'm hearing footsteps on my left.
Should be good.
Oh, wait.
Should be
no,
good.
that
There it
Tracer
is.
hit me from the right.
We're back. CJ got it fixed. No problem.
That would have been absolutely awful if he hadn't realized. Oh, that would have been so confusing to have to use.
It was either that or it was the front is back and back is front. Either way, CJ got his earphones sorted. Regardless, let's get these gates open. Kellen on the Ram. No shock, although a Rhyme would have been a little bit more fun.
Ooh, okay. So Fuel are actually going for Luke Mino on the Mizuki. So he's going to have a lot of good pressure to be able to stop Ice Gnome's momentum running forward with that Nemesis form right into the chains. But can Psycho take the Mizuki down with the split pressure of both the Tracer and the Xion early?
Wow, that was a quick pick. Chronic already dead to Kevster. Very quick, of course, with that Lucio. Lucamino and Dallas Fuel, they want to be able to rotate around you. VP, the opposite, want to go a little bit quicker.
I mean, Virtus.pro have the means with that Lucio to just out-tempo Dallas Fuel's rotations. Dallas Fuel can try to slow things down with the Mizuki and have more damage for that poke. Psycho, having to win a 1 versus 2, gives up the fight.
Yeah, not going to happen there. Ice Snow going very low. Shield dancing right now. Ravenous Vortex straight on top of him. Healed up, though. The supports down low, Landon and Fixer topping the Ram back up. Quick flip though for the fuel potentially. Ice Gnome now trying to match Kellen on the point. Both Nemesis forms have been used. A little later one though from Ice Gnome, but it doesn't really seem to matter. Another good focus fire there onto Ice. CJ with a couple of kills, even killing Psycho too with a kunai.
Yeah.
That'll be Dallas Fuel getting the cap.
Luke Mino actually trades his life to get that chain onto Ice, sets up Psycho to take him out, but Dallas Fuel still have more kills on the board and a tank still in play to hold this space for them. So Virtus.pro licking their wounds and having to play retake for this next fight. Rush available for both Kirikos at the same time. We're looking to DPS to find early picks.
Kevster quite partial to a little bit of damage there, just face tanking Kellen for the time being, who's got Annihilation a couple of moments. Support backline already doing a lot of work here for Dallas Fuel as the rush gets popped before CJ ends up going down. A final hurrah maybe as Kevster hits the execution, but it is all Sonja there. A triple kill, bite execution, straight into some primary fire, kills Kevster, and that might just be the first point. Look at this off angle.
Trying to find where exactly that Kiriko went. Oh, that's disgusting getting to play within that rush, and that it's not last fight. Virtus.pro still think that they have a chance.
They got a touch though.
Landon with that rush.
Landon's already dead. No rush anymore. Fixer maybe have a beat here, but it will take a long time for them to actually stall out. Nope, not going to happen. Kevster tried to make the hero play, but it was a hero's downfall after that spree. Dallas Fuel up a points.
Virtus.pro again denied a fight win opportunity by Landon falling early and Kevster now falling late. Luke Mino on the Mizuki has been on absolute fire. We normally see him on something like the Wu Yang, but that would have been too easy for Psycho and Kevster to run over. I really do like the use of this Mizuki instead.
Better positioning for the Fuel. Setting up shot for the back of the point. They got Luke Mino with that Sanctuary. Be very tough to deal with it. Landon so low already. Look at this. Ice Gnome already on the point, trying to contest as soon as it unlocks for Landon. It goes down first yet again. Chronic with a railgun shot. The Annihilation does end up getting popped as well as the sound barrier from Fixer to keep everybody alive, happy and well on the point. Gets another one. Ice ends up going down. Point still yet to be capped here, but it is CJ picking up the pieces of the team fight as VP are going to lose control.
Yeah, Virtus.pro had Soundbar to sustain their Annihilation, but they didn't have the damage to be able to burst through Kellen's, which means that Dallas Fuel, despite losing players early to trades, still again win out the fight, and Sonja wins the 1v1 versus Psycho, which means that Virtus.pro lose that opportunity to hit Dallas Fuel's back line. This is them just having to wait for the regroup and now having to walk into Chronic with an overclock when they don't have a beat to live it.
And the rush as well. 80% from CJ. Start off with Chronic. Hey, we don't get a kill, not a problem. Then we got Rush, then we can win the fight. And the longer they stall out this point, the more than likely they're going to be able to win this too. 60% already. Helen, pretty low. Fight for Kevster, gets in a better position, but Chronic again gets the kill onto Fixer. No more Lucamina, but Kevster is just not in this fight whatsoever. Way too hesitant to try and step up, but Chronic is standing in his way. OC has been used, and now CJ can finish this one off with a rush. Ice Gnome on the point to try and trigger OT, but they're actually taking the fight lower. Chronic goes down, but Kellen is right behind him. Ice Gnome with a decent kill with a Ravenous Vortex, but it is OT for the Dallas Fuel. They're at 99% with CJ teleporting away. Eventually tracked down, but a beautiful change from Lucamino stops the pre from hitting the back line.
Virtus.pro denied the opportunity of using that Shion ult thanks to Luke Mino. Dallas Fuel 1% away, one fight win away from picking up the second flashpoint. Sionjun with that pulse bomb. Landon, a prime target to go after since he's so close to that rush.
They don't get this rush off, I fear for the worst. Recall from Sonjun. Waiting for a chance to go in again. Landon playing so damn safe. Ravenous Vortex does hit him though, so he's going to teleport forward straight into the rush. Now Iceman turning his ire to Kellen. Pretty low is Kellen, however. Still got that Nemesis form popping, but eventually it fades away. The DPS from the Virtus.pro side are going to clean up, and now VP on the verge of taking this point.
They're starting to hit their stride. They're going for the backline pressure when the fight's halfway through, as opposed to at the start of it, so Dallas Fuel don't have the players spare to be able to scout out where the Tracer and Shion are. Do we see a touch? Yes, we do, just in time from Sion.
Oh, look at Kevster.
Activate.
Hopped on his bike straight away, trying to find Sunjin. Kellen's going to be able to get on the point. Has got a refresher than Nemesis form with this Annihilation, plus Sunjin still has that pulse. Winnable for the Dallas Fuel, but Virtus.pro can put a little bit of a damper on their spirits here with the sound barrier, but Kevster ends up going down anyway. Chronic with the snipe again opens up the fight. Oh, dearie me. Virtus.pro losing members with ults time and time again. Dallas Fuel up to 2.
I mean, it's so much easier for Fuel to be able to hit the backline from Virtus.pro, right? Because you can just shoot from afar as opposed to being directly on top of them the way that Psycho and Kevster have to be with the Xion and that Tracer. So FACEIT and Landon just not having a fun time. Virtus.pro have to find a way of keeping that backline safe if they want to be able to have safe chances to continue in this tournament. Dallas Fuel one flashpoint away from crushing Virtus.pro's key.
Double DPS ult for the Fuel. FACEIT still with the beat. You can't go down early, not again, please. Landon is going to be under a bit of pressure. There's the sound barrier. Okay, proactivity for Virtus.pro now.
Stops the overclock as well, but Chronic still gets 2, and
Still
both
kills
of them
the
the backline.
Yeah, well, Kellen is dead. Sonjin 1 HP, so it is going to be a VP win. Wasn't exactly clean, though.
Yeah, if you're Virtus.pro right now, you're asking serious questions like, how do we keep losing as supports even when we win the fight? This should not be happening, guys.
Lucamino's got the steal, the kidnap, 10% away. Double support ult for the Fuel, you're thinking, on this point.
Kevster has that spree. You can at least try to use it to win the rush versus rush.
Oh, no, the Suzu goes a little wide, but doesn't matter. CJ still ends up killing Kevster. Okay, hang on a second here. Lucamino does trade, but Kevster's the main source of damage here for Virtus.pro.
Yeah. Now you're looking at Psycho, but what can Psycho do within this rush? It's all about ice.
Rush for Rush here. Now Sonjin trying to insert himself into the conversation, into that backline. Ice holding his arms, just so steady. They need this Annihilation. Pulse Bomb goes wide though, he dodges out of it as Kevster comes back with a spree, shut down by Kellen. And now Ice just begging, hoping he can do a tick of damage. There it is, okay, Annihilation on the point. Kellen's not going to be able to stand up here, and this Annihilation is just going to rip through him. They're trying to distract the backline as Psycho gets the blink smack melee onto CJ. And now only Lucamino to try and heal up the rest of the team.
Good kills onto Dallas Fuel, not allowing them to play the second stage fight when Kellen has uncontested Annihilation to run Fuel back onto that point when Virtus.pro don't have the sound barrier to stand up to it. Virtus.pro remain in the tournament and pull the first flashpoint, but we still have to see them pull out more if they want to be able to find this map win. Dallas will have so many ultimates to set them up for this next fight. Kellen's Annihilation has to be top of concern.
Oh, I'm scared for this point, especially with Lucamino with this ult. Just drags him off the edge. Speaking of which, there it is. Oh, sniped out of the air though. That's a little rough. Kellen and Ice Gnome just looking at each other. This Annihilation from Kellen, he's pretty damn low, but he has the support. CJ just tailing after him, making sure he's topped up.
Ice not happy about losing that round 1v1.
Hang on a second, Landon and Kevster have managed to find 3 kills. Psycho now looking around for anybody else. Kellen, of course, on the point, trying to cap. Is going to get back up in just a moment. Lucamino's back in the action.
Psycho has the pulse bomb. Kellen's about to run out of block.
He's going to have to get back. Yeah, you can't really stay around here whatsoever. Lucamino dashing forward briefly. He's going to have to give up control of the point.
Good Vortex from Ice as well, just to make sure that Dallas Fuel can't close up the distance and stop Virtus.pro's cap. What's Sunjin up to, though?
Needs to hit a pulse. Or that. Or Chronic, just opening the fire up again, sure. Oh, that pulse was filthy! Soundbite from Fixer's going to save him though as they try and barrel on forward without Psycho now. It's a 4v5 in the front line as Chronic and Fixer end up trading. A cap coming through for the Dallas Fuel as well. They've got ults. They managed to flip the fight on this team. I mean, Virtus.pro need to react now. Sonjin trying to close the doors on Kevster, who goes dangerously low, but Sonjin doesn't have a recall to play around. Psycho's now going to match up in the 1v1 as this rush from the Virtus.pro side of things is just basically useless.
It's off point.
There's 3 ults for VP. Ice Gnome's going to rip the Annihilation just to try and stay alive. They need the support to get back, but Chronic ends up just isolating him and getting the kill. Oh, and the pulse bomb too. Shrugs it off.
great. Suzy from CJ Chronic just stands still, has full trust that his Kiriko will be able to cleanse him, and Dallas Fuel holds strong. Sanctuary should be able to absorb Kev's to Spree, so Virtus.pro can't even hinge their hopes on that.
Extending the fight is what is key here for the Fuel. Get this to OT, get these ults and get the win. Nerves from Kellen don't look apparent right now. Full confidence from the tank, from the Fuel. There's a Spree from Kevster. He needs to also make a big impact. Only ult for VP right now. There's the Annihilation, the Sanctuary. There's just so much to try and deal with here. Kevster dashes in with the Spree, shuts down Sonja, but Ice Dome, the front line for VP, already gone. The Dallas Fuel, it's a 4v4 and they have control. Landon toppled. Virtus.pro coming back on the wrecking ball to get a final touch. But NA's best here. NA's #1 seed dismantling VP. Ice Dome's going to be able to get another retouch here. But the hopes and dreams of EMEA are fading. Sonjin with a pulse too. Desperation from VP. It's 5, 6, 7 touches, but you're going to need a whole lot more than that to stop Chronic. Dallas Fuel do it in 2. They secure their spot in the playoffs. VP and EMEA, their keys are getting crushed.
Fuel put Virtus.pro back to bed. To hibernation, the team will go. What a shutdown versus that Ramatra composition. It just felt like Fuel had all of the control. Luke Mino with that Mizuki, an absolute standout. Some insane chain plays to be able to find the connections onto things like that Shion, the Ramatra as well. So many times, Kellen's able to win the 1 versus 1 with Ice, having that Annihilation, being able to extend out the Nemesis form to have the block and damage reduction to beat out your opponent. What a play from Fuel. The spark has ignited.
Chronic, look at how many opening picks he had on the Sojourn. The amount of just normal rails. No OC, just normal rails. Virtus.pro, EMEA's #1 seed, eliminated in the first of 2.
They just did not get that opportunity.
It didn't feel like it whatsoever. Now Wheats is going to have the honor of crushing that key as we jump down to him and Ian on the stage.
What a win for NA's #1 Dallas Fuel. I'm standing by with Wheats. I mean, that must feel like such a great win, especially considering it was revenge for Champions Clash, right?
Yeah, we've been waiting to get our chance to get them back since Japan, and we've all been looking forward to playing Europe the whole time that we've been sitting in NA, hearing everyone talk about how Europe's way better. So
you're enjoying this even more.
Very much.
Did you manage to catch VP's loss earlier on today against Twisted Minds?
Yeah, we watched the whole game because we play the losers, so we were all.
So what did you learn from it?
I think we learned that. I mean, we were happy to play either team. Honestly, the comps they were playing looked pretty weak. So.
How proud are you of this team right now? Because obviously you're the coach, but you're also sub. But you're overlooking all of this. I mean, you must be so delighted with how your team's performing.
Yeah, I'm so proud of my team to make it out of the group into playoffs. I think coming into this year, a lot of people had doubts about our roster, and I'm just really happy to get to go to playoffs and try and win this whole thing.
I kind of caught you off guard for the interview. I'm going to catch you off guard again right now, because if you look over your shoulder, you're about to go crush a key. All right, you up for it?
I get to do it. Wow.
You get to do it. Coach and sub here, stepping up to crush the key. If you just go over to our key master, he'll talk you through it. Guys, come and watch the process. Get in there. Because Virtus.pro came to Paris undefeated. EMEA champions. Twisted Minds stopped their momentum. Dallas Fuel finish the job. And that's a huge blow. Just stay with me just for one more moment here, That's a huge blow for Virtus.pro as well in their ambitions to be club champions this year. They really needed that one. But I've just got one final question for you here. How far do you truly believe this team can go now?
I believe if we play our game, we can beat anyone.
Well, best of luck in the rest of the tournament. Who do you want next? Any idea?
I don't know. I think we're going to get CR or Zeta, so I'm happy to play either of them.
Okay, well, good luck, and thanks again for the interview. Wow, one more to go, and then we'll find out who everybody plays in our draw show a little bit later on.
Coach Jake, we see Dallas Fuel coming out with the surprise 2-0. Sonja, not the only one involved in the victory. Who do you give credit to for the W?
I got to put a lot of credit on Chronic, right? Just like absolutely turning up on the Sojourn, found so many critical picks. This young player, he was one of the most exciting prospects in North America, but this is the type of win that really shows that he can compete on the global stage. And it's like we said, I mean, we've been doubting NA, and I think fairly, because honestly in Japan, it was a terrible performance for the region, but getting this revenge over Virtus.pro, this kind of changes everything.
Johnny, are the American teams retooled at this event, or is EMEA just choking?
I think it has to be a little bit of both here, but North America deserves a lot of credit because they've heard this narrative, like we've said, for like months now. Just EMEA is the better region. North America, they don't have the talent. They're not as smart at the video game. And then you see Dallas Fuel here bring a pretty unique style, pocketing Chronic, and he does work with all this space. The support line is setting him up with Kellan doing a fantastic job in the front line there as well. And the damage pairs just coming up clutch for this team. So Virtus.pro, this is a really disappointing loss for Virtus.pro, who were stacked. They were the #1 seed coming out of EMEA. But Dallas Fuel deserves a ton of credit because of how this region has leveled up.
I feel for Virtus.pro and for EMEA fans that have been tuning in, but I'm excited for Dallas Fuel. What is the ceiling for this squad, and have you seen it yet at EWC, Jake?
I mean, honestly, any more wins they get are great to have, but I think they've already maybe surpassed my expectations to make it into the top 8. If they could do as well as the top 4, that would be fantastic. It would be a huge result for this team. But honestly, to defeat the EMEA #1 seed, it already kind of changes, I think, the way we have to look at global Overwatch. This means NA might be back.
Johnny, are there any new metas being shown, or is this same old from recent ranked games?
I mean, honestly, we used to have the metas in Overwatch where it's like, you play this one comp for like 4 months, and who's the best at it? These days, you can just play about any hero, and it's about being very comfortable playing your style, and that's why I love Dallas Fuel. They play their own game, and they're really comfortable doing so, and then they surpass a team like Virtus.pro, who maybe get a little over-eager with all the flexibility and all the compositions they were trying to play.
Now, this was 1st to 2. When we get to the next level, it'll be 1st to 3. Does this give Dallas an edge, or will this be a handicap for them as they take on some #1 seeds?
Well, I mean, as Johnny was just talking about, right, Dallas being this unique team that plays their own style, you look at a lot of the best teams in the tournament, and you could kind of say the same thing about them. I mean, think about Crazy Raccoon, think about Zeta. They're both teams that have brought their own innovative style, so maybe for Dallas, it shouldn't be such a big shock that they make it on to the next tier of the tournament to compete with the likes of those squads.
I gotta say, like, this team has been doubted time and time again. I don't think I've ever predicted Dallas Fuel this year, and so I don't think there's reason for me to start, like, voting for them now. General Manager Tasmo, I don't think he wants my help at this point, so we'll see how they do.
Big shout out to Tasmo and Hastro, of course, bringing Overwatch back to Dallas. The Dallas Fuel are surviving into our bracket play as they will reach our top 8. We take a look at how Group A has played out. It started with Twisted Minds, the shocker, with a 2-0 over Virtus.pro. We thought Virtus.pro should be able to bounce back against NA's best. Instead, it is the Fuel advancing to the playoffs. T1 also sent the Falcons packing. What is a bigger surprise? The fact that VP or Falcons are out here.
I would say Virtus.pro, Jake. I would say Falcons came in a little bit shaky. Merit was back, of course, but Virtus.pro, the #1 seed of EMEA going out there, that was a big upset for me.
I'd agree. VP, the EMEA #1 seed. EMEA had looked like an amazing region this year. Looked like the region to be globally competitive with the Koreans. Now there's 2 NA teams in the top 8.
Wow.
You know, hey, I'm excited. It's been a while since I really believed in North American Overwatch, but at this point, the proof's in the pudding. SSG and Dallas onto the playoffs. Both of them could potentially make a run.
There's only one spot left in the playoffs, and that belongs to either GK or JDG. While we wait for that match on the stage, let's check in with Ginny over at Street Fighter 6.
It's the third day of groups here over at the Allianz Vault, where we got some Street Fighter action going on. Eliminations still happening. Key's still getting crushed. So, Trav, what's going on?
Yeah, so we kind of went from groups into more groups for day 3. So it's still eliminations. People are getting knocked down to lower bracket and taken out of the competition. The most important of those, we had a Falcons versus Falcons matchup. So one of them had to be taken out of the competition. And it was Crimey who took down Mickey. So Mickey out of the competition, and we're down to 1 out of 3 Falcons now. So that's the main storyline. Obviously, we already kind of touched on how Zhao Hai was taken out in the earlier stages, and he was the favorite. So now it's kind of boiling down to all of these Asian organizations. We've still got Crazy Raccoon in it, big representation from Zay's division who had to face off against each other as well, and the same for Reject too. Obviously, these organizations are a bit further down the leaderboard, so not as impactful as if Falcons got a win, but every point matters.
Well, if you can't beat them, beat yourself. I guess that's the story here for Falcons. We're going to keep you updated if anything else changes, and see you around.
No. Bottom there, bottom. No. Bottom. Check ball. 2-3. Yeah, I brought trace. Same target. Trace recall. Journey point. They shoot same target.
Hello, friends. I thought of something fun to do with the fans. I'm going to ask around who the most underrated team is. Most underrated team in the tournament.
Most underrated team is T1.
T1? Okay.
Well, people don't think they're probably like top 6 right now. I think with Maga being as strong as it is, they're probably going to go a lot farther than people think.
The number 1 underrated has got to be SSG, obviously. But number 2, Liquid.
Ooh, why?
I'm also a bit of a Liquid fan, so...
You're double dipping?
Yeah, I'm double dipping. I was not happy with how Dallas did Liquid dirty yesterday, I'll say it. But I think SSG and Liquid, 2 best NA teams.
If I had to say you have to choose one that's the most underrated, I'm sorry, I'm putting you on the spot.
It's gotta be SSG. I'll say it. Sugar Bomb for life.
I think Dallas is really underrated, especially Sunjin has been popping off the last games, and I think especially Sunjin is really underrated right now.
I would say Dallas probably. I think NA is really, it's not gone that great for them in the past tournaments, and I think Dallas can show a really great showing of NA this tournament, and yeah, great talent in that team.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. How about you?
I'm gonna go with Beryl. I think the Japanese teams have improved greatly over the past year or so. And yeah, I want to support Beryl, and I think they're doing great so far.
Beryl is definitely underrated as well. I would say if someone asked me, Beryl's underrated, and there's so many great teams as well. What do you guys think? Who do you think is the most underrated team at EWC?
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
We got some Quad Warzone action happening for day 2 here over in the Kiria City Grid. And Glitter is, of course, joining us to give us a bit of an update as to what we can be expecting from the club championship points from your stage.
Yeah, because we've got a lot that we're paying attention to right now. Now, obviously, day 2 of groups, so by the end of the day, 6 teams will be sent home and their keys will be crushed.
Okay.
We will also be sending teams through to finals, so we're paying attention to how these squads are doing. Biggest story right now coming out of Group A is Twisted Minds. They are defending champs, but it's a completely different roster than what we saw last time, so there were some question marks surrounding them. However, they were first out of groups yesterday for their Group A, and now today we're 4 matches in out of 6. They've won 2, gotten 3rd place in another, and gotten 5th in another. They have not dropped out of the top 5 spots in 4 out of 6 matches.
Impressive.
It's huge for them. This is very big. It almost pretty much guarantees them all the way through to finals already after this performance. So they are a CC squad we're absolutely keeping our eyes on. Will they defend their title? Bare minimum, will they get some points on the board? But then if we're looking down at Group B, they haven't played yet today, but that is where Team Falcons are. Now
That's a juicy part.
Yeah, and they were the favorite heading into this game. So people had some really high expectations of them, and they ended up 7th after their first group performance yesterday. Not terrible, but not great, right? They're looking to do a little bit more. So we're going to see if they bounce back later on in the day today. Should be interesting to see what happens with that.
All right, well, thank you so much for that very thorough club championship update. That's it from us for now. Hope you guys are enjoying these, and if you're not, well, they're still going to keep coming.
Welcome into the 20th and final match of the group stages. This one decides who is going to be the 8th team making it into our playoff bracket and who is getting on an airplane at the end of the night. It's been a fun ride up to this point. We got to welcome in Zoe and Reinforce for the final ride. This one should be good. JDG, the surprise of the tournament, able to surprise everyone yesterday. They're going up against GK, who fell at the start of the day. We'll start with GK. Where are they at in your power rankings, and what did they show you so far at EWC?
I mean, they had to go up against a very good opponent earlier today, so I think they shouldn't take that result to heart. And quite frankly, I think they even in their loss, they actually really showed up. I feel like they played phenomenally when they were at quite severe disadvantages, in terms of ultimates and whatnot. They managed to win fights regardless. So I think overall their performance, even in their loss, has been very promising.
I think if you're looking at these 2 teams, Pocket, I can't wait, because this is essentially just a barrel of explosives. Both of these teams are just full of mechanical prowess and individual skill, and sometimes
so
throw
less
the
teamwork,
compositions.
more mechanics.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they love. I mean, you think back to GK. 2 of these guys were in the Esports World Cup finals last year. Labda, and we're talking about Ciares, this 18-year-old prodigy, who finally now might have a chance to play some Diva. That's his signature specialist hero. And then on the other side, JD Gaming. They're just, we're gonna play Wrecking Ball, throw Bellasoria out there. Let's play Tracer and Xion, etc.
Now, did you just say Ziad is better at Diva than he was on Malga? Because he was looking incredible on the tank earlier in the tournament.
Oh, the Diva was just phenomenal. Arguably best in the world last year. And obviously this year has had to play more Malga and more Amatra. And I just don't think that is his favorite hero to play. This matchup might get that opportunity.
So we got about a minute 20 before we get to the stage. So let's talk about JDG, because they beat up on Team Secret.
They did indeed. That said, though, Secret...
Look at that smile.
I mean, rightfully so, because they were extremely dominant. Pineapple and Kineki, the damage duo, they were absolutely popping off. Now, we already mentioned Bellatoria's ball was phenomenal, exemplary, picture book perfect.
Talking to Lord Chambers yesterday, he was saying, if you would have told 20-year-old Ian that I would be talking to a lad named Pineapple and crushing keys, I'd tell you you're a liar. But here we are, 2026, Zoe. We all still have careers somehow, and this team is now thriving on our EWC stage.
Yeah, they keep on hiring us. Not entirely sure why, but please continue on that trajectory. We do love to see it.
That's right.
That's kind of crazy, though.
We're going to see Ian Chambers in about 25 seconds. So before we do, let's talk about the numbers. 79% of the fans are going GK. How confident are you?
Look, GK should be the favorites here, but this is upset alert, similar to the matchup we just saw. If GK overthink things, they could be in trouble.
Zoe, who you got?
I got GK for this one, but I do think that JDG, at least on control, could sneak a map away.
It is the final match of the group stages. Thank you for watching EWC. It's over.
Mesdames et messieurs, je vous avoue que je ne m'attendais pas à avoir autant d'émotions sur cette 3e journée d'Overwatch. Des cœurs brisés du côté des Japonais de Varel. On a nos représentants EMEA qui sont tombés également chez Virtus.pro. We've seen a lot of heartbreaking stories. The eliminations of my favorites, Varel, the Japanese team, Virtus.pro, our EMEA champions are out. Men, which heart is going to get broken again on this last ball?
Another one, that's for sure, Lou. And I'm going to give you a little peek behind the curtain. We're lucky enough to be behind the scenes here and seeing all of the players before and after the matches. And the heartbreak really is true. It's real. And pre-match as well, the tension in the air is palpable. And that is because all of them want to stay in this tournament to become the mid-season champions and lift this.
A lot on the line, the trophy, the money, of course, and for our last spot in playoffs, the first contenders are GK Esports! EMEA, especially MENA representatives, they pushed the EMEA champions to the absolute limit. Et ils ont prouvé qu'ils pouvaient être très dangereux sur la scène parisienne ici. True dark horses in the field, but now back against the wall. Can they take down their opponent?
Well, their opponents are standing by, and it's JD Gaming! Now, their tournament began with defeat, but when elimination came calling, JDG answered with a ruthless 2-0 win. They have already fought their way back from the edge once, and here and now in Paris, they stand on the brink of it once again.
EMEA versus China, pick your champion, JDG or GK, get your last ticket to the playoffs.
That's right. The last ticket to the playoffs is going to be granted to either JD Gaming or GK Esports. Now, this is the first time they're facing off against each other, Moxie. GK just came off of a series which honestly could have gone their way. A 2-1 versus Zeta division of all people.
Yeah, that New Junk City, they looked a team on fire. Labda Sojourn, especially compared to Quartz, that really takes you back. But for JD Gaming, they're taking us forward. We're getting to see what Chinese Overwatch metas look like within 2026. Weibo Gaming already through. A huge achievement. JD Gaming now, they want to see if they can join their teams to represent in the playoffs. For me, I want to see the starting lineup. Will it be Bellis Rhea? Will it be Roxy? I feel like they have more success when Bellis Rhea is in, just for the flexibility that we've talked about, because GK, they will force them to have to swap through a fair few compositions. As we have a look at our band, Samoa, the control map, no surprises. Mauga, a staple of the control meta, and Jetpack Cat, purely because you can slot them into pretty much every composition.
Yeah, it definitely feels like that at this point. Doesn't matter. You don't have to run the Bastion if you don't want it. You could do it with a caster. You could do it with a Sojourn. Like, it's whatever. But we won't see it here. The support lineup is going to go something a little bit different. And honestly, GK's support lineup, to be fair, I mean, Kellex, that guy has been around since 2016. Like, he's been playing since day one, like beta. Like, he's been around. And Finn too. I think Finn's hero pool extremely deep. So we'll see how they end up kind of navigating this one. No Mauga, of course, for this game time, which is normally what Ziad would be pulling out. Bellis Rhea and JD Gaming decided, you know what, we're going to take you something a little bit more uncomfortable, maybe. Or maybe even something a little bit interesting. Bellis Rhea, you're good on the ball, my guy, but really down on this stage?
Yeah, this seems like JD Gaming have sort of found identity within this like really pressuring composition where your attention's constantly drawn to having to deal with Wrecking Ball, having to deal with the Wu Yang spam, but for Volcano, probably not much more likely that we'll get to see that Ramatra versus Ramatra. The main wrinkle being Labda on the Cassidy, Pineapple the Sojourn. We've already seen the pick potential that Sojourn has in neutral, and Kaneki on that Mei as well, wanting to try to find isolations versus Ziad.
Yeah, our silly heroes are going to be that Mei and that Sim for JD Gaming and GK. Really early push up to this high ground with that TP. You're able to get there so quick, plus Kelex's speed.
Mewtwo, though, with that poke on the Wuyang does mean that JD Gaming have more damage before these fights start.
Wow, Menace Red, so low. He's trying to deal with that turret. It took him like 3 punches.
Labda's hitting shots. He's already 50% to Deadeye, but it's the Mei that falls first.
Yeah, Mewtwo was trying to get the pocket there, but a good TP from Alpha Yi as well is going to catch off Mewtwo.
That's just GK forcing JD Gaming to have to bid a hasty retreat and a hasty comp swap too. Kaneki actually off of the Mei onto the Xion. Knows that GK would just be impossible to be able to totally lock down with both the Lucio and the Sim to be able to work around those walls. Labda though, 80% to the first Deadeye, which means that you have to keep an eye on where Alpha Yi teleports him.
Still going to be tough to try and get into the face of GK, even on something like a Xion. Look at that, an aggressive push there from Labda. Oh, dealt a fair few bullets there. Kaneki rips his head off with those twin pistols.
Yeah.
Ziad's going to try and go even on the point, but it is Kelex that goes down next. A very clean fight from JD Gaming in the neutral.
Yeah, you saw it when we were looking at the map overhead, right? Kaneki, Mewtwo, both actually stack the left side lane, walk onto Labda's position, find the kill on the Cassidy. Without the Cassidy, GK don't have the damage nor the stopping potential to slow JD Gaming down. And now they're in a great position, especially with teleport already being used. And
a brief pause. Audio issue? Please don't say you've got your ear in the wrong way. Not again.
We'll have to see how exactly this Deadeye is employed.
It is an in-ear issue, just getting word from Prod.
I mean,
they've done it again. They need to write L and R on the...
Yeah, left, right. That would be quite good, but at least the pause should be pretty short off of the back of that one. Simply just switch the sides round.
Okay, I don't want to call him out. I don't know if it was that issue or not, but I was just assuming. JD Win sign there in the audience. Still a lot of Chinese fans turning up for JD Gaming, especially with how well they've done so far. We'll see if they can continue that here. There's going to be a rush to start us off the fight. Finn ripping it really early. Monk's going to try and mash. The high noon on the point, but Ziad is just getting absolutely wrecked in the front line.
Yeah, Pineapple just swinging out with that overclock. Labda trying to hold the space. The rush versus rush. GK thought that they would be able to win it. But GD Gaming, they called the bluff. They sent the overclock, and Labda finds nothing with the Deadeye except the swap to the Sojourn.
Okay, re-engage that. Mewtwo dashes away. Whoa, puts the tidal. Okay, sure. That was bad use of the tidal blast, to be honest with you. Mewtwo, he was in a little bit of danger, but almost felt like a fat finger almost. Although you still have to click 2 keys to get that done. So GK get an ult out for free.
Kelex so close to the sound barrier too, which means that Ziad's Annihilation is so potent.
Oh well, there's the Annihilation. Ziad, Bellisria. My God, they couldn't be closer if they tried. Bellisria is trying to stay alive. Ziad dies again. The late beat from Kelex might not be it. Yeah, there's just no way. Bellisria does get traded though. Hang on a second. Alpha Yi with the wall separates the team. Spree comes out as well. Kaneki trying to lock people down, but Kelex is the only one to fall to it. A good little wall dance there from GK. Despite losing Ziad super early on, they managed to clutch up. Alpha Yi comes up massive with the ult.
Ziad actually swaps on to the D.Va. Desk mentioned how good his hero pool is on that D.Va. Finn with one-sided rush as well. JD Gaming having to spend time if they want to be able to build up Monk's ult to be able to match it. As Mewtwo scouts out, the D.Va swap goes to the brig to be able to play counter.
Finn's got a rush already though. They probably don't want to go too quick.
No.
They want to just hang around for a moment, try and make a final fight, but that is a good opening pick from Labda. Okay, fight's done, fight's over. Retreat. Hold S, JD Gaming. Well, unfortunately with Bellisria going down, this is looking final fight.
I mean, GK, like you said, it's perfect for them,
Oh,
right?
not another pick, surely. No, Kaneki can't die. Okay, Kaneki's going to get back at the very final moments. Bellisria, he's going ball.
Yeah, you have to go ball. Mewtwo on the Lucio just to push JD Gaming onto the point to get the opportunity to use Monk's Rush versus Finns, but Labda with that overclock means that GK have such an advantage for this last fight.
Nice move from the Diva. Can we get another one? Another one? Another boot? Oh, and he doesn't get there. Perfect double boot from Ziad, and then Kellex following it up. Really nice stuff.
GK just getting to play the Labda swap onto that Sojourn. That one pick, it's all you require. And you don't have to have an ult bolt up to be able to find it when you have that rail charge. And here's the thing, fighting against Ram teams like that shield, it's so easy for a Sojourn to be able to punish. As we have a look at some of the replays, this is insane here. This is GK perfectly playing around Teleporter and Simwall to be able to dodge the damage of that Xion spree.
Nice tracking.
Great stuff from Alpha Yi.
All right, we're back to it. Mewtwo back on the Wu Yang. Kaneki gonna roll out again on the Xion. GK doing same old EU things, EMEA things, TP from Alpha Yi.
Yeah, Ziad on the Ram as well. Knows that Bellisrayer would punish with the Ramattra just melting through that Diva mech if he tried to give a go of it. GK already on this point though will be pretty hard for JD Gaming to unseat.
What? How are we dying so early? Feels like a right click into a right click from the Simon. Oh, that was a nice shot. Wow, Labda. Got a little bit of rest this time as well. Not coming straight off the plane.
The issue for JD Gaming is that they don't have the Sim to make up for the absence of the Lucio. So if GK just walk towards JD Gaming, how do they escape them? How, actually, do they even have the opportunity to take angles against Labda before he's already dead? The answer is they simply do not. This has to be a perfect retake, and it has to come off of more angle pressure from Kaneki.
All right, Ziad, only member right now of GK2 touched the point is Kaneki, and Mewtwo once again try the same thing, trying to get an off angle with the Wu Yang and the Xion. They're going to spot the teleport, but Bellisrayer is just getting dominated in the front line. Monk's going to fall down. Yeah, Alpha, he basically just sits there, holds M1. There you go. How to play Sim 101 against a Ram.
Well, poor Bellisrayer, he's always short-handed when it comes to heals too, because Mewtwo is being paired with Kaneki, which means that you only have Kiriko as opposed to GK, who gets to use Kellex to push forward, but also have the heal alongside Finn. So JD Gaming understanding, okay, the Ramattra is too vulnerable alone, let's put Bellisrayer onto ball, and let's just try to disrupt GK.
Right, don't die first challenge. Bellisrayer back on the ball. Okay, look at the ults though for GK. They got a whole bunch of them, and they're just going to run forward. WM1 comp. Uh-oh, can't get caught here. Nice little slam. Lab to get Suzu though, and he's still hunting for bodies, hunting for heads. Monk's already down, and this is all falling apart. JD Gaming do get the cap. Okay, they sink that one away. No problem. GK are just going to hold S and go back to the point and get the reflip. Only 7% gain. Not much here, and still 5 ults almost for GK.
Mewtwo at least with that Tidal Blast, but Labda with the overclock.
They're going to chase him down. Look at this. There's a spree coming soon for Kaneki. He's got the Tidal Blast on him first, though. Hops on the bike and gets out of there real quick. Alpha Yi just puts up that wall, and not much JD Gaming can do about it. Annihilation now getting popped as they just run them down. Pineapple Monk fall and a late sound barrier. GK look straight up comfortable. They look at home on this comp. And that is going to be destruction on map number 1. That did not feel close.
No. JD Gaming, like, they take so long to try to have these splits from their team that GK understand, okay, well, if you're sending 3 players around the side, a Wu Yang, a Xion, and a Wrecking Ball, suddenly your Kiriko has 3 players who are without the range to teleport to, so what if we just press W? Hit at speed with Lucio, send Ziad on the Ram running right at you, and you topple over when Rush is full, and you don't get to use it to leverage your way for a main onto point. It's ironic, you know, that it was Xion that JD Gaming were playing, because it feels like there was no foot on the gas pedal.
Just no forward momentum. Maybe lacking a little confidence. Remember what Kaneki was doing the other day? I mean, he was on fire for JD Gaming. Looks like a complete opposite here. Looks like they've been doused. Let's have a look where we want to go. It will be JD Gaming with the map pick. Karma is going to sort that out.
Where do you go here? Like, normally we see if the CN teams lose control, pivot tends to be Flashpoint. Though, with how dominant that control was, I feel like they might try to avoid it. Especially because Ram is really good on Flashpoint at just running at you.
Hey, it feels like an EMEA type game mode, I'm just saying. Fits in the playstyle really, really well. Now, we've got to sort out the bans, of course, as well. See, with the GK, I mean, we just panned over them.
Yeah.
Not a care in the world. Not a bother, not a worry. Straight chilling.
It could be a Route 66, I feel. JD Gaming looked really good on Route 66 when they were able to go for this heavy dive, Wrecking Ball, Sojourn, Tracer, and then if Bella's Reyes Hero Pool is banned out, you have that hazard to be able to pivot to. But they really do like things like that Xion, the Tracer, the Ball, the Kiriko, the Break was what they actually played on attack the last time we got to see them play Route 66. I worry with how well equipped GK were to be able to deal with a composition which is meant to put you into chaos, right? The thing about the Wrecking Ball, the Xion, the Tracer, it's meant to overwhelm you. You're meant to panic, you're meant to have not a lot of time to be able to work out where you want to go, how you want to play. So the fact that GK just went before it was set up means that they totally sidestepped all of the things that that composition should be making hard. In fact, they made it easy.
Yeah, the Wu Yang didn't really feel too good. Especially as they kind of struggle to get in their faces too. Even when you hit a Tidal Blast on a tank or whatever, you need a lot of follow-up to be able to hit that. Ideally, you're hitting support, of course, or a DPS, just to kind of one-pop them.
Oh.
We'll be Route 66.
Yeah. I think one of the issues as well of the Wu Yang was that there was just not a whole lot of Tidal Blasts built up. Since, one, you don't get opportunity to heal your players because you're playing with your Xion. So if your Xion loses the fight, that's your Wu Yang gone as well. Kiriko ban that we get, and then Xion ban to start really looking at taking down how JD Gaming like to go for these chaotic styles of plays, take as many lanes as possible, avoid your front line, look to hit the back.
Yeah, that's how Kaneki found so much success yesterday, was on the Xion.
So probably a pivot to the Sojourn. Sojourn Tracer tends to be what they opt for if that Xion has been banned.
Yeah.
But if you're Geeky, you're happy about that, right? Lapid's best hero has to be his Sojourn.
100%.
This was a guy who was touted as being able to match Quartz at points.
And sometimes better than Quartz.
Yeah.
And that's a very scary thing to have on your team. Well, very, very good thing to have on your team, but very scary for everybody else that's playing against him. Route 66 is locked in. First to two. Here we go. GK one map away from locking in the final spot out of these groups. And JD Gaming, they might be swiftly booking their flight home if they don't kind of lock in.
So my concern with JD Gaming taking us to Route 66 is that you and I, we actually cast both of the times that they went to Route 66. One of which was up against Lethal on the Sojourn. Twice on first point, Lethal was able to flank uncontested, unmarked, all the way around side of map and open up the space for his team to follow through. There was a criticism, JD Gaming, they won that map, but boy howdy did it come down to the wire, and it was off of third hold not first and second because they got absolutely blitzed. It was also off of heroics from players like Pineapple receiving nano boost from Monk to be able to set up his own blocks.
You can hear that crowd already. How many of them are behind JD Gaming right now? Nice little jump up. Not even going to shoot there. Alpha Yee's quick switch. Straight over to the Sim. Okay, El Clasico again. Ziad, though, on the Diva. Look at this backline for GK as well. The bat from Finn looks like actually he's going to change Juno for Kellex. Finn switching to... change? Kellex changing his mind. Moira. Okay. Mizuki. Okay. This is a poke comp. My goodness. I mean, this backline couldn't be more defensive if they tried.
This is also like bait Bella's Raya, force the hazard to overextend, chain him, kill him, out of line of sight of both the Ana and the Brick.
Bella's Raya can't engage.
Yeah.
At all.
So like for GK, you've already broken first corner without one fight.
TP under the high ground. Sit, wait for CDs. Well, JD Gaming are going to try and jiggle this payload from the high ground. Monk's in a good angle, good nades from it, but problem is you've already lost Mewtwo, and there's the land. Nade here, Alpha E, sure, but Kaneki's going to have a tough time securing a kill. He ends up getting Kellex, sure, and in fact, Pineapple picks up a kill onto Labda. Pretty scrappy affair, all things considered, but it's Ziad with 18 HP. Manages to not only rock Bella's Rare, but kill Pineapple. First fight done, payload moving.
Yeah, Monk Mewtwo going down early as well means that JD Gaming not close to having support ults to set Pineapple's living weapon online. GK Esports will have amplification matrix when JD Gaming tried to contest. Bella's Rare has actually already been scouted off of damage done by Kellex.
Half HP already instantly rocked. There's going to be a nade at his back, so amplified healing somewhat from Monk. Generates that ult charge a little bit quicker as well, so the nano boost might be available here unless they go down insta. Pin with the window on the high ground. Lab's going to make good use of this. High noon. Oh, instantly killing Pineapple. You see how quickly that charged up? Yep. That was gross. They're still going to try for this one, though. A little bit of extra stall time. Never hurt anybody. Nano boost, in fact, on to Bella's Raya, but it is still a 3v5 on the point. Little haphazardly used to try and get something done, but nope. That nano thrown to the wind.
Yeah, that Amp Matrix as well with the Deadeye just totally overrides Pineapple's living weapon. Monk having to just wait for the nano boost was not able to use it to supply for the Emery to have that damage reduction. And now GK just set up Labda perfectly in position with that Sigma Shield pocket to tax JD Gaming's walk from the high ground. Look at how fast Mewtwo has to try to cross, has to break bash to make sure that he doesn't get left behind and die.
He's got rally intent though, does Mewtwo. Hold spawn for Kaneki. Oh, good stick. Lamb from Finn's good. And look at that turnaround there from Labda. Making sure Finn doesn't get popped after it. Ellis Ray is also going to fall down as a quick teleport is actually going to bisect the retreat. Pineapple goes with the rest of them. This is just not looking close. JD Gaming clutching at straws with Bella's Raya going over to Winston.
Yeah, Pineapple back onto the Sojourn now. So Bella's Raya is just trying to get GK to turn around, to look at him, for Labda to look at him, to burn out things like that Immortality Field. But look at what GK have to work with.
Finn's going to be on high ground with the window.
Yeah,
Monkey's
exactly.
going to jump out. Monkey's going to get instantly killed. Look at this. And he's dead. Soldier didn't even touch the ground. It's just not happening. Not for JDG right now.
Well, their chances for winning this fight are about as alive as Bella's Raya was jumping towards that window. We go third. And Bella's Raya off of the Winston, onto the Rhine. Monk lives. At least swaps now off of the Ana onto the Baptiste because you know you have to have Lamp. You don't have a chance of building up those ultimates. GK with things like this Deadeye.
He's on his third hero.
Yeah. We're playing Mystery Heroes.
Bro is playing Rhine.
We're playing Mystery Heroes at this point, Jack.
We need to find answers. Maybe Rhine's here. How about a Deadeye, son? Half your health already gone. Shield are gone as well. Looks like Ziad's going to box him in a corner, wrap him up, a little takeaway dinner here for GK. Bella's Raya is dead. There's the lamp. Monk, you're on your own. We might just keep you there as well. Keep our little house pet in the back. In fact, both the ports have just been isolated away from the fight. Guys, you got to get out of there. You might get even flanked by Labda. No, they managed to leave. Okay, thankfully. Bella's Raya is going to join the fight once again, but we're on final push here. And Ziad just decides, you know what? I'm just going to flux you in your spawn.
Yeah, because now it's lost by territory. Kellex, though, goes low, goes down to Pineapple, so grieving opportunity for JD Gaming.
Okay, we don't want to grieve just yet. They've managed to hold on. Pineapple taking height's going to be good. Ziad gets deleted by Monk's window. And they're good. All right, Stein on point.
Yeah, but that's huge. Forcing window from JD Gaming when Geeky can just push with a window of their own. Sanctuary soon to be built up for Kellex to be able to absorb Pineapple's overclock, which means that Geeky, you don't have to go first fast.
Here's the window. Big swing here from Finn. Could one-tap somebody with the help of Labda.
They'll wait surely for Alfie's wall before they walk on Pineapple.
Gonna go through main. And then as soon as they drop, we're going to window. Easy peasy. Look at that. Belisarius' shield already gone, and now they're going to push on. And here's the wall. You got a touch, though. Belisarius doesn't end up getting there just in time as Mewtwo tries to taxi him onto the point. Pineapple's going to try and go for a big flank past the window of the wall even. Labda does end up falling down, but look at that Sanctuary. A delectable push from GK. What are they doing? You seeing this? Finn, you see what I just did? Yeah, boom, exploded. Everybody dead. Easy, easy.
He's already crushing the key. That's what he's doing. He's just manifesting that key crush at this point. Man, that was a brutal retake walk. Like, what do you do if you're JD Gaming and you have one overclock to work
Look at this jump. He's dead. And he's dead.
That's brutal. There's a reason we don't see a whole lot of Winston this current meta, but yeah, like holding Pineapple's overclock hostage, just walking to point with Simwall, and then having that opportunity.
Ship right at the payload, it like goes over. They remove. Oh my god.
Oh, we get a slow-mo? Perfect. Shoots right over the payload, dude. Finn having a chuckle to himself too.
The Mizuki too as well, like Sanctuary versus Overclock. Oof, that's not a fun matchup, as I don't think JD Gaming are having much fun at the moment.
Alfie hasn't died, by the way. 22-0 from young Alfie.
They have to just be able to shrug it off, though, is the thing for JD Gaming. You can't just fall into despair. You can still work, you can still attack, you can still try to go fast with this run with the sim.
An Overwatch player's favorite pastime, falling into despair.
Most of the players who I see playing Overwatch in my games, their pastime is falling off of the map.
Oh, we're going to bring up that again. We've got a few clips of that already. Nice little teleport there. Kaneki trying to bait that one out. A charge into the wall as Ziad just decided, you know what, actually I belong on the high ground. Look at that. The wall behind him plus the pin. Pro just says absolutely not. Just jumps on Belisarius' head and gets up onto height. Another wall, but a quick teleport from Alfie repositions the team perfectly on top of gas.
Alfie is just trying to play that off angle. GK at the moment, more than happy to sit up on the high ground, look for the drop, flip the map, and stop the objective from moving.
Still going to kill Labda too. Taking a large chunk out of Kaneki. Oh no, he's in trouble now. Nice teleport from JD Gaming. He's going to eliminate the Cassidy.
Huge, just understanding that Labda was so far split from the rest of his team, but Belisarius goes so low that Lamp is actually forced.
We're windowing? Okay, really thinking that this fight needs to be quick. All right, well, hopefully with that, they should be able to just cap the point. A quick teleport away from Alpha Yi, make sure he gets out alive, and him and Kellex are going to link up.
I think you're worried because Lamp was forced from Belisarius. Mewtwo did not have sound barriers. Ziad could have gone for the Flux. As GK not looking like they'll go for the recontest. JD Gaming pushed through second, but here's why GK did not fight back. They've established a high ground hold, and JD Gaming have to dig deep to be able to break it.
Nice little Rhine mask there in the audience, of course. Reminds me of Kevster back when he joined Glads, for those who know. 4 minutes and a bit here for JD Gaming. They've got a lot of ults. They just got to get themselves in the good position again with this teleport. But now, there's so many angles that GK are holding from. Teleport onto the high ground this time. Yep, they're just going to ignore this window. Just back off, just wait for it to disappear.
Yeah, great teleport from JD Gaming. Avoids the window, wait for it to drop. then try to run at GK, teleport back onto point so you can keep the objective moving and force them to drop off high.
Neki's in trouble. Nice little railgun from downtown there is going to assist in that kill onto Monk. They're going to use this wall to push forward. Even with this kill onto Monk, it's still going to be tough for GK to win this fight decisively. Although saying that, Labs is on the high ground already. Kaneki, railgun to the dome. And now, yeah, a quick descend from the rest of GK to eliminate JD Gaming.
Yeah, Simul just not quite able to save Monk, and GK twist the knife with a full fight win, which means that once more JD Gaming have to walk into that high ground setup. Kelix with the Sanctuary should be able to absorb the damage when Monk's window opens up. But Lambda with this overclock is the thing that you have to worry about if you're JD Gaming, because you can't just play passive versus the sound barrier.
Half and half there. Half teleport high ground, half stay on the payload. Now they're moving up. Sanctuary, like you mentioned, it's going to be tough for Bellis Rhea to get value with this Shatter too, despite that Sanctuary being available. Teleport. Yep, straight on the gas station. The Sanctuary gets popped there instantly, but Kelly still ends up going down. Oh, and Ziad actually eats the Blizzard. What a beautiful little play there from Ziad, but it might just be all over anyway. Or the Lambda actually says, actually not today. A jumping high ground, little shot onto Pineapple, send the May back to spawn. And now it's only Bellis Rhea to try and contend with the rest. 2 and a bit minutes to go now. This time bank slowly dwindling.
He's so clean with the Sojourn. Sees the teleport, uses the power slide, dodges any chance for that Shatter to hit him, puts himself up the high ground. Alfie uses the Sim Wall to keep Lambda safe, and the overclock takes JD Gaming out. Fast push though with the teleport onto high ground and window.
Fire strike? No, not quite. They're not going to give him the chance to get that one tap.
Point, guys. Someone from JD Gaming has to separate from the pack, drop down, but that means that Mewtwo's not there to push the team forward.
All good though, you don't really need the movement speed right now, and you can get out of dodge real quick. Here's the teleport straight up to height. Ziad's gonna have the flux. The Shatter is blocked by the shield of Ziad, and they still got ults to spare as well. Alfie's gonna clean up. The ultimate economy gain from GK is sublime.
It feels like Finn was using that amplification to bait the Shatter as well, with how ready Ziad is on the Sigma shield to be able to stop it. And JD Gaming, Pineapple, is now onto the Bastion, just to try to have any form of burst damage on that Symmetra teleporter movement.
All right, Kaneki with the TP, gets the team across the chasm. Zia kind of playing with his food right now, just waiting for him to appear. The spheres aren't hitting anything, so he knows something's up. The flux on the height is going to be big. He ends up hitting 3. Nice wall in response. The team are going to be immune to pretty much everything right now, but look at the damage actually being thrown in. That wall's going to get deleted in just a moment. Alfie's going to deploy a wall of his own, and now this Monk window from the high ground might be what they need to win this fight. Shooting at the wall means it's going to get deleted. That health is going to get chunked down pretty readily, especially with this Bastion now.
Yeah, just sitting behind the amplification matrix.
They're not pushing, by the way.
Done, and yeah, Cart just sat it.
Sound barrier from Mewtwo. Ends up hitting 3. Quick teleport, a reposition from Lambda. Kelix goes dangerously low as they've ended up swapping the map again. Like, what world are we in? It's like the Mad Hatter's table.
Oh, Ziad trying to stand up.
Oh, Kaneki.
But it's Lambda.
30 seconds to go as well, Moxie. They need to hit a reset here.
I don't think they'll let them, though. GK just keep applying pressure.
Yeah, Mewtwo's just going to go down as well. He's not with the rest of the team. Bellis Rhea tries to get an emergency pin, emergency kill, anything to stay alive.
This feels like round. Monk has to use Immortality Field just to live.
It's over. They're just going to leave Monk. You can push the payload, don't matter. It really just does not matter. You've not got a chance to get back in.
This is done. GK locking down Route 66, might as well have the key already on the Crusher.
Bellis Rhea is going to get another touch here. A little final one. Overtime does end up getting triggered, but they got a beat, they got a flux coming up, they got a window, they got everything they need. Monk has to be the savior, but they're just too distracted with their own small little tasks. A nice 2-player flux. Mewtwo, Pineapple put in the dirt. JD Gaming are gonna go down. GK Esports, they secure that final spot in the playoffs.
And they looked so relaxed doing it as well. Perfectly playing around the Symmetra timings on the defense and just applying so much constant pressure, so much damage on the attack to not allow JD Gaming the opportunity to hold their ground. Fights, bold ultimates, stall out time.
GK looked good right now. That 3 maps versus Zeta Division should have been the telltale sign of how this series was going to go. Another Chinese representative is gonna get eliminated, leaving Weibo the last hope here for the region. Big smiles on the face all around for GK. However, they're gonna join Space Station Gaming, Zeta Division, and Crazy Raccoon, who qualify out of Group B.
Twisted Minds to continue the EMEA representation. So GK will have to defend their title. They've been able to beat out Twisted Minds before, but now they have to do it on the international land setting.
Let's get a quick word from the Danish superstar, the legend, Kellex, down on the stage.
Yes, I am standing by with the Danish superstar. Congratulations, Kellex, for that big win. I imagine you must be very happy in France. So you know the French fans because you've been part of Team Peps back in the days. And Fefe gave me something for you. So maybe you can show it to the camera and then flip it. He told me to give it to you. Maybe you can show it here.
Merci. Merci.
Gave him a little note. All jokes aside, it's a pleasure to have you here. Of course, you've been able to witness the passion of French fans, you know, being there on a big arena. How much does it mean to you to be back here?
Amazing. I was here 3 years ago for another tournament and I met a lot of Peps fans and it was amazing. You know, the French fans are crazy in this esport and other esports as well. So yeah, it's great.
And it's great to have you, of course. Donc, première question, tu connais la passion des fans français, évidemment, parce que tu as fait partie de la Team Peps à l'ancienne. Et il le dit, because Overwatch Partners Teams Bundles have been announced on social media, so you're going to be able to get your favorite Teams Bundles. Donc, effectivement, les fans français sont incroyables et on les entend aussi faire du bruit. You know, I wanted also to ask you, because we've seen GK struggle a bit at the beginning of the season, at the beginning of the year, yet when you joined, it's a whole different story. So what do you think you're bringing to this team, and you keep bringing to this team?
I think I'm a good comedian. I bring good jokes, good vibes, and average gameplay. You know, I think my strength is just making my teammates happy, you know, and yeah, as you can see, we're doing well so far, so hopefully I can keep it up.
I mean, average gameplay, when you made it to playoffs, I think is very humble, but yes, indeed. Donc, deuxième question, Geeky était un petit peu en galère avant que tu rejoignes. Depuis que tu es là, c'est une histoire complètement différente. Qu'est-ce que tu penses que tu apportes dans l'équipe? Ben, en vrai, les good vibes, les vannes, j'essaie de mettre mes teammates un petit peu à leur prime tout le temps, et un gameplay assez moyen, même si je suis pas forcément d'accord avec ça. It's gonna be time for us to go to the Key Crusher. You excited about it? Let's get it?
I've never done this before.
Is it your first? Let's go. So in Paris, it's even better. We're gonna have Kellex smash the key from JDG. Go for it. It's your moment. As our lovely key master walks him through, it is indeed a victory for GK Esports, taking down JD Gaming here in Paris. GK are in playoffs. That sounded great.
Yeah, wow, what a feeling.
What a feeling. I'm going to welcome you back onto the stage with one last very, very important question, because last year you've played several finals, but it was never the time for you to get the trophy. So can you tell me why this year is going to be the one for you?
I mean, last year I was with two of my teammates over here, Lept and Siad, and I think we've learned from our mistakes, so I'm very hopeful that we can finally bring it home.
Hope and confidence?
Yeah, I think I'm pretty confident. Now we're going to play best of fives, so we can finally play our full comp all the time almost, so yeah, I'm happy.
I think a lot of us are excited also to see you guys in a best of five. Donc c'est vrai que l'année dernière, tu as joué beaucoup de finales. Ça n'a jamais été l'occasion de prendre le trophée. Pourquoi cette année, ça va être ton année? Et bien tout simplement, j'étais déjà avec deux de mes teammates l'année dernière quand on a joué des finales. Je pense qu'on a appris de nos erreurs et en vrai de vrai, un peu d'espoir, un peu de confiance. Et je pense que ça peut le faire. Thank you so much for joining me. And we're going to be standing by for the draw show. So make sure not to go too far because we're going to be back after a short break. See you there.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
That may be the smartest man in Paris right now. There are so many great French organizations, PEPS, Vitality, Gentlemates, Carmine Corps, and now I feel like GK may have won over some French fans after that interview. Kellex, a performer, says he's just got to lay down the jokes. Alpha E and crew will take care of the rest.
Honestly, Kellex has been so expressive this event. Like, he was playing with the camera, was joking around, was giving some heat to his teammates as well during their last series, where apparently some of them just had to have a bathroom break that went on forever. So yeah, love the leadership that Kellex brought in and outside of the server, really.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is a veteran of the sport. We had a discussion behind the doors, just like, has he played the most official matches out of anyone in Overwatch Esports? And I think we settled maybe on Violet, but Kellex is up there because of the Overwatch League days.
Robert Kraft had this guy on his team for the Boston Uprising. Now he, of course, is playing for GK, wearing a different shade of blue. Reinforced, when you look at GK's victory tonight, how surprising is it that they made it through the groups?
I don't think it's too surprising, but this was a really good win. I love the adjustments they made, and they stayed composed, even though they took a really difficult loss earlier today against Stella Division. Labda was just firing on all cylinders here on the Sojourn, and the adaptation they made on Route 66 when they went back to spawn took 15 seconds to decide what composition they were going to play, and it just completely threw a wrench in what JD Gaming had planned. They did not plan for Bella's Ria to play Reinhardt. They did not plan to play Symmetra when they picked Route 66, and so GK really put them in the back foot. Very impressive win.
So as we take a look at the highlights, what did you enjoy?
Honestly, everything. I like the compositions they're playing. I think it's pretty much everything is in their comfort zone. I don't think they have to change too much drastically from what we've seen from them in stage 2, since the meta really seemed to work well for them already there. So it's one of those teams which were just able to continue to do what they wanted to do anyway.
We welcome in Danny Lim to the studio. Danny, you've been running around getting everyone's predictions on the week. Did you get your prediction right in this one?
This one I did. I'm gonna be honest. I had to do I had to do predictions twice. I think the first one I said I said GK was gonna win, and then the second one I said I kind of double dip. I predicted that they're gonna lose, but in my heart I knew that GK was gonna win. Hey, shout out to GK. Thank you for getting my prediction right. I guess
going with your gut. You know, that was smart. The first answer was the right answer. GK are powering through, and they are one of 8 teams that'll be playing for the lion's share of our $1 million prize pool. So this is the mid-season championship. So where are we at in the big picture? What are we looking forward to here in the final 2 days?
Well, it's within the name. We're exactly in the middle of our season. We still have the World Finals to come, of course, but even after this event, there is going to be the Overwatch World Cup that is happening, which is finally returned. Our first stop is going to be in Korea. So many of these players that are playing here will be traveling to Korea literally a few days after this event. So they got some very stacked schedules.
They are going to be so busy, and so are we, because Johnny, in about 13 minutes, we will be drawing names on stage, and our players will be selecting their opponents. So walk me through the process, and how big of an advantage is it to come out with a early seed?
Yo, I mean, this is huge getting the number 1 seed, because I do think that the best number 1 seeds outweigh the number 2 seeds. And I mean, that's effectively the difference. If you win your quarterfinals matchup, that's a difference of like $60,000. And who doesn't want $60,000? And so if you're the number 1 seed, you have a great upper hand going into the playoffs here. And so we're going to see these teams draw out on a bucket, or I don't know what kind of objects we prepare to draw
some
these names out of, and place them on a bracket and see where they end up.
Let's take a look here at our bracket so far. As groups have ended, we've sent half of the competition packing. Danny, walk me through the early rounds. What did we see on days 1 and 2?
I think I could say this in a very concise way. Better teams won.
That's why you're here.
He was running the numbers.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong? I mean, most of the predictions, I feel like it was kind of easy to get. I think for me, I remember, I think the first day was T1 versus Twisted Mind. That one was very interesting because I'm a big Twisted Minds fan.
Right.
So them getting the win was like, I was like, yes.
Why are you a Twisted Minds fan? Is that because the fans bring the energy?
Quartz. I honestly think Quartz is the best hit scan that we have in OWCS.
Wow, do you like Lionel Messi too, or?
How'd you know?
Oh, wow.
He likes some
crazy.
winners, you know. I think the match that surprised me, the only match that really surprised me was that Weibo victory. That one I really didn't have like anywhere on my pick'ems. So
yeah, Weibo has always been the strongest team coming out of China, right? We've always known the potential of the players. Several of them have been in the Overwatch League in the past, OWCS in the past. But to come out and beat the Falcons the way they did, I think that was a shocker. And for the Falcons to get eliminated here today, that may be the biggest story if you've been following the club championship since week 0. For now, though, we got to celebrate Twisted Minds because they are guaranteed points, at least 200 with a top 8 finish. And remember, last year, this is a team that finished in our top 4. So what can get done for a team rocking light blue and pink? So expectations for UB's crew.
Honestly, the expectations are very, very high. Yes, they were looking shaky earlier this year, but I think they put their egos aside. They're now buying into the meta, the things that they strayed away from, which is clearly, if you're not playing Cat Bastion, then you maybe